Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Indeed. Welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep. We are here to start a new wonderful week. Hopefully, we can make this wonderful. Anything will technically be better than what is going on right now. So, oh man, thank you, Etch. I appreciate you starting off everything right off the bat here. And also, what up, Zombie Banana? Welcome in. Give us a like and a subscribe. Yes, more than ever. You know what? I'm gonna just go into it, guys. I'm not gonna be able to keep this in. So I got some bad news. Oh my God, thank you, thank you so much. First dono of the day. I really appreciate that.
At Bryant Frank for $2.
Oh boy,
First
you have no
dono
idea
of
how
the
much I
day.
appreciate this right now. Oh, and look who heard that. And we got some new treats because he went through those other ones. So these are a little bit easier to give him the exact amount of what he earned, I should say. Okay, guys, I just got to go through this. Number one, welcome to stream. I do appreciate everybody being here. Bandit, how's it going? Guys, you have, for real, did you see him like come around the corner and he was just like, yes? I heard that. I heard the little bubbles. Anytime let's not go there. Anyway, yeah, I don't mean to go too serious here, but I got some really bad news today, and it has nothing to do with Uni. Actually, it's the opposite. With Uni, we got some really good news about her blood work coming back. It is great. They were using words like incredible. They were saying that we are in a position where we can start relaxing, not too much, obviously, but we can definitely we can feel good about this going into the holiday. They said that these are levels that are leading to the possibility of ramping up the timetables here, and that's cool. Still, we're tentative at this point, but it's so cool. Like I needed that good news, but I also got some bad news today. I can't go too deep into it. But yeah, something happened in my business life that so financially, I appreciate all the support right now. I also don't want to screw up because I am a public figure, and I just need to make sure that I cover my ass here. But yeah, I got this news like pretty much right before I came out here, or came on, and this really sucks. I need to figure some stuff out. You didn't put taxes back, did you? Oh no. I'm actually very good with taxes. Even when I started this and started, no, I'm good at that. No, taxes are not. That's not a thing. As well, I mean, it's a thing. It's a very real thing. But oh man, oh my God, Bandit, thank you. Seriously, guys, this means so much to me. You guys matter way more than anything else. As far as like my other business stuff, like I've been telling you guys just flat out that I want to do this. So, your support, for real, like I'm beyond humbled, and like again, dude, 20 memberships that really helps. Yeah, this sucks. Like this was literally the last thing I needed, and it was no fault of my own. It was one of those situations where they were just like, "Hey, we're reevaluating things. Oh, he looks very confused. Oh, he's about to. Okay, my God, 20. Okay. You know what? Here, for 20, he gets this. Look at that. He gets a little pile of milk bones there for the 20 gifted memberships. Can I get treat now? Yes, yes. Yeah, guys, like I'm in a position where now I have to kind of look for a new gig, and it sucks. Like, this fuck sucks. I was even debating just not going on stream today to not talk about it, but I know that, you know what, like I said, I'm an open book with you guys. Almost too open sometimes, but let's go. W's for Bandit. Hell yeah. Hey, what up, Rowdy? How's it going, man? Thanks for being here. He's a real one. No, he is. No, Bandit's a shit. And for real, right now, I like, dude, like, I haven't even gotten really past this portion of my life news. Take care of Pep first. No pep talks without Pep. No, well, yeah. Well, God, it's literally a broader thing of with the economy now, where it's just like it's starting to hit the sectors that I knew it was going to hit. I thought I had maybe a little more time to prepare. So yeah, thanks for streaming. I need the company. Feeling holiday crappy. Yeah, I'm feeling very holiday crappy too. I don't even have my, you know what? I told you guys that this wasn't going to be my only tree in the house. It is. I haven't even put up my Christmas tree. Am I going to have to cut back shows and get a 9 to 5? That's a strong possibility here, guys. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping that I can talk to a few people and work on a few different situations that would allow me to continue doing this. But I also got some news about some bills that well, it's not just bills. Okay, no, I've talked about this one. So we got denied for some of the stuff that we applied for, as far as like state grants and anything like that, to kind of ease, like help us have a little help, or help us with the cancer stuff. Specifically, some of the bills that are still being run through insurance, and then we got the ones that are just blatantly like, no, you're on the hook for that. Hey, what's up, man? Zayrox 619. 619, booyaka, booyaka. Welcome to the show. Appreciate having you here. I know I'm starting the show a little heavy, which I tend to do sometimes. This is what happens when I talk about my personal life. But yeah, I've had obviously a lot going on. Damn, you know what? I keep forgetting that for 20 for 20 gifted memberships, you're gonna be hearing that a lot. So just let it play out. I think that we're almost there. Okay, I think we got maybe one or two more. But you know what? Because the other thing is, it's making me kind of want to, you know, hit this a little prematurely. We got 10 minutes for me locally here. Oh my God, one. How many more? How many more? Where was it? I think Seahawk Daddy was the last one. Yes. Okay. Cool. But dumpster fire, yeah. Oh, dude, 2025 has just been the worst fucking year ever. I was talking to my pops today, and he told me not to say that it. I almost said it couldn't get worse, but he stopped me. He's like, I'm still I'm like, okay, I got you. He's just like, don't you fucking dare. He's like, listen, you have had one of the worst years I think that I could conceptualize. So let's not go there. I'm like, yeah. And I've told the story before that my dad has literally told me to my face. He's like, if there's bad luck that can happen to you, it will. Never say that again. Yeah, I should really get that out of my my lexicon of yeah. I should never say it again. You're right. Because yeah, you can always. What's up, cat? Yeah, knock on wood though, because for real, just for all this to happen in one day, and it started off as a good day. Like I said, we got good blood work back and all this, and then I got home and it was all just bad. It was all bad news for Pep. So yeah, hopefully I don't have to go get a a 9 to 5 and quit stream, but I'm just gonna let you guys know that if I got a little bit here before that's gonna be a thing. So let's get the stream going. Let's you know what? Let's get the stream out there. I mean, you guys already what to do with the like button. You guys are really good about that, by the way. As far as like my like to watch ratio, you guys are awesome. If it wasn't bad luck, you'd have no luck at all. That's me. That's me. That seems to be me. But that it's not true though, because I'm lucky. Like, guys, I'm doing this right now. It is not lost on me that I am one of the like lucky ones. And I'm not, it's not like I'm, just swimming in success, but I am one of the lucky ones. I have an audience. I have a very, very awesome community where I just get to come here, talk this, like I get to talk this out. How many people, well, maybe more people need to be therapeutic on their streams. Who knows? But also, I want to shout out Pinkerbell. I already said, hey, does Xerox, hey man, AG does it, and he is awesome. Yeah, AG's, yeah. I just, I saw that he was streaming this weekend, and I was able to catch a Saturday stream. That was really, really nice. Actually, you know what? Just shout out AG. He's been a bro. He's reached out for like with the stuff with my wife, and I'm sure that I will be hearing from him from this, because I know that we're in a well, not similar situation, but we're in a similar financial situation in that one. I posted Stan's reaction to Discord when when the sound kept going off. Did you? Here, let me see. It's so cute. All right, my cat is doing the thing on the comic box, so let's see how long before I start having to bring notice to that. Lito, okay, literally 10 seconds. Come here, man. Here, come here. Come say hello to the people. Come here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. He just wanted to be a part of everything, I think. Who knows? Here, let's cat cam. Anyway, so like I said, if you guys are just joining us and did not hear my little bit of news, I had some just bad news today, and it seems like I'm gonna be, I'm one of those ones that may be in the job market here. God, it sucks. The fact that they had to do it on just a day where I needed a win. I just needed a win. Cool house tiger. He is a house tiger. Now he's in a treat coma. He really is. Dude, he's sleeping on his lamb chop. That's how you know that he is out. He's got his favorite stuffed animal, and he's sitting there chilling out. Also, again, thank you to Bandit for the 20 gifted memberships, and you know what? If you guys got a gifted membership, please consider possibly renewing if you guys enjoy this program. I'm at $3 a month now because of some YouTube shenanigans. I wanted to be at $1.99, but yeah, guys, if you guys can contribute to the stream in any way, shape, or form, sincerely, it means the fucking world to me. And right now, it goes really long way. Also, double thanks to anybody that has supported the GoFundMe for my wife's treatment. I really, really appreciate that as well. You guys have you've taken some weight off our shoulders, even though we are kind of going back and forth with a whole bunch of just, all the fun factors of this. Dude, fuck insurance. I know, hot take, but insurance is just, it's maddening. It is maddening to deal with these assholes. But yeah. All right, so let's get to the stream because I don't want to hyperfixate on this. Like I said, dude, I found this out maybe an hour ago. Yeah, it was at 3. Still so mad about this. But LeMayo, I have Canadians say they got it bad. Yeah. Oh, dude. I mean, I don't know. As it stands, the economy is so fucked. I have been seeing this more and more. Got a local pizza joint near you? Dude, I live in Chicago. Of course I do. That would be my first pick if I had to work. Yeah, I actually used to work. Oh, dude, check it out. There's a spider. There's a spider on my mic. Look, look, look. It's right here. Look. He's on the other side. Here. At least go on stream, you little fucker. Yeah, you see him? Look, he's right there. What's up, Lil? What's up, you little shit? You want to hang out for stream? All right. Don't get too comfortable. Oh, shit! Where'd it go? Nature time with Pep. Yeah, no shit. I'm one of those guys, like, I'm cool with spiders until, like, it's on me. Then I'm like, it's on me! Plus, that was not, like, a wolf spider or anything. That was, that's legit. That's a friendly spider. Those ones are cool. They eat all the bugs that you don't want, like, around, so I'm cool with them. But no, back to Rowdy, what you were saying. Bloodstone, you are early. I got you here early. Spider is ready for 420. Yeah. Hey, literally 2 minutes. No, I used to do pizza deliveries. I mean, years ago. I was like, God, 16, 17 years old, but it was one of my favorite jobs. Like, I did enjoy it. Let it bite you and see if you Rowdy Gowdy, little bit of Pep Talks lore here. I actually got bit in the stomach by a brown recluse. And this was only like a few months ago. And yeah, I got very lucky. Nothing like there was like no necrosis. I don't think I got any venom. I just had like a sick, it was like a little pocket bite that looked like, I thought it was a tick bite at first because it looked like a target. But then they were just like, no, this is brown recluse. And then they checked to make sure that there was no venom. So I was fine. And guess what? No Spider-Man, just got a nice little scar there. That sucks. Fred, what up, Fred? Yes, Fred. It's 420, folks. Let's do the thing. Come on. Cheers. Seriously, guys, cheers. I need this. And of course, it's fucking clogged. Come on, man. I almost had a moment. For real. That almost got me. Or I was just like, no, not this too. Oh, man. Well, I would have been worried about baby spiders crawling out. Nah. I mean, baby spiders are kind of creepy to like see when the eggs hatch, but whatever, they're fine. I don't care about those little buggies. There's bugs to care about, and then there's ones that you're just like, you shouldn't worry about them. Just notice that my screen's still showing up here. Damn. In my belly. They don't go. I found out that is a total rumor, like a total myth. A rumor. It was a rumor, and then it became myth. No, they don't go in your mouth because it's dark and moist. They're actually scared of you. Like, no, they genuinely are just. They don't like humans. So, although I found out recently. Here, you know what? I need you for this segment. Come here. Come here. I need you. I need you. I need you to say. All right. So apparently, this little guy, which it totally makes sense for him. Did you know that cats, they see us, like, especially ones that are so affectionate to you, like this little guy. They see you as like they're kittens. They see you as giant kittens that they need to protect and take care of. So essentially, we're our cat's kids. Weird, right? Although it totally makes sense for you. Yeah, you've got that energy about you. Oh, you're being cute. Yeah. You're doing the thing where you kind of want to cuddle. Oh. Can't let him down now. Well, I guess you're just going to be here for a minute. Uh-oh. Are you trying to take my hair tie? I was like, there's an ulterior motive here. Yeah. He takes hair ties. And then I find him under a rug whenever I'm stepping around cleaning. I'm just like, okay, what the hell is another hair tie. Spiders know your routine. They will be in places when they know we aren't there. You and the spider are both shocked when you see it at 3 a.m. in the morning randomly. You're like, ah! And he's like, ah! You weren't supposed to see me! Go back to your stuff! Actually, this little guy, the reason that he was allowed back in the basement is because I had a little bit of a mouse problem. I think I talked about that on stream a little bit. Yeah, not anymore. Because somebody kept, oh no, I definitely talked about this on stream. Because somebody was like, yeah, get some mouse traps, and they gave me ideas for humane traps and everything. Didn't need them. Didn't need him. I let him down here for one night, and I came downstairs, and there were 2 dead mice that he left all nice and like. It was kind of funny. I think he caught them underneath the couch because he brought them out and then just put them in front of like this little side table that I have. Mice are definitely worse than cats to comics. Oh yeah, no, yeah, they eat them. Yeah, no, they eat paper just in general. Although comic books have been like since the 80s have been treated, so they're not as bad. Plus, I bag and board mine, so yeah, they'd have to do some like pretty gnarly work on it. People use cats on farms for rodent control. Well, I mean, I got me a mouser. Like I'm pretty lucky about that one. My other one too. He his older brother. I almost call him his little brother. Yeah, I got that. They look almost the same. Like he's just got a rounder head. Like if you guys didn't know, you would probably just be like, they look like the same cat. But yeah. Farmer McPep. You know, I went to preschool on a farm. For real. I learned how to do some of them farm things. My family's like, you know, long line of farmers. But meanwhile, if you tell me to, you know, like, if you want me to go fishing with you, no, because fish are ewy. Ewy. Ew, they're all gross and they're slimy and just, I don't know. Oh, dude, actually, no, what did it for me was I cut myself on a fish gill once, and I was just like, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. What? You're telling me that these things can cut us and give us splinters? I'm not doing this. Why? Pep, you sow the seeds of revolution. Don't say that. Don't say that. I'll end up on an FBI frickin' watch list right now, especially now. Here, you know what? I'm glad that you kind of did that, because that kind of brings us into our first news piece. Fish give me the ick. All right. You know what? I feel vindicated right now, because fish are nasty. You can get a nasty skin infection from that? Really? Ugh. Oh my God. See? Why the fuck? Why? Why are people out there doing this when you can get a nasty skin infection from just getting a little splinter from a fish gill? Dude! Sorry. I'm going to have this where it's just like, wait a minute, but people look at me like I'm the weird one? No. I'm the safe one. And also just, yeah, like you said, they're just ew. You know, even as a food, sometimes they taste good. Sometimes. Fishy is just a test of how bored you are, or how bored you and your friends can get. Listen, I have noticed that there's... Okay, what is that? Yeah, you are being a problem, okay? You found the one loose comic book and was just like, ooh, beer required for fishing? Oh, dude, when I hear that somebody's sober and they fish, it genuinely confuses me. Like, I'm like, wait a minute. You like to be like, it's one thing to be like, I don't drink and I golf. It's like, okay, well, golf is, I mean, kind of stimulating. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan, but I people love that shit. But yeah, fishing. That's just a lot. And, you know, I'm all for practicing mindfulness, but oh boy. But that's also the weird thing is like dudes that usually go fishing are not exactly the most mindful dudes that I know. So I don't know. Doesn't seem to be getting the thing that you would want to gain from it. But yeah, man, I remember going golfing with my dad, and I was just like, I don't like this. It is like so. Yeah, it's reverse simulating. Yeah, no, like I had a problem. Like I know you're talking about fishing still, but I'm just saying, like I'd if you got some beers there, and then we got the cart, and we can just, you know, not care. The worst part about playing golf with somebody is playing with somebody that takes the damn thing way too seriously. My favorite golf games are with somebody that wants to go just to have a good time. You know, maybe rip a few joints, and then you know what I'm talking about when you hit the ball too hard and that joint in your knee, you know. Actually, no, that's not the. Hey, okay, that's it. You're using. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Say goodbye to everybody. Say bye. Bye. I'm going upstairs now. Look how I made him wave. Mini golf is fun? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, mini golf is fun. See, mini golf I can do because, like, you don't just you're not staring at this long fairway where you have to wait for somebody that's just like, you know, and or even worse, someone's waiting on you and they're just like, can you play it? Can we play through? It's like, fuck this. God. So much anxiety-inducing bullshit that people don't even think about. I'm good at fishing is like saying, I can wait here longer than you. It is you're essentially playing like you're having a staring contest with nature. And then you're just, I win. Ugh. Is it the fact that it takes so long that it's like that's the like extra dopamine? Is that what does it? I've never thought of it. Like, I've never really thought of this. Oh, random thought. Okay, so, man, excuse me. All right. Yes, and because I grabbed these, I will give you one. When I was bringing these downstairs, I was looking at the box, right? Notice this. It says, tail wagging meaty taste. I don't know, maybe it's because I had like a little, you know, bit of some green thought courage. I was kind of like, how do they know that? Like, they got taste testers that are dogs that can kind of answer the question where it's like, woof, and that woof meant yes, and that woof meant bad. Or is it like the ones that like they got the buttons where they're trained? Because again, they're using it as marketing. So that means that, you know, they don't want to have false advertising. So that means that there's a meaty taste to it. Who tasted this? Do they actually have a human taste tester? That's like, yes, that does taste like a sufficient amount of meat. Okay, we can continue. I want to know. I don't know. I ask really stupid questions, but yeah. Like, which one do you guys think it is? Here, actually, you know what? I'm going to do a poll for this one. What do you think it is? Do you think the taste tester for milk bones are ... human dogs? All right. This is one of the silliest polls I think I've ever developed. But fuck it. They have a human taste tester. Do they? Like, is that a real... All right. You gonna play the Joe Rogan bits on me? Fine. Well, then we're gonna do the thing that I do. Loomer ate dog food on her stream. Oh yeah, somebody they fooled her into doing like a fake read. and it was for a fake company. No, that's where I'm confused. I'm not sure if she actually ate the dog food, but you think they're human? Wait, you guys really think they're human? My guess, they're using prison inmates to test stuff like that. Pep, I'm glad you're here. Oh, thank you, Eleni. I'm glad you're here. No, for real. Thanks for hanging, man. Thank you for being over on Twitch too. I really appreciate that, guys. It's a very smart dog. Like I said, yeah, is it a dog that can just do they have the buttons? So like they go and they hit the button. It's like, this is sufficiently meaty, yes or no, and they're just no, and then it's just like too meaty, and they're like yes. I don't know. I'm constantly thinking of this little like smart terrier that's just manipulating the entire process. Just like, no, I need another treat to really determine. No, man, I'm serious. They have human testers. Oh, okay. Like, this is wow. All right. Well, here we're gonna learn about this then. Milk Bones human taste testers. What is that? It did pop up with Google. People have taste tested milk bones in videos and online, describing them as dry, bland, hard, and tasting like cardboard or mild whole grain crackers, with some variations like beef or bacon flavors being unappetizing. Though generally harmless in small amounts, they're not toxic to humans. Blah 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 blah. Why people should try them? Curiosity, safety, not human grade. Okay. Wait. No. I want to know about the company, though. I want to believe in Doggo Sommelier. Yeah, well, that's what I want to. Like, Pep gonna eat a milk bone live on stream. That's a required donations. Listen, I know that I like to have fun here, and that a lot of my fun is also not paywalled. That fun will be paywalled. If you guys want me to do the the hot pepper challenge at the end of the guess how many peppers, which we do have, I know that we got at least one new person in the chat today that does not know about the thing here. So, Rowdy, let me introduce you to the game that we're playing until Christmas, because I was gonna open this and do this last week, but the brine still has not hit. So I pickled some peppers. Get that. Pep picked some peppers and pickled them. So how many pickled peppers did Pep pick? We are legitimately taking guesses. Not sure if you're interested or what we're gonna figure out like another incentive here. But the quick incentive that I had was I got a merch drop coming, and I was going to give a coupon code - first access to the merch drop, which my merch is dope, dude. Like, honestly, I think that so many people are gonna look at my merch and just be like, I don't even know who that is, but that's really cool. And that was the goal. 30, 6 or 7. Okay. Ooh, zombie banana. You got 42 here. Let's see. Zombie has not guessed. Hell yeah. Fred, you guessed 33. Zombie. Banana. You say 42? All right, Rowdy. I'm gonna say 6 or 7. Fucking. Thank you, South Park. Yeah, you said 33. Whoever gave me the monthly membership, thank you. That would be Mr. Bandit, and you can thank him, and seriously, like, shout out Bandit. Real guest 21. Okay, here we go. Rowdy. 21. All right, and I will be making that announcement. I think the stream after Christmas. So, still haven't seen those. What? Still haven't seen what? What you want to see the peppers? I'm gonna keep doing that so you can't just like, yeah, you know, do the thing. Oh shit! Man,
At HBX $20.
full body hoodie or
Full
eat a
body
milk
hoodie or
bone.
eat a
The
milk
choice is
bone.
yours.
The choice is yours.
Oh, full body hoodie. That's the obvious one. All right, I gotta go get that then. I just watched that. Which, yeah, I think it was time. Also, thank you, Etch, for real. But here, more importantly, I gotta give him his bits. Yeah. Oh my God, 20. Here. 20. He gets 20 milk bones. That's why I got the. By the way, guys, these are the mini ones. I made sure to get him because we were kind of running into that where I'm like, okay, he gets a lot of these. Which again, thank you, dude. Oh, I'm gonna keep positive. I'm gonna keep positive, man. This is just a minor setback. The stream is gonna get pushed out there into the algo. Everything's gonna be completely fine. And also, yes, full body hoodie. Although, dude, check this out. I mean, got my my Godzilla here. Etch, do me a favor. You guys think it's 50-50, by the way, between human and dog? Peace, love, and pizza. Well, again, man, pizza's kind of my thing. Well, pizza, hot dogs, everything that gives you massive heartburn, especially when you start reaching your 40s. It's so much fun. Alrighty. I'm gonna go grab that here in a minute, but I'm gonna go into this story real quick, and then I suppose the full body hoodie makes it a little bit funnier when you have a dude wearing a. All right, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second here. Stan's gonna take over. I'm gonna play my bumper music, which is just my normal music. I'll be right back. Hey, you're supposed to be over here. Oh my God, why is this thing so... Okay. Full body hoodie has commenced. Else. Right. You know what? Comfort. Extellus Venomous. YOLO people. What up? Oh, man. Yep, you got that Stan. Who's just like, okay, so this bed just produces milk bones now, right? Questions. It's been a while, looking snug. Yeah, you know what? It has been. It's been a long time. I'm gonna start keeping this down here again. Yeah, thank you for that. Hello from Denmark. Really? You're Danish, eh? Oh. Technically, so am I by like 25%? Dutch German. But yeah, cool. But Extellus, welcome, welcome. All right. I like how now I'm wearing the teddy bear hoodie. Top tip, do not try the Putin diet. Random question. Have I any tattoos? No, I do not. I'm not a tattoo fan specifically because I get bored with art real fast. So yeah, I knew that I'd be like either putting a new tat on or just getting them removed. Like, I saw the future, and the future was bleak. So I decided to stay away from those. Only lost 2 kilos in 3 years. Are you? I mean, I'm gonna assume that you're kidding, but kilos. All right, you're making me do the thing. 2 kilos is. Let's not expose why Pep would know any of this math. That's why it's always funny to me where they're like, you don't know the metric system. I'm like, I could convert into grams real fast. I could also eyeball that shit. You want to test me? Russia lost its second kilo submarine today. Oh, really? Man, I have not been paying attention to that conflict nearly enough because I just got any snow out? I mean, it's been snowing pretty hard here in Chicago, but no, I'm not one of them. I should see the footage. In a bit. I can just actually, to just give you guys a little like all jokes aside bit here. No, I'm only green with the fun, and I occasionally like to hang with a fun guy, if you know what I mean. I'm very boring. Is this the channel for exceptional Americans? I consider myself an exceptional American and an exceptional human being when I'm not being a complete prick. I don't know. Sometimes I can be a prick. Sometimes it's more so just I don't take things as seriously as I should. Oh shit, am I going into existentialism about my professional career? Whoops. I've been saying I was gonna do that a lot less. But yeah, if I'm being real, that's like my one thing. I don't know, like I decided to do politics and talk news, and a lot of people tend to like expect me to be like Vosh and just, I don't know, have all these, I don't want to call it nuanced takes because his aren't exactly as much nuanced as they are just framed in a like poli-sci framing, but I don't know. Do I welcome objectional Europeans? Like, what's your objectional take? Like, what? Inner city kids will always pass. Oh, inner city, come on now. I wasn't even inner city, and I can tell you right, like, yeah, there was a, let's put it this way, there was a certain group of kids that all seemed to listen to the same types of music and hang in the same same car and on break. So objectionable. I was asking about actual snow, not any innuendo. Good answer though. No, I mean, I'm being for real. I'm not into that. No, we do have snow. It's most of the snow turned to ice though. Oh man. Okay, sorry. Just got something. Got an update on whole situation. Well, that's already good. Like I said, I should definitely not freak out, but yeah. That was not good news day for me today. Snow, what part of the USA am I in? I am in the Midwest. From Chicago. That toddling town. Wait, we were the toddle in town, right? Chicago. Yeah. I like how I have to ask that question where I'm just like, oh, I don't want to lose my my Chicago card. No, the easiest way to do that is just like, do you have any ketchup for this hot dog? It's like, don't you fucking dare. Yes. Am I one of those types of Chicagoans? I am. I really am. I can't. After being the kid that grew up with, you know, the hot dogs and ketchup and realizing, I'm like, wait a minute. Why would you give me that and not even try to give me the, like, I got legitimately mad at my mom about that, where I was just like, why would you not give me the mustard and just even celery salt? Why? Like, I thought it'd be too bitter for you. Although, to be fair, like, we did that with my nephew, and that's like, I think that he is anti-Chicago dog for now. But again, he's 7. I guess there's times there where you're like, I'll forgive you. What do we got? We have got a good update. Oh. Well, that's good. I get to have a decent conversation after stream about this then. Cool. Do you cook and eat fresh vegetables or McDonald's? I mean, I do both. I have a pretty balanced diet. Like, I ate McDonald's on Friday because I don't know, I was craving some Mickey D's. Sometimes, every once in a while, I'm just like, ooh, I want some of that Mickey D's. Got to go at like peak lunch hour, but right after the rush, because yeah, that's when you get your freshies and you don't have to worry about the waits. See, I just happen to know how to do fast food and not have a complete anxiety attack. French fries, haven't had them yet. I have not had them. Are they good? I haven't had like the salt. Sometimes that's what I got. I got me a 10-piece chicken nugget, a medium fry, and a daily double. It was a good meal. We have a perception in Europe that most Americans eat unhealthy fast food quite a lot, hence the obesity. Well, I mean, that's a pretty decent perception because, like, the problem is a lot of working Americans, they don't have any other choice. So picture this, right? Your average, like, American, like, your American city, like your average city block. It may not even be fast food, but, like, the food choices that we have are not the healthiest. And, like, for instance, on your lunch break, you can't go to, like, a Sweet Green, for instance. Sweet Green, for a lot of people, like, they're all over this city, but generally it's going to be at least a 20-minute, 30-minute ride or walk to get there. So it makes no sense. So, for those Americans that don't make their own lunches, which you'd be surprised, there's a lot that don't. But there's also the ones that can't afford to get any food outside of that. So trust me. But no, I like to have like balanced diets. I eat a little bit, like I carbo load a little bit too much. Like I love me some potatoes. Like but even I've been getting potatoed out. So yeah, like tonight my dinner is going to be a avocado salad. Maybe I'll add chicken. Let's see what I have for lunch today. Oh, I made breakfast for lunch. I had just a basil and cheese omelet with okay, this is where I might have gone a little hard. 5 sausage links, and then I also had some hash browns. So W's for meat and potatoes. Hell yeah. Meat and potato kind of guy. We tend to prepare our food at home, even for work. It is cheaper to buy at a fast food outlet than cook at home. Sometimes. No, for real, sometimes. Because you got to think of it this way, where for like just a single person or even like a dual person household, a lot of these things come in sizes, like sizing for families. So a lot of times, like for lunch meat, this is one that I struggle with, is lunch meat will go bad because I just don't use it in time. And it's not like I want to eat fucking turkey sandwiches every day for an entire week. Also, I don't know why, but like, maybe my sense of smell is coming back because I've been getting like just blasted by like anytime it's deli turkey or even just like rotisserie chicken. I'm like, what the fuck? Why does that stink? And my one buddy was just like, oh yeah, chicken's fine. Thank you for the $1, man. I really appreciate that. Didn't even attach anything to it, so just a $1 super chat. Really appreciate that, Brian. We gotta hit the oh hey, if you picked up Kirby Air Riders, I got that for a birthday gift. So I can play that if you want to give that a shot sometime soon. Mexico is actually leading in obesity. Obesity is caused by processed foods in first world countries. That makes sense. That means, I mean, dude, when I was in Puerto Vallarta, we went to one of the supermarkets. It was the same. Like, it was processed shit everywhere. Dude, I went to an Asian market. It's very similar, but one thing I will say is they're using different types of oil, so... Oh, celebrates 4 months of membership. It won't let me attach a message to $1. Kirby! Fuck yeah, dude. No, we gotta play some Kirby Air Ride. I'm still getting the hang of it. It's definitely not Mario Kart. I'll tell you that much. The drifting, you have to like hold B and then you gotta let go at a very specific time. Otherwise, you'll slingshot to the wrong end. Kind of annoying. Maybe I'll pick it up when I get paid, which is on my birthday. Oh, shit. You got a birthday coming up, too? We possible birthday brothers? That'd be crazy. My birthday is this week, actually. Oh, shit. I just realized that. Yeah. We're at the birthday week here. So, can you guys guess which day it is? The other thing I got... Oh! You know what? Before we go into news... Be a bad husband if I didn't. So, if you guys don't know, my wife got me this awesome Pokemon advent calendar. Yes, judge all you want, but you know what? Your judgment doesn't take my fun away. Now, your judgment will make me realize that's the 15th. Oh my god, this goes back to the 11th. Hell yeah. So, skipped a few days here. All right, let's see what we got. What is the average working day hours for your average American? 9 to 5. That's why we call it 9 to 5. Ooh. Destined Rivals 3-pack. Haters gonna hate? Hell yeah, they are. They can hate all they want. All right, I'll open that pack in a minute. We need to find 12. Here's 12. What's the date today? 13th? 14th? 15th. Oh my god. Oh shit! Got a full Destined Rivals pack. That's good. That's good. Oh, let's fingers crossed for something fun with that. Oh, 13th. Gotta shake it off. My ex-wife finally found somewhere just in time for Christmas. Oh, nice. Hey, we got some stickers. You know how I feel about stickers. Those will probably go on my Yeti. So, so you have time to cook and prepare healthy food in the evening? Me? No, because of my lifestyle choices. I like to stream, and I also have ADHD, so sometimes I just forget to eat. Realistically, I like to have a big lunch, and then I'll have like some popcorn or something, and snack through stream, and yeah. Sometimes I will go up and just go to bed, which is not healthy. I don't recommend that. I admit that my ways might not be the best for everybody. Ooh, got another 3-pack. And like right now, we also have like diet restrictions. It's culturally very different. I have homework I have to get back to. If you're on later for my break, I'll pop back in. Oh, dude, I really appreciate you stopping by, and thank you for renewing your membership, and thanks for the $1. And I think you gave another membership or another one here. Let me, because now I can actually look viewer activity. Are you serious? It's not going to give me my viewer activity? Oh, that's some BS. how the heck am I supposed to read super chats if I were to do it at the end? Like, you know, so many do. Which, I gotta say, I was surprised when I was on that debate how many super chats were given there. I was really shocked. Oh, fuck yeah. Got a special Pikachu card. All right. I think that was it for the... Yeah, we're caught up. 15th. I didn't miss any. 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. Yep. We're good. All right. And now we'll be caught up. Baker's hours, 4 to noon. Oh, you do? Is that what you're doing here? Like you do 4 to noon? Man. Well, in America, it's really different, but like the average is like 8 to 10 hours or something like that. Somebody just sent me a nice message. All right. So while I go through this next story, at some point, actually, not while I'm doing it, but I do have to open up these packs. So throughout the stream here, we're going to be opening some Pokemon packs that I just got out of my cool advent calendar. You did great in that debate. Thank you, Letterhack. I really appreciate that. No, I usually don't have a lot of confidence in myself, especially in debate spaces, but that, like, not only when I got out of it, I felt like I did really well, but watching it back, no, I did all right. Definitely have a little bit of a self-conscious thing where I'm like, oh, maybe I need to prepare a little bit more, but no. And thanks for whomever gifted the membership. I believe that was our friend Bandit over here. Yeah, welcome to the membership club. And yes, guys, as this new year comes in and as everything has kind of hit me all at once, I'm going to be prioritizing that membership content like I've been telling you guys I'm going to, which, yeah, great way to sell it. But I think you guys know why I haven't been able to do it. Things have been a little hectic. There's also just elephant in the room kind of thing I should probably address is the reason I'm not really talking about Uni's stuff is because we are trying to keep that a little more private. We had a conversation about it. She said the stuff that I can let go on stream are like the major updates, but everything else she said she'd like to just keep private at this moment. So I'm gonna just respect her wishes on that level. But again, thank you guys for all the support. Thank you to anybody that has. Thank you for subscribing, Matt Hoffman. I really appreciate that. Oh man, we are getting very, very close to 1600 over here. That's gonna be awesome. Yeah, wow, 6 away. Cool. But yeah. With the wife, it's none of our business. 100%. Yeah. But the thing is, I'm an open book just in general. I have a hard time kind of not oversharing. And at the beginning there, I guess it was kind of making her uncomfortable. And like I said, it's all about respecting her wishes. And she's also been very cool about it. Like today, she did tell me to tell you guys about her blood panel coming back. Really, when they use the term incredible, that's good news. Like that's really good news. So. But, yeah, I did have somebody ask me privately about that, so that is the reason I bring it up. But yeah, it's none of our business. Hey, I'm a streamer. Don't you know that my business is, my life is your business. That's content. That's content creation. You know, when I was first starting this shit, I wrestled with, like, because there's this excitement that, like, there's this wave that hits you where you realize you got some numbers and, you know, a little influence. So you start going crazy with the, like, okay, you know what? I think I'll make some videos doing this. Then I'm going to make some shorts doing this. And then I'll make a second channel doing this. And it's just, yeah, I'm so glad that I streamlined all that. All that positivity and just my dreams into just this, keeping it very streamlined, because, oh boy. Yeah, I think that was overreaching. But the one thing that I do want to focus on a little bit more are some shorts. Like, I want to do some, like, exclusive shorts for the channel, like, maybe starting off the day, doing, like, a little, 4 or 5 minute kind of thing. But, if you guys got any recommendations, I am all ears. If you guys have anything that you want to see on my channel or would like me to see me kind of experiment with, if it's, if I'm interested and want to give it a go, yeah, definitely don't be afraid to give me some suggestions. But we are in the news hour. So if you guys don't know the structure of my show, I think most of y'all do, but Rowdy, again, you're new here. I like to kind of just chill for the first hour, get, my business out, talk about just whatever is going on, and then go into the news once the first hour's up. So that's kind of what we do here. So, Menchie, how you deal with YouTube shadow banning some of your videos? Are you asking for me, or are you asking for you? You're struggling with shadow banning? Okay, I have to be careful here because YouTube does consider this gray territory. How do I keep this? All right. I really love your content. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. Seriously, thank you so much. Guys, I need that. For real, after the day I've had, oh man, that goes a long way. I hope that you guys can see that even those little bits, that thank you for that. You're new too? Well, thank you for, guys, seriously, thank you for being new here. Or if you're new to YouTube, even. Well, number one, welcome to content creation, for real. I'm glad that, we got people out there taking a chance and doing their things. So, like I said, I got to keep this in gray territory without giving away the YouTube trade secrets or whatever. Like, honestly, when you read their TOS, and I recently had to do that because they were just like, anytime I get an email that says we have updated terms of service, I get a little existential dread because I know exactly what I'm doing with my morning. Ugh. I'm not a lawyer either. I'm just like, okay, let's... is there anything that I need to possibly run by a lawyer? Which there's only been one time where I was just like, hey, I got a question. Can you maybe not charge me for it? Anyway, but at Think Video, thank you for the wonderful compliment. And Showmanucci, with your shadow ban deal, number one, you can't really tell, you can't really get an official, indicator of whether you've been shadow. That's why it is a shadow ban. You have to kind of figure out what TOS you possibly may be testing on that end. So my recommendation would be to kind of go over the TOS that is applicable to you and your channel. You want to make sure that if you are reacting to content, this is a big one, that you're not reacting to content that has kind of put themselves on, we call it the no-no list. At least I call it the no-no list. Where I don't use their channel because, any given day they don't strike. They're not doing hard strikes on you. Especially if you haven't received a hard strike on you, that's usually when you will see some channel badge, is when you're getting to that point where you're testing the waters a bit too much and they're just getting annoyed with dealing with you. That's what happened to me. I can talk about my personal one where I played a few videos where I had some, not even copywritten music, it was copywritten later. I had to deal with a really shitty situation where there was this complete jackass of a human being out there that was going around taking copyright-free background music for streams, and they were taking specific songs and they were putting them under a YouTube channel and claiming it as their own, and then going after any channel that had that song in their streams, which was a lot because it was streaming music. It's free to use streaming music. This was the whole grift. So I got hit by that. Hence why you guys hear repeat music on my stream here, because honestly I haven't really had time to go and curate a new playlist. When I do, expect a little bit more synthwave. I think 2026 is going to go back into the synthwave. But yeah. When you get those little hits, that's when they kind of just say, all right, man, like we're not going to ban you, but copyright troll. Yeah, copyright troll. That's what that's what that is. Copyright trolling, it's the worst. Anybody that's out there that's interested in making content or already makes content, anytime you want to use music, just make sure that it doesn't have a YouTube attached to the song called like Crimson Glow -topic. Anytime you see -topic, I'm sorry. Even for like, I know that there's some legit artists out there that have to do that. Nope. I automatically just go, not going to use that. And then I will tie it back and just be like, okay, is this on a Spotify playlist? It is. Okay. Well, guess what? I'm going to report them. Because, yeah, it sucks. Like, copyright trolling is just the worst. So, yeah, that's how you can kind of avoid that. But yeah, Etch, thank you for welcoming them to the channel. Appreciate that. I think I covered everything. Because there's something else that... No. Oh. Another thing that can do it is if you... Do you do, like, controversial content? Because I know that when I was first starting, and I was, like, releasing some videos, like, going against, like, Tim Pool and stuff like that, they'll, like, do, like, mass reporting, and that will kind of do that, but got some fam over for dinner, so I got to bounce, but I'll be back. Thanks again for the chill sesh, and I'll manifest some good luck for you. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you for... Yeah, have a good dinner with your fam. Hope to see you back here soon. And yeah, dude, for real, like that means a lot to me. Like, positive vibes go a long way in my book. I don't care whether you're saying a prayer for me, if you just say good vibes, any of it. Like, after the year I've had, it has all been about like taking the positivity and just running with it. That's why compliments really get, oh man, especially like IRL compliments where I'm just like, oh, thank you. Like, damn. Just a few weeks ago when I had the double dose where I had the barista say that she liked my hair, and then I had another guy say he liked my hair. I was just like, you know what? Just take it. Just take the compliment and roll with it, man. Just... So, all right. But with all the positivity that's out there and my coziness, oh, yes, again, Etch, thank you for getting us to the cozy zone. P.S. Sick hoodie. Yes, this is a sick hoodie. Although it's warm as shit. It's kind of warm down here, so this might have to go back to the other hoodie here in a little bit. But yeah, this is like the most comfortable thing I own. I pretty much live in this when I can. That has to be surreal for someone to recognize you from YouTube. I mean, I haven't had that IRL yet. Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool. I've had people recognize me from other channels, though. Like, and actually over on Speakeasy's thing. That was kind of nice. I got recognized by somebody there where they were just like, hey, weren't you the guy that was sick? And they were just like, hey, good on you for doing that. That meant a lot to me, where I was just like, cool. I kind of have to reiterate that I did think that that was going to be a little more hostile towards me, but I also wonder how much of that was just me not antagonizing. I don't know. Like I want, upon the watch back, I felt like I was vibing, and anytime that, you know, JS tried to kind of get me to fall into some trap, I was just like, dude, I'm not your average lefty. Like, you keep using these arguments that would probably get like your average leftist mad, but that ain't me. Anyway, still locking now. Here we go. They were subtle in the hostility. I mean, you guys seem to be dealing with it. I didn't get to catch too much of the chat. I tried to look at some of like the playback, but I didn't even see a bunch of the chats in there. So, the little bits that I caught, you know, I saw that I was getting cooked a little bit, and I did see that, you know, the one time that I looked though, where I actually got to see like some scrolling chat, that was kind of funny. Where I was like, damn, they're cooking JS. Because I was looking for them to just be like, oh, this guy sucks, blah 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 blah. Thanks for the advice. I subbed. I rip packs of TCG like Magic, and my children rip Pokemon. Okay, hey, well, I also rip Magic cards too, okay? I found 2 of these, and those are coming later, yes. And I'm a huge Final Fantasy nerd. So when they did Final Fantasy Magic, that was just hands down one of my thing. And my children rip Pokemon. We do not show our faces, but I find that my Pokemon Advent Calendar rips are automatically suppressed. Really? On TikTok? That's interesting. I do not read chat. Do not read that chat. I needed a shower. Baker Bell out here doing the Lord's work, just like, no, I've already... Trust me, Pep. I've already been your editor in all the ways that you needed here. You do not need to go and read those chats. Now I'm curious. I mean, let's see. Because, yeah, when he started doing the victim blaming stuff, that was a little... Yeah, like I could imagine if anybody was agreeing with him, I'd be like, what? No, why would you do that? Legitimately just being upset. It's like, why are you making such a bad argument? Come on. If I delete and re-upload with different music or a different hashtag, then it helps. Oh, Well, I know Pokemon content is definitely... I mean, if you're doing this on TikTok, yeah, that's easy. Like, I admit, you guys can go to my TikTok, Pep Talks TV, the same name pretty much everywhere. You can look. I'm guilty. I got some Pokemon rips on there. They did okay. Yeah, I need to focus on my TikTok a little bit more, because apparently my buddy just told me that they're starting to push leftist content a little bit more. So I was just like, maybe I need to do that. At the very least, JS was reckless. He was. I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. Like, he was making some points that, like, his own audience was just going, nah, fam. Like, that's not it. Like, that, like, stop. Just please stop. I kind of felt that was the vibe where they were kind of just like, no, dude, can you, no. Because at least that very bit, or that little bit, I did see that leading up to, because, like, I caught that vibe, and I was doing the playback. I should probably just say that I got the content coming out. When did I slot this for? 19th, which I did that for the Epstein release. So I figured, why not, when they release the second bout of files, have that there. But yeah, while I was cutting that up, that's where I did see it, like, the lead up to where I'm like, is he about to say what I think he's about to say? Like, my face did it, where I was just like, oh, he's not. I'm glad you didn't go full savage at the opportunity when he took that route. He expected me to. He was definitely trying to egg me on. I caught that. I think he knew he was wrong about... or I think he knew how wrong he was, and he doubled down on it. My best guess is... because you have to be shitty to really think that. Well, that's where I'm kind of confused. Like, how much of that was just trying... Like, him being super comfortable with his audience, him thinking that he could spin me to somehow being the irrational position in that. And then, like, I don't know, it felt kind of like he was trying to do, like, the edgelord groiper kind of shit, but didn't really know how to do that properly either. Yeah, I'll be honest, that was wild. I'm still kind of processing the fact that it's like, wow, wow, like you actually went there, and then yeah, after he did that, I was like, oh, that was an easy win. I think he knew he was wrong, but oh, it just popped up twice. Huh. Okay, I guess my chat is on a little bit of a delay here. There's an ultra libertarian being gross about teenagers and arguing with Speak's wife, who was modding the chat. It was wild. Really? Wait, his audience was weird about him, was with him about it. Like it was the first time he articulated that stance out loud. So wait, yeah, was his audience kind of like walking back, just being like, hey man, no, this ain't, like, can you stop? Like, did anybody actually say, like, JS, you lost? I wish people could be just, you know, that nuanced in their analysis of a debate, but whatever. The amount of, like, shit that is just, like, where they have so much invested in just making me look bad, that was where I was kind of like, Speak, you know what, I'll just say this. He said some nice things to me. Told me I did it not only a good job, but he thought that I handled it very well. Actually gave me the most props on the way that I handled the after thing, where he was just like, you were good on the panel. I was just like, okay. How much of it is somebody trying to get a return appearance? Don't know. You know, that's where me as the content creator is just like, you know, I appreciate the kind words, but I'm also going to be skeptical. I'm going to have a healthy dose of skepticism there, just in case, you know. Don't want to toot my own horn and then have it, you know, blow up in my face. All right, guys. I'll be honest, the reason that I'm having a hard time getting into this news story is because somebody already kind of segued into it, and now I'm like, oh, well, I can't really segue into something that I never got into when I should have. What up, Chris? How's it going? Good to see you. I think you jive well on panels. That means a lot to me because I feel like that's actually one of my, like, sources of just, like, being nervous about the way I do things. Subscriber, thank you for the subscription, Space Cowboy. Hell yeah. You, Space Cowboy. I got to say that in context. All right. So, God, I'm never going to get to the news. But real quick. Oh, by the way, happy Mountain Time. Please don't plug. So I just want to say I was watching Gundam Wing. That's what I spent the majority of my day doing yesterday. Went back, watched Gundam Wing, which is free on YouTube, by the way, if you guys are curious and want to give that a go, which I recommend it. However, please watch it knowing that it has some of the worst dialogue I have ever seen in an anime, to the point where I remember the exact episode. Episode 17 has some of just the most what the fuck, like, who did a child write this? Because at one point I noticed that it was like every other line was about them talking about outer space, but the way they said outer space was like it was like a kid. I'm like, just say space. Because, like, at one point he's like, to outer space, all of us. I'm like, all right, Tiny Tim, what the fuck? Like, yeah, just a little aside about my weekend and what I chose to spend my time doing. Watching God, that really is something I've been doing a lot more of, is going back and just watching stuff that I enjoyed before. Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball Abridged, then all of, you know, Gundam Wing, and I'm never gonna watch One Piece. I'm never going to watch. Like, I don't get it. Because I got friends that are still like, dude, you're really going back and watching all this shit when you could be watching One Piece? I'm just like, yes, but this is comfort food. I need comfort food right now. My brain, it just, it needs to be comfortable. It needs to be as comfortable as I look. So anyway, let's get to this news. I don't know how to segue, like I said, to this in the way that originally I was going to, but fuck it. So the FBI came out, and this is a story that kind of got buried by the top story of the day, which we'll get to in a little bit. But, so the FBI, just randomly, today, decided, hey, well, not decided. They decided to release this report saying, we caught 4 left-wing alleged terrorists planning something for New Year's Eve, and we caught them. So, oh, that is not it. Give me one sec. I pulled it up. My bad. So, FBI officials in the dark about new terror group targeted by Bondi's DOJ. So, an announcement by, what in the AI fuck? What is going on? Wait a minute, guys. Sorry. Usually I don't go right into distraction with the advertisements, but what is this? What's this thing with the bacon that looks like hair? What is this? What is that? That doesn't look like it doesn't look like it exists or should exist. That would be a greasy mess. But yeah, what is this? I'm sorry. Like, I love cats and all, but damn. Anyway, an announcement by Attorney General Pam Bondi's Department of Justice of breaking up what she describes as what would have been a small, massive, horrific terror plot in California received a small amount of skepticism on MS Now Monday afternoon. Earlier this morning, the Donald Trump appointee announced on X that the Turtle Island Liberation Front, a far-left pro-Palestinian, anti-government, anti-capitalist group, was preparing to conduct a series of bombings against multiple targets in California beginning on New Year's Eve. The group also planned to target ICE agents and vehicles. This was an incredible effort by our U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI to ensure Americans can live in peace. We will continue to pursue these terror groups and bring them to justice. Uh-huh. Okay. What the fuck? What is this, dude? I thought, like, what am I searching if it's targeted where it'd be cat dresses and leggings? What the fuck? Apparently, the algorithm's just like, do you want a cat sweater? Do you want to get your wife a cat sweater? Perhaps some smart cat leggings? Like, dude, what the fuck? Could you imagine just sitting on the couch and seeing those staring back at you? Just, wow. Anyway. The announcement and the subsequent nationally broadcast news conference came just a week after a leaked DOJ memo revealed the agency was targeting groups of anti-American... Yeah, like, again, just 1 week after they make this announcement, after the Monday press conference... MS Now's Anna Cabrera, of all people, because she usually, like, dude, she's been one to kind of just tout, like, oh, you know what? It's not as bad as they make it out to be. Maybe we should just give them the benefit of the doubt. Asked senior investigative reporter David Rode if he had seen the news coming. So there's 4 individuals that they've arrested, and they say they're sort of part of a far-left organization that are against capitalism. He replied, and then there is not many more other details about how sort of far along these plots are. I think it will be very important to see what the actual charging documents are. Yeah, let's see. And it's not a group that has a large presence online. That could be because they don't want to have a large presence. Oh, so he's trying to say that's why there's no Antifa. This group, they've been identified as the Turtle Island Liberation Front, which in itself, I'm just like, what? Also, Turtle Island, that's like a little bar that they have somewhere in Wisconsin. They called it a radical anti-government group. Reasserting he wanted to wait and read the charging documents, he replied, I've talked to 3 former national security FBI officials and they have never heard of this group. So it could be very dangerous because they kept such a low profile, but it is not a group that has come across law enforcement's radar in the past. Yeah, that really bodes well for their whole reporting on this. Okay, how do we get the kitty sweater? Well, see, it's obviously AI. It doesn't even have like a fucking... Like, there's nothing to it. There's literally nothing to it. I'm not clicking it. There is a part of me that's just like, I mean... I am curious. All of a sudden, I show up downstairs with, like, my ugly Christmas sweater that's got a giant cat face on it. It's like, you know what, guys? I had a dream about the cat sweater. I couldn't resist. AI got me. All right, here. Let's go to Twitter for this. All right, here's some of the updates on this. No, it's AI. Yeah, I know. 4 arrested in alleged New Year's Eve bomb plot in Southern California. Okay, Audrey Eileen Carroll, Zachary Aaron Page, Dante Gaffield, and Tina Chen Ting Lai face federal charges of conspiracy and possessing unregistered destructive devices. The group tied to the Turtle Island Liberation Front followed encrypted instructions to build bombs at a remote campsite near Lucrine Village, or Lucrine Valley. Home searches revealed posters with anti-government slogans and a detailed... Oh my god, that's what it is? Wait a minute. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I do want to see the documents. Let's see. Fox News. Attorney General Pam Bondi, Lives of TikTok, Eric Doherty. So notice how these are all just right-wing accounts, just pushing this. And the one story that was critical about it, nothing about it, where it's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe we should wait to see the charging documents. Yeah. Meanwhile, we know where their focus went because, yeah, I don't think it was on the Brown shooting. Just gonna go out on a limb and say, because now we're dealing with the fact that they still haven't caught this guy, which makes me think, what's with all this emphasis on a terror group that might not exist, but then you fail on this one?
We're standing by to see if police are going to give an update on the urgent manhunt happening right now for the Brown University shooter. Few details have been shared since officials announced last night that a man they had in custody was no longer a person of interest. Investigators say this is a video of the suspect who gunned down 2
full body hoodie, maybe a trench hoodie.
Wounding 9.
Ooh, if this had I wouldn't mind if this had a zipper in the front.
Others nearly 48 hours
I'll be
ago.
honest.
Police are going door to door in some neighborhoods, we've learned, requesting more footage.
CNN's John Miller is with us now. John, what are you hearing from sources?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Well, a lot of time and resources were used up yesterday trying to prove or disprove the involvement of the person of interest that they had in custody for almost 19 hours.
Wow, you're telling me that the FBI tried to do this thing where they tried to make a media report about it before anything was actually proven, and now they have somebody that's just going to get away with it? That's crazy. That's crazy. You're telling me that Kash Patel's not good at his job? What? It's almost like people within his own department and his own political circles have been saying this, but what do we know? We got that TDS, guys. Oh, man, TDS so bad.
With his release, the focus today is basically on reset, which is while those resources were focused on dealing with that potential person of interest, there were other things that weren't getting done. So now triage.
God, this makes this so much worse for them.
What are the leads that we had that still need?
So they got this fake one about that can't be corroborated in LA, where you had people that had meanie bobini posters that, you know, politically, they don't agree with us. They were saying things like anti-capitalism, capitalism stuff, you know, anything that we would be like testing on our side with free speech. But
second, what are the new leads that have come in response to appeals to the public to call in? And third, as Boris mentioned, expanding that video canvas to
TDS, America's
banks,
venereal disease.
ATMs,
Oh, shit.
any commercial establishments, houses, Ring doorbell cameras, traffic cameras, the flock cameras system, which is something that Providence uses to see if they can isolate a better image than the one that they've put out of a suspect from behind, so that they can share that with the public and try to crowdsource. Has anyone seen this person or know who they are? So there's nothing stalled about the investigation. Everybody's very active. It's all about moving forward with covering those leads and getting a better picture.
Yeah, that's right. How much does it hinder a manhunt, John, when you're not able to release any clear details of this person's face right away?
Well, there have been cases, as you know, where they've had no images of anything or any idea of what they're looking for, and then they've had to rely on shoe leather, forensics, everything else. In this case, they're struggling with the idea that in a world, and think of the cases we know, Luigi Mangione, the Charlie Kirk assassination, we live in a world of cameras, and they have found themselves in a difficult position where either the cameras that they have access to don't seem to have captured the image, or they haven't found the cameras that have. So that's why there's part of their focus today is that door.
It's going to be a Ring doorbell
door sweep.
Guarantee it.
Saying, can we look at what footage you have at the time we think this person could have passed by here?
The question that lingers to me, John, is what officials have seen or what they need to see to determine that there's no longer a danger to the public, because they're essentially saying that there is no immediate danger, but if the suspect is still out there, how do they know that?
So they don't know that. It's an assessment based on judgment, but as you know from our experience here at CNN, typically these terrible incidents resolve in three ways. Either the person is confronted by responding law enforcement and neutralized. The person may take their own life, as we've seen in a number of those cases as law enforcement arrives, or the person surrenders. In this case, we have a different scenario. This is a person who struck and seemed to be very intent on being undetected and by getting away. So their assessment is that while there is still some danger that that person hasn't been apprehended, that person, the perpetrator, wanted to put some distance between himself and this afterwards. Now, Providence, Rhode Island is not a stranger to crime. They've had many shootings, and they've had...
Wait, he may get away with this? Yeah.
They've had gang violence. They've had all kinds of things where, you know, the next day life has to resume and go on. And I think that they are taking the tact in this case that the person wanted to get away, may not constitute an immediate threat, but moreover, they've canceled classes. They've sent the kids home. So what they've really done is reduce the target picture.
John Miller, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed on.
That was a really weird way to just put this. Like, do you see the way he framed that without like saying that we should get over this? He's like, yeah, but you know, this is kind of that point where people just, they say they got to move on.
That
Jesus Christ. And we wonder why, like, we just constantly like, look at Rob Reiner. I did it with my brain last night where I read it, went, that's too bad.
This now is Brown University student Ethan Shanker. He's also a former intern here at CNN and was on lockdown on campus after the shooting. Ethan, thank you for being with us. We know that you guys are going through a lot here. The school and the Providence mayor are saying there's no immediate threat to the community. Does it feel that way, though, to you and your fellow students?
I think that there's a sense of fear that was not there when people thought that the person of interest who was in custody.
What a crazy story. Is gun violence just passe now?
Was in fact the person they were looking for.
I mean, dude, you do realize that they locked down Washington, D.C. because Big Balls got beat up by a teenage girl, but this shit doesn't warrant anything. Anything.
And
Charlie Kirk literally got kirked and they didn't do anything.
I've kind of been talking to students on campus and my peers, and I mean, people's hearts dropped.
But Big Balls, just remember, Big Balls got beat up, so National Guard time.
at that press conference.
It's almost like this administration is so comically unserious in the way that they do everything that so many people have no expectations anymore, including myself. Like, I have a hard time getting outraged about any of this because I'm just like, this is just par for the course now with this administration.
Conference when they found out that this.
Now, when it comes to like a voting season, this is when it really is just like, hey, it should be a slam dunk for just in the fact that it's like, hey, guys, you remember how they mishandled everything? Whether it was the economy, any FBI investigations, any of this shit. Again, they're out there. They are literally out there right now in the right wing going, we got these 4 left-wing extremists who didn't do anything. So good luck proving the conspiracy sides of this. They also notice how they're so gung-ho to put the names out there and the fact that they're left-wing terrorists. But again, they're not showing you what they're charged with.
In fact,
it's almost like this is the whole game.
Was not.
Because they know damn well that most of your average right-wingers ain't going to go looking up what they're actually charged with. No.
Suspect or, that they had been looking for. This person of interest was not the suspect. And
it's genuinely scary that as a whole we are just used to gun violence. I think that we saw somebody talking about this on stream not too long ago, but for real, I remember 1999. Oh, actually, no. I didn't watch this on stream. I watched FD Signifier's video on this, and he brought up how he was in high school. I was in middle school, so we're not too far off in age. But we had a very similar dynamic where we treated that like we had school lockdowns, and he's from a suburb that's not too far from where I grew up. So like we all went on lockdown, and then we canceled school for the following day because we just didn't know if this was like oh my God, could this be like a national thing? Could this is this terrorism? And this was pre 9/11, by the way. And that's how we responded. And then you had a bunch of parents respond where it's just like, well, I don't want this happening to my kids. So there were talks about, putting some new caps on the assault weapons ban, which went up in 2004. Gee, what changed? What changed from 99 to 2004 that would lead to the assault weapons ban just, casually being kind of like, you know what? We don't need that anymore. And then after 2004, what started increasing exponentially? I don't know. Causation, correlation, bullshit.
And I think that people are just now trying to get out of here and trying to go home.
I had a vivid dream where, and this is fucked up that I had this. Me and my dad were at a Waffle House, having a conversation. Some dude walked in, started shooting up the place, looked me dead in the eye, and shot my dad.
People are doing whatever they can to change their track.
And then I woke up, and it was like one of those real ass dreams. That's why I'm even telling you about it, because like I felt like so visceral, like where I was just like, oh my God, and like I don't know what happened at the end. I don't know if I got but
plans. There are alumni who
just that feeling of the shock of watching that happen to somebody that I love in a dream made me kind of understand. Yeah, you know what? That's fucked.
Offering to book train tickets out of the Providence Amtrak
vivid dream
station. Yep. People offering.
I also had a vivid dream where I don't know what I don't know what happened, but I was like, I had $2,000 in cash, and I was just like so happy that I had this $2,000 in cash. I'm like, I'm gonna put this in my sock drawer, and then I woke up and went to the sock drawer. I was like, oh.
Their homes to students who just want to get out of Providence because they can't be in this space.
Tell us a little bit more about what they're saying. Are they, what are they afraid of?
Gee, I wonder, what are they afraid of? What are they afraid of? The fact that they just went through, like, what now we are considering the normal school shootings? Jesus, fuck.
What are their concerns here about what might happen?
I put quotes on that for anybody that's trying to transcribe this, by the way.
I think there's just this sense of uncertainty now that we don't know. We don't know where this person is, if this person's around here, that they don't have someone. The lockdown ended the shelter-in-place order ended about 2 hours after they announced that they had a person of interest that they had detained. And, students, I think, kind of drew a connection to that. I spoke to a student who was in the room when the shooting took place, and well, she still felt a sense of fear even after they had someone that was in that they had detained. She felt better, and now it's kind of just, you know, that sense is gone. People are on a lot more on edge.
We have learned now the identity of the two students who were killed, Ella Cook and Muhammad Aziz Umarzakov. Are you hearing anything about them from your classmates?
Well, I'm hearing about one of them being Republican and how the right is saying that because of that, this must have been targeted, but then it falls apart when you talk about the second student.
Do you know anything about them?
I want to be like very careful because I think that, you know, everyone is still processing this, but I have heard from people. I think a lot of people on campus have, you know, that know them, that were friends with them. That this campus is small. It's 8,000 undergrads and roughly 3,000 grads, but
Jeez,
it doesn't feel
that
like
is a pretty
You
small
see people,
campus.
you know, walking around, and you see people, you know, in your classes, like regularly, so between semesters. It's a small campus. It's pretty tight knit, and this hits close to home for a lot of people. People are grieving and mourning.
How long does this go?
Their
4 minutes.
friends,
Okay, yeah. Well,
and,
I got a victim report after this.
trying to do so while also leaving campus because they feel, in many cases, a sense of fear.
Yeah, no, it's heartbreaking, and these students should be heading home for their much-deserved break as well. And
Yeah,
you
right before
all
Christmas.
shouldn't be in fear. You're a student journalist. I wonder if you've been talking to a lot of people. Do you have questions for school administrators, for local leadership right now?
I mean, I think everyone, I think there's so much unknown right now. I know this is not, people want, I've heard questions about cameras. I've heard questions about building security. I think right now, you know, students, from what I'm hearing, their questions are, a lot of this is about, you know, are you okay? I think that's right now what's going through students' heads. But I know also when they go home, they talk to their parents, when they do kind of see what local elected officials are talking about. They're I don't want to make a huge generalization here, but I do think that students are kind of talking and asking different questions right now than the kind of other people are asking of administrators, because they're still just so processing this so raw, like so recently. I think right now it's just a lot of the questions are about communication, you know, the rationale behind what was communicated to us when and why, and looking back on this and when the emails came, because it was a really, there's no playbook for these exact kinds of situations like at Brown. I mean, maybe there is, but I mean, you can only in your head prepare so much until this happens, because you're hoping it never will. And I think everyone's going to be looking back and thinking back in their head of what maybe could have happened. But right now, students are just dealing with what did happen.
Hold on. Where the hell is it? Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta find the yeah, we got the Rob Reiner thing. What the hell? It's okay. Never mind. Here, I'll just go to my history for it. Yeah, I got a victims report here. Here we go.
The two victims.
I don't know why this wasn't where it was supposed to be. I had this lined up.
Identified as Ella Cook. She was the vice president of the Brown College Republicans chapter. Another victim was named Muhammad Aziz Umarzakov from Uzbekistan, who was at Brown University and studying there as well. A GoFundMe has been set up by that individual's family, government officials confirming his death. So, yes, obviously a tragedy for the Brown University community. The two victims.
All right. So, of course, You know which one Fox News is talking about? To absolutely nobody's surprise. All right. I just went and unsubbed from a handful of popular lefty YouTubers, tired of the clickbait. I know a certain amount is part of the YouTube game, but some people take it way too far. I did the same thing. That's crazy. That's crazy. I did the same exact thing. Keith Edwards. I'll just say it. I unsubbed from Keith Edwards. I can't take his bullshit anymore. It's almost like he plays it so egregiously where I'm just like, fuck. I can't trust anything about you. Jack Cocciarella, I unsubbed from him. Luke Beasley, I unsubbed from him. Adam Mockler, that was the big one. Yeah. Adam Mockler is the one where I'm just like, he's got to knock it off. Because I still haven't unsubbed from him. I'm just like this close. Luke was on that list. Was it the one that he released about here? You know what? I know exactly which video it was here in my timeline. Oh wait, no. I took my view back. Because he had too much clickbait spice on it. Here. Beasley. Wow, he doesn't even pop up for my search anymore. It's bad. Breaking emergency video. I don't know what to say. God damn. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Okay. If this is what they have to do to make it all happened or something. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Because here, 44K views, 121K views. Notice the thumbnail. Oh my God. 141K views. But then again, here, you failed me. Although, did the whole block out. Gets on stage and humiliates Trump. Although I might want to watch that one, I hate to say. How many subs does he have? 1.48 million. Just a tiny, tiny bit. He's a small streamer, guys. You got to make sure that you support him. You got to support your small streamers out there. Oh my God. Sometimes, every once in a while, it does kind of hit me where I'm just like, oh, God. And then, then I see kind of like the suggestions for what comes to my channel where they're just like, hey, have you considered doing this? It's like, no, I haven't, because that's compromising my integrity, and I'm not going to do that. Which, that makes me kind of lose respect for these guys, where it's like, guys, like, God, they play these YouTube games soap, and they're not doing it well. Like, they're literally doing it, like, on the fly like that. Like, notice how Adam Mockler, and I called this out recently, where he started using the little record thing in the corner, where, here, oh, damn, I can't pull it. So it looks like this, where, like, it kind of, like, creates the whole, like, illusion that you're filming, and then it has the record button. Oh, God. With the shaky cam behind it. Maybe more ow my balls content. Are you talking about me? Wait. When have I had an ow your balls moment? I thought that I kept that to myself if I sat on my nuts. Wait a minute. Does somebody have a clip that I don't know about, that I forgot about? Whose balls? Yeah, that's where I'm like, wait, whose balls are we talking about here? This just took a turn. Hold on, guys. Oh God, I just realized that. All right, so pay no attention to the 9 days to go. I have to figure out how to change that, and I'll just keep the goal for what it is right now. LeMayo, nah, viral clip in the making. I was about to say where I just sat down and go, yay! That's what happened. Sat on my nuts. All right. God. See, this is the problem with my show, is I go through a story where we just talked about a shooting at Brown University, and I'm talking about sitting on your balls. Just so you know that I am self-aware. It's just like, no, guys. I know. Oh, Meta the cat. We got oh boy. Wow. I'm out. I've seen the light. And you know what the light showed me? That we need to pay attention to Tim Pool, and he needs better security. Because honestly, I can't believe that somebody just could walk up to his house and shoot it, even though the cops have come out and said that they don't believe him. Which, how could you not believe Tim? How could you not believe him? He's totally trustworthy. Kickflip. Pep, you have to lighten up the mood. That's the best part of watching the news with you. Well, just know that's I mean, you don't have a choice in that one. I am going to lighten the mood after talking about something like that. That's for dang sure. I mean, look at me. I'm literally wearing my teddy bear hoodie to break the news. 4 gifted memberships from Tinkerbell. Ow, Tim Pepper's ball. I sat on my balls. Sat on my balls. It hurt. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Oh, that wasn't a gifted. That was a your membership. Well, thank you for, I always love seeing, how long you got. 4 months. Badass. Man, even that's crazy to me. The fact that, like, some of y'all have been here for a year, some of y'all have been here just a few months, obviously some of y'all have been here longer than you have been, members, but God, thank you guys, sincerely. Thank you for not only subscribing to my channel, but becoming members and just being part of this community. Thank you. It is surreal to me. All right, so I got 2 more parts to this Brown University thing, because I do have the breaking points breakdown of this, which I watched a little bit of this before I started stream. I think that Sagar has some good points at the very beginning of this, so whether or not we watch the full clip, that is to TBD, but we will see. Oh my God. So who's
Good morning,
who
everybody.
you?
Happy Monday. We have an amazing show for everybody today.
I like Ryan Grimm. But Ryan Grimm, I realized that I enjoy his content written.
Show. Good to see you, Ryan. Can't be too upbeat. We have some insane.
It makes the news more bearable.
News,
Matt, thank you.
Just in the last, literally 24 hours.
A lot of death.
Shootings.
Who else does the type of content that I do?
It's just horrific. We're going to do our best to sort through all of this. We're going to take a look at some of the Epstein photos that were
oddly enough, I've never actually sat down and thought
released
about
on
it.
Friday from the House Oversight Committee. You may have seen some of them, but we're going to put them all.
Groove Dragon, good to see you.
Together.
3 things in our society lead to lethal violence: child abuse, including neglect, bully culture, disparity of wealth.
Together, so you have a full reference point, and we're going to go through some of the things that they mean. We're going to talk about this attack in Syria, of which Ryan and I's spidey senses are very, very high. You have two U.S. service members and a U.S. civilian interpreter, aka CIA, who were killed in Syria in a shocking circumstance by a quote.
I like how he just said it. Dude, when you're losing Sagar and he's just coming out and saying, he's just like, yeah, no, this is blatant, government interference. This is, again, the CIA.
ISIS.
Now, will he say it's Trump's CIA? Because that's the one thing I don't like, is the fact that he still treats all this like it's somehow bipartisan.
Gunmen.
Your channel reminds me of AG, but with more side
all
quests.
All the circumstances. Frankly, all of my spidey senses are off, and
fair.
Something is not right about this entire thing. Saturday.
I'm like AG, just with more I'm like AG, just with more ADD. Hey.
Barry Weiss had a town hall with Erica Kirk, but perhaps the most consequential news, Erica Kirk letting us know this morning that she will be hosting a meeting today with Candace Owens, and that in the interim...
You know what I'm not doing? Giving that one any any coverage today. We'll cover like the fallout of it, but the lead up, screw it, don't care.
Turning Point USA's long-planned live stream to debunk, or at least to push back against Candace Owens' many claims of the Charlie Kirk assassination is put on hold for now. At the same time, Barry Weiss calling for censorship in her town hall there with Erica Kirk. And Ryan, you also have some good flags about who the advertisers were, who the new CBS advertisers were on that one. Israel breaking the, can we call it a ceasefire? Is it a ceasefire if you just get to kill whoever you want?
It is offensive to our idea of language.
Yes, yeah, I know.
But it is what the global community continues to call it.
All right, okay. So global norms.
I don't know what to do with it.
Global norms, and as I have long said here, international humanitarian law is fake, and anything coming out of the United Nations or all of that. When a ceasefire results in like dozens of deaths, that's not a ceasefire. Right. It's something. You could call it whatever
it's another phase of the conflict.
Yeah, there we go. I like that. And then we will be talking about marijuana if we have time. If I'm being honest, this is the block I probably want to do most, but also, I'm not an idiot, and I do know that in the interest of time, this one might get cut if we do talk too much. But with all of that, thank you very much, Ryan, first of all, for being here. And thank you to all.
Now there's this part of me that wants to find the back end of the show.
Our premium subscribers supporting the show.
Let's see what he
ahead
has
of the holidays,
to say.
breakingpoints.com if you are able to. We got some big things planned already for 2020.
You may have just gotten the clip because
it's going to be a crazy year. I guess we get to finally run back the intro and be like, 2026 is finally here. It's going to be an election year, but it really will be. I mean, it'll be probably a transformative election year. 2026, we're going to learn a lot about the Democratic Party, about the Republican Party. We've got these crazy candidates who've been coming on the Friday show. Could be the Tea Party wave for the Democrats. We're going to have crazy primaries that happen. So I would
because you guys put that out there in the ether.
Expect a hell of a lot of live streams, coverage, election stuff here over the next year, 2026. So if you want to get in with that, breakingpoints.com.
What better gift for your parents?
Yes, what better gift for your parents?
This is one of those ones where I kind of felt it in like the top of my diaphragm, where I was just like,
Breaking Points. Premium subscription. That's right. And especially to help you navigate some holiday talk
for art.
or some political talk if you're into that over the holidays.
Every time you call, you have something to.
That's right.
Something better to talk about than
right.
Just
and then you can also debate
questions about
you can also debate
what you're doing with your life.
Yeah. You can finally.
I got that. Cha-cha-cha.
Thank you to everybody who's subscribing YouTube to our channel. It really, really helps us, especially here at the end. And if you're listening to this as a podcast, please just give us 5 stars.
That's one thing I'll say. Because you guys stick around, like my average view duration is I'm outperforming larger streamers. So
send an episode to a friend. As I told Crystal, crazy looking at our charts, charting in all these 91 different countries, and Finland. Shout out to Finland.
I just get to look at the analytics chart that tells me that who I'm doing better than with certain metrics, which is super unhealthy, by the way. That's creating a great atmosphere of healthy competition.
Seriously, that was the one that...
Seriously, if you guys are doing content creation and you have a level of jealousy in you, just make sure that you're very aware that they are actively trying to engage that.
Yeah, we love our Finns. We love our Finns. It's a cool country. Food is, we'll leave that on the side. I enjoy my time there. But
they work with what they got.
Yeah, they work with what they got. The saunas are cool. The sauna, as they say, sauna is cool. All right, let's get to these shootings. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with Brown University. Insane screw up by the FBI's Kash Patel. Just unbelievable. So we had this shooting at Brown University. 2 people tragically confirmed dead. We do not yet know their identities. Sadly, apparently their families are traveling for the holidays. Authorities are still trying to get in touch with them. What we do know is that over the last 24 hours,
the space is counter to what YouTube is trying to do.
A so-called person of interest was taken into custody by the province.
Yeah, I think that's also why, like, this space, we don't get the push that, like, actually, by, like, the metrics of hours watched and just in general, like, the content shared, I am a little surprised that we're not growing far a little bit more.
Providence Police, as well as...
shout out to Letterhack. I think that, did he make it known? I'll just say, I'll let him say who he's got, but he's got a special Monday night show tonight that you guys should definitely check out. Special guest.
FBI. Now, this person's name was actually leaked to the news media.
It's not
and widespread. There was a lot of analysis. I'm not going to say their name because he has now been released and is no longer a person of interest. This is just like the Charlie Kirk thing all over again, where the FBI is at the center. Providence PD making very clear that this person of interest who they took in was a result of an FBI screen tip, putting solely the blame on Kash Patel.
Boom. All right. Yeah. At some point, after the new year here, if there are not some inquiries into how poorly Kash Patel is doing at the head of the FBI, I have a feeling that that's all we're going to see when the Democrats win back Congress. And I say win at this point because, goddamn, unless they rig that shit hard, I don't think they're going to win.
Let's take a listen.
Or there is a miracle and the economy bounces back just like that.
The FBI director specifically said in his tweet that
I did notice eggs went down yesterday, though.
it was a tip from Providence Police that led you all to Hampton Inn. Can you confirm if that's true and what
Ooh, right away he's just like,
exactly was the evidence that led you to this person of interest?
Yeah, so it was there was a tip that came in, just like we would take in any other tips, and that one came in specifically identified a person of interest, which was this individual. And so our detectives got on it, just like they got on others, but in this specific one, it was actually picked up by the FBI.
The letter hack is, okay, he is interviewing Jesse Dollemore.
And they followed through with it, and they ended up
which is exciting.
And locating this individual.
Yeah, I could definitely use a little shout out on Dollemore, which I actually think he has given us a shout out before.
And at that point, we did.
I know Kyle Kolitsky has.
Did a thorough investigation, examined, ended up drafting some search warrants, came up with some evidence, but that evidence was examined, and we didn't have enough, obviously, to be able to prosecute anybody. And so
Again, the fact that Kash Patel is on a private jet tweeting about this stuff before the investigation is even before he has an eye-to-eye with anybody who's actually on the ground conducting this shit, that is crazy.
Person was released.
So that person was released.
Objectively, guys, even if I didn't care about your politics, if this was happening on the left, I'd be kind of like, yeah, you know what? Time to get rid of that guy.
Again,
holy shit.
After a triumphant tweet there from the
Also,
FBI.
at what point this is where Trump needs to really kind of reconcile, because he's doing the polar opposite of what he did during the first administration. Because I just read an article about how he hasn't fired anybody. Not a single person that deserves to be fired is getting fired, and he's doing it because he has their loyalty, and that's all he needed.
Hi, director, let's put that up.
He doesn't give a shit if they're good at the job. He just gives a shit that they are literally fans of him.
There on the screen. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah. So here, an update on the FBI response at Brown.
There's no way they're going to convince
University.
I mean, honestly, the way that the FBI has screwed up the Charlie Kirk assassination case too, that needs to be bigger news on the right.
This is from
because if that guy gets off, you do understand that that's all because of the incompetence of the FBI, right?
Kash Patel,
right?
FBI Boston established a command post to intake, develop, and analyze leads and run them to the ground. We activated the FBI's cellular analysis survey team. These are the kinds of things that a guy says who's not really familiar with the agency and is just excited to show you that he works there. To provide critical geolocation capabilities. As a result, early this morning, FBI's Safe Streets Task Force, with assistance from all these.
Difference between Republicans and MAGA is one group knows how shameful and embarrassing Trump's behavior is, but they go along with it anyway. The other group doesn't, which is worse.
Detained a person.
I think honestly, they're both just as bad. But I'd almost say it's worse to be a Republican that goes along with it because ideologically you do not agree.
Interest in a hotel room in Coventry, Rhode Island, based off a lead.
Also, what up, Julia? How you doing?
By the Providence, Rhode Island Police Department. We have deployed local and national resources to process and reconstruct the shooting scene, providing headquarters and lab.
Can you blame a true believer?
We set up a digital media intake portal to ingest images and video from the public related to this.
Jesus Christ! I mean, right here. This is right here. Why would he do this before he's even fucking gotten there?
Incident. The FBI's victim specialists are fully integrating with our partners to provide resources to victims and survivors of this horrific violence. The FBI will continue an all-out 24/7 campaign until justice is all a show. Served. Thanks to the men and women.
We've literally, we have made the FBI just into part of the entertainment that is America.
Finish with
law enforcement, please.
Oh, it turns out that they got the wrong guy.
Because this is the influencer administration. Yes,
done is very quietly speak to this guy in the hotel room.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Right.
Is that? And by the way, again, I mean. Look, again, I'm not going to say his name. That guy has got a good defamation lawsuit.
The right not caring about Kirk is to be is kind of expected. They only cared as long as Kirk was useful. When he was fresher, They had no photo shoots in concert. Now he's just old news. Yep.
On his hands, frankly, because his name was leaked to the news media. His
they did. Can we please focus on the fact that they did this 3 fucking times? They have done this 3 times since fucking Kash Patel has been the FBI director. They did it with Kirk's assassination. They did it with the Texas situation. And then they're doing it with this. Can we look at, actually 4 because the Minnesota situation. Can we look at the just objective fact that they are just blatantly breaking chain of custody to try and get a fucking news story out here in just lightning time? They don't give a shit about convictions. If they did, they wouldn't even be playing this game.
Resume, LinkedIn profile.
I can't wait for the fury of court cases that get just completely dropped because of his incompetence. I just want to see a bunch of right-wingers blaming the right people. Somehow they're going to turn that on the radical left, though.
Everywhere people were
radical leftist judges, radical leftists, radical leftists.
Name
right, other people with
correct.
his background were circulated. I mean, again, it's just like the Charlie Kirk thing. We had members of our own audience emailing us, telling us, hey, you know, for some reason, my face has been blasted all over the internet, and I've been falsely accused. I mean,
during
this
the Charlie Kirk
yes,
thing,
during
yeah.
the Charlie Kirk. This is dangerous, guys. Seriously, very dangerous. And this is just, again, clown show. So somebody needs to step up. I mean, originally after the Charlie Kirk thing, people realized what of a disaster it was. And, you know, luckily this time around, we don't have some ridiculous press conference there from Kash Patel or, you know, stealing FBI agents' jackets or anything of that, reportedly, allegedly. But what we do know right now is that some 48 hours post the shooting, we still don't have any suspect in custody. Let's put that up there on the screen. They say they...
Why are you still being this fair? See, this is what I don't understand. Why? Like, is this what professionalism is? Is this it?
They're still searching for the Brown University gunman.
Like, you're almost there. You've almost got the right amount of just disgust to break this the way that it should be, where it's just like, dude, fuck these guys. Seriously, how stupid do they think you are? That's the biggest question here. They think you're pretty fucking stupid.
Not released any, you know, the person of interest had been released. They did not identify any other suspects.
Guys, we have initiated the FBI super duper mecha assault team.
So it's been, almost 30 hours now. You've got 2 students who were killed. Look, I mean, for all the investigative work, they seem to have identified falsely, at least for now, this individual who was in a hotel room. Like you said, Ryan, they should have just gone, talked to him, run some of the ballistics and the forensics and said, okay, right. But instead, they made it a big triumphant thing. And, you know, his name was leaked out. Really, it's just horrific. And in the interim, obviously, the students at Brown University were going through a terrifying, not just an ordeal in the immediate term, but you've got, you know, multiple hours now, or days now, where they don't know.
Hermit. Damn it, YouTube. Yes, shark garglers.
Who the person is, how they got away with it, what the targeting allegedly, and all of that may have been. We do. I'm going to give a warning.
That one's
here.
getting added.
This is a student's
we're
mother
saving that one.
who was speaking
That's a good
to
one.
the news media just about what it was like to go through this, and some relaying from her own son. Let's take a listen.
What is your son telling you right
I mean, just telling somebody, you look like you gargle sharks. Oh, that's all right.
now?
Oh, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. They were in the middle of finals, so they were all on campus studying.
Wait. So the first thing, you're in an active shooter situation. First thing you do is call Fox News.
At the library, and
Again, the fact that we don't question the most obvious parts of this stuff really does kind of get to me.
about an hour and a half ago, the first text I get from my son is, "Mom, there's a live shooting on campus, and I'm going to run, and I love you." I was like, "What?" So we've only been texting. And
You didn't
I'm
make that
getting
up?
live
Well, it's still
updates from him.
the
because
timeline is broken.
We've told him to
If it could get fixed, that'd be great.
turn off his phone, not to make a single sound.
If I could un-Thanos snap this fucking entire year, I would.
But he's in a supply closet room on campus, barricaded with 12 students. They've turned off the light. They've put chairs on their door. One of his classmates is having a panic attack, so the friends are trying to keep her quiet so that...
The thing is, lady, the fact that you thought this could never happen to you kind of tells me, like, nah, Like, is this what it is? Is this what it literally is? That we need this to happen to every fucking American to actually get something done? I mean, we all saw what happened in Australia that we're going to be covering here in a little bit. But you know what they're doing? Literally next day, comprehensive gun reform.
No sounds are being made.
They already have some of the most stringent gun fucking regulations in the entire world. Guess what they did?
So we've got the same.
But you didn't see anybody talking about the actual hero who, because they talk about the anti-Semitism angle on Fox News, but they didn't talk about who the hero was in that.
Type of imagery here. This is some Brown University students who were actually found in the library. We can go ahead and put that up there on the screen, but you can just see, just literally sheltering.
Until people give a shit, this will continue to happen. Literally, a couple of students have already been through this situation before, the Brown University situation.
The library, they're terrified.
And as the police come in here, I don't know how much of this clip we have. It's terrifying again. The police come in, kind of pointing their weapons like toward the kids. Like,
I mean, they have no idea what's going on, right?
Yeah,
they're also freaking out. Like, you've got a shooting that's happening here.
Has anybody tried to tell her that this is the price we pay for the Second Amendment?
It's just a chaotic situation.
I mean, where's the "We Are Charlie Kirk" in this?
And then they kind of usher the kids out and let them get their bags and like move. Yeah, it's just terrifying. And at least it seems like at least two of these kids who went through this, one of them was in middle school next to Marjorie Stoneman.
Ahmed Al-Ahmed, what a great name.
High school in Parkland. So experienced that lockdown, and another had been actually shot in another mass shooting. So like this is a thing that's happening where people are not, as they grow up, are not.
Sorry, I just did have that thought where it's just like, could you imagine him in school? It's like, Ahmed, they got your first name here twice.
Just one mass shooting, but multiple throughout their lifetime.
I would just sit there smiling. It's like,
look, I don't know. We don't know yet who the person who perpetrated this is. Obviously, I don't know.
That quote will last, Kurt.
That the FBI. Okay, how about this? Hope that the tip line comes through like it did with
Providence Police.
Yeah.
If my name was David L. David, I'd be a hero to myself.
Something, just some good old-fashioned, hopefully, police work there.
All right, I'm glad that you guys saw where I was going with that.
From Providence, but right now, things, I mean, in general, like with the Tyler Robinson case, at least if you buy that theory, which I do, but if you buy the Tyler Robinson theory.
Did he just say he does?
With that, he was identified as a result, but we would show it to you. We would be happy to help if we could. There's nothing released right now by the PD. No. Nothing about a photo, anything, which we kind of had at this time. I mean, you would presume Brown University and any public place carpeted in cameras, so we don't really have very much as of right now. And again, there is some information floating around out there about the victims, but I really would urge caution. Let's let this be a lesson here, especially the person of interest. You cannot just ruin people's lives. And if you're out there putting,
Gee, what's that going to take? Any accountability on this administration, or are you guys going to just cower the second that you see a fucking Republican politician that's going to come on your show? You're going to hold him to that?
Out the names of victims before they've been released by the
This is why I can't stand this class of political commentary where it's just like they're all the same.
Officials, you should consider that somebody could find out about that on social media and not from an official channel. And if that
that was the first story I covered.
Just try to put yourself in their own shoes. People are out there just posting for clicks and all this stuff. I think it's disgusting, honestly. But that's all we have right now. Colossal failure.
Dude, did we so quickly forget the guy that was just like and subscribe, Oh my God, man, it's going down here at the University of Utah. Like and subscribe. Oh man, Kirk just got Kirk. Oh man,
by the FBI, just colossal. I mean, no, it's not to say.
I'm so glad that happened because. Specifically hit that guy being there doing that, because that is the most 2025 thing you can ever see.
That law enforcement doesn't routinely
that explains 2025
come up with tips and screen them, but you don't tout it and make it into a whole thing. They effectively made it seem as if it was a done deal. Leaking the name. I mean, usually, again, you don't really do that.
We got him in a hotel room.
Right. You don't really do that.
At least all kinds of detail, bragging to the news media. And I mean, this.
No, you know what's funny? There's a lot of recourse that can be taken because of that. because they falsely imprisoned him as a suspect, and then they outed him as a suspect in an active investigation. There's a lot of recourse that can be brought against the FBI.
Was a member.
Dude, seriously, all these lawsuits are going to cost Americans millions of dollars. Dare I say billions of dollars.
The U.S. Army Honor Guard, okay, honorably discharged U.S. military, trying to get a good education.
Wisconsin's a good school, and transferring to Brown.
Right, this is a person on the up and up.
Has there been a school shooting without closure? The thing is, there's a lot of actually Kirk's is a lot of people are now on the right and the left going, I don't think that guy did it. Like, you realize that's how bad the FBI fucked this up, is where you, across the political divide, have both sides saying, nah, I think the FBI is making shit up.
I'm out there forever.
Like, that's how bad they are at their job. Maybe, just maybe, it's time to look at Kash Patel and be like, yeah, I can find a new guy.
For no reason. Imagine having to be his family member, too. It's sickening, just the way.
So if I shit on Charlie Kirk, I lose my job, but Trump can shit all over Rob Reiner? Exactly. No, honestly, they want to play these games. Let's fucking play. Seriously, I'm not even kidding. Do not make any threats of violence. Do not do any of that. But if they want to play that game of, you're such bad people. No, go back to the fucking saying the shit about Charlie Kirk, because fuck them.
Being handled. And I blame the FBI 100%. It's because they're the ones who, publicized it.
The normies are losing faith in the system. That
I don't know
this is disturbing. Yep.
His name, but somebody did.
That's kind of part of the whole process, though.
So whoever it is, you should be ashamed of yourself. But in general, they're the ones who are trying to.
The real problem is when they all stay home and still believe all the left-wing violence fucking crap, while it's just like you're viewing just your average protest, and they're just like, see, left-wing extremism.
Yeah. Possibly. Again, I would not assert that.
This is all systematic.
This
is all a systematic approach to make sure that they can demonize the left, to make sure that they can lock us all up. I'm not, you know what? I'm not hiding from that anymore. What, conspiracy brain? Is it conspiracy brain to just see what the fuck is happening and be like, yeah, that's what's going on?
Postulating that this is now the second high-profile incident.
Job must be harder than it looks.
Yeah, it turns out, being a professional is useful at the very top of law enforcement. And by the way, just like with the Charlie Kirk thing, the reason people have a lot of questions.
By the way, guys, we're in the second hour here, so
questions because it was idiotic handling.
I had to do it. Apologies to those who do not have the premium accounts.
Right? And so it's the same thing this time around. Can't imagine being some of my families and others who are involved here. So anyway, off my soapbox, I guess. Hey.
Also, real quick, thank you to anybody who does have a premium account and stays on the stream. I really appreciate you guys. I'm not sure if you know this, but you do help the stream. And Trump wants to sue people for using him in AI videos. Good luck. Good luck. Because the thing is, if he sets that precedent, then he's going to have to actually maintain that precedent. All right, so here's a risky video for me. Democracy Now! Has been kind of iffy on what content they let you use. But this is good enough to where I don't care. I'll edit this out if I need to. But they had amazing coverage on this story specifically.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. A manhunt's continuing in Rhode Island after a deadly mass shooting at Brown University left 2 students dead, 9 others injured. A person of interest had...
Dave, my working theory is that they read some group chat memes and called it terrorism investigation. I honestly think that too.
Detained, but was released last night. In a statement on Sunday night, Brown officials said, quote, local police have advised they do not believe there's any immediate threat to Brown or the local community, unquote.
Happy West Coast.
The shooting occurred on Saturday shortly after 4 p.m. when a masked gunman opened fire inside a lecture hall filled with about 60 students. The campus was placed on lockdown as a manhunt began. 12 hours later, a suspect was detained near the Providence airport in a hotel. According to the Gun Violence Archive, there have been 391 mass shootings this year, including at least 75 school shootings. This is Edward.
Speech is free unless it's anti-fascist, I guess. Yes.
Jr.
Which we need. This is where I've been very adamant that you need to make sure that anytime you hear somebody say Antifa, you make them say anti-fascist.
Brown.
Make the whole brain to their mouth thing very, very familiar with the no cognitive dissonance there, where they won't be just saying that they are pro-fascists. Make them own that shit.
I think absolutely this is a huge wake-up call for everybody that, has been affected and just everybody.
Man, they're bringing some of that Art Deco back, but also like simultaneously doing the whole like 60s, simplistic movement too, where it's just like, we'll sprinkle a little Art Deco on there. We'll make some wavy things on the side of the building. How about that?
And gun violence is a huge issue, and this is truly so tragic that we're seeing these events happen over and over again. And so I think something definitely needs to be done.
JS admitted he was a little bit bash.
What that may be, I think, is something to be figured out.
No, the Nick Fuenteses of the world are literal. Like, that's why I think he is a psyop. I do think that Nick Fuentes was a psyop to kind of like pad the youth into just being like, yeah, you know what, that is based.
It's obviously a very difficult situation.
Because think about it. They're also the generation that has almost no connection with somebody that was a survivor of World War II. Like, millennials and Gen Z were really the last ones that had any grandparents that actually fought in these conflicts, that actually survived these conflicts.
I truly hope that we can figure something out.
At least 2 students at Brown had survived school shootings when they were younger. This is 20-year-old Zoe Weissman. In 2018, she was in the middle school next to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, where a former student opened fire, killing 17 students in Parkland, Florida.
I have friends who survived the shooting in Oxford High School in Michigan.
The fact that this is normalized.
And then went on to Michigan State University and then survived the shooting there. So I already knew that this was something that could happen. But again, you always have this naive belief.
Gee, what could be done about this? I don't know.
And obviously it has. And now there's more.
I don't know. Maybe focusing on this instead of a bunch of random fucking alleged terrorists.
Kids like myself who've been
in fucking California.
Through 2 school
the Turtle Island plot
shootings, and I think that's kind of just representative of the situation that
the one thing that we cannot do, and I'm dead serious about this, is have a bunch of people memeing Turtle Island bullshit. I know that the memes are like there, and like in our average day of being able to practice free speech, it would be totally memeable, but right now we need to play a little bit smarter than this.
The inaction of Congress has put us
in. Give them reasons.
We're joined now by 21-year-old Brown University.
This is exactly why I'm playing this.
Mia Tretta. In 2019, she was shot in the stomach during a school shooting in Saugus High School in Santa Clarita, California. Her best friend, Dominic Blackwell, was one of the 2 students who died in that attack. Mia has been an advocate to reduce gun violence ever since. She worked with Everytown for gun safety, later joined the advisory.
This lib. Ugh. How could she do something so dangerous and left-wing? God.
Board of Students Demand Action. She's joining us now from Providence. Mia,
at what point do you think that it's just like, at what point do you just fucking move out of America? Like, fuck this.
Deepest condolences on what has happened to your community, the 2 dead students.
I wish we could. Like, God, I wish we could. I wish there were countries out there that would just accept refugees from America at this point, where it's just like, dude, they're literally saying that we are committing political violence by using our free speech. I think that might be grounds to kind of let people into your country as refugees.
And the 9, most of whom are critically injured in the hospital.
To be fair, I also look high as fuck when I'm in the middle of my grief. So maybe that's why you guys can't really tell.
Can you talk about what took place at Brown?
Canada is taking trans people. All right, well, that shows me that there's at least a start.
Yeah, I mean, I thankfully was in my dorm at the time of the shooting. I was studying with a friend, but we got one text.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Another friend who wasn't there.
Based Canada.
Basically saying there's an active shooter alarm going off in Barrison Holly, the engineering building. And pretty much as soon as we got that text, hundreds started rolling in. And they kind of didn't stop for the coming hours. I was there in my dorm from the time of the shooting, all throughout lockdown. The lockdown was lifted around 9 a.m. the next morning.
I just know that's how like the bottom of my eyes like puff up when I'm going through like hardcore crying.
And I mean, I was thankfully in my dorm where I had food and water and I had my own things, but I had friends who were in basements alone. I had friends all across campus in library halls.
Yeah, I was about to say that anybody looking for refuge in USA in 2025 seriously needs to rethink their priorities.
Ways that they couldn't leave or stairwells. So it was just kind of a terrifying and confusing experience for everyone.
Why have kids when they'll die from doing normal everyday activities? This does not happen in most places. More of these situations than there are days in a year. Wow, that's disgusting.
Especially when there was just kind of this lack of information, and when there's a lack of information, rumors start. And you know, we felt a lot more security in our kids.
But it didn't happen to the Candace Owens, the Candace Owenses of the world. So they're not going to say anything about it. They don't give a shit. They're they're either in public school or in private schools or homeschooled.
As soon as
there's another reason that rich people don't give a fuck about this.
we found out that the shooter had been
And honestly, this is why rich kids need to get made fun of more.
detained. But obviously that's not the case anymore. So now it's just kind of back to this state of confusion and uncertainty. Not sure if we're fully safe.
This is the land
yeah, there's just so much going on, and especially with the lockdown lasting so many hours.
Mia, I just want to thank you for coming on this broadcast. I can't imagine what you are going through and how this has triggered what you have gone through in the past. And I hate to do this, but I wanted to ask you to, since you've been so eloquent and brave over these last few years, since you survived
No half-mast flags, no national funerals for the two young people.
Another mass shooting. This was when you were a freshman at Saugus High School.
No, they use it for political. They use it for the political gang that they need, which whatever they need to sell at that time. What was the Texas one? Dangerous immigrant. What was the Charlie Kirk one? Dangerous leftists. What was the one in Minnesota? Dangerous trans people. Now they're going to say that this was because it was a young Republican club member. They won't talk about the other guy. Trust me, there's reasons they won't talk about the other guy.
In 2019. If you can talk about how you're doing right now through this. I assume you are just operating on adrenaline at this point. I mean, you're still in Providence.
The thing is, she's probably been there since her first encounter with the school shooter. I mean, that's what trauma is.
Even though school, right, has been canceled.
Like, I can tell you right now, like, I've had some stuff in my life just in the, again, past year, just losing people and pets near me, that it's like that is making me recognize the fact that she's like running on the adrenaline, but it's I guess fight or flight is adrenaline.
Classes, all tests, kids are just going home.
Yeah, I came to Brown as someone who was shot
The fact that people are out there saying this was God's plan.
in the stomach at 15 years old.
Okay.
And
your God sucks.
when something as
And you need to reevaluate everything that you think about, like how he's great if this is what your God believes or what your God justifies as just life.
It's horrific and terrifying.
This needs to be brought up more. I'm sorry. Like, this may be an uncomfortable topic and I may lose some subs over this. It's okay, though. Like, for real. If you guys are in a religion that practices this idea of a fair God, right? But this is the shit that we see on the daily. This is the stuff that makes me just go, no.
As a school shooting happens to you, you want to find as much sense of safety as
Instead of it just being a systematic form of control.
possible. Because at least for me,
Giving you the feelies.
it was, my entire innocence, my childhood was taken from me by someone I didn't even know. And a big reason I chose Brown was because of the safety I felt on campus, the community I felt, the fact that Rhode Island is a blue state that,
that everybody we all collectively forget is there until at the very moment we're like 50 states, Rhode Island.
All of these things are reasons I chose Brown. And there's this naive thought that it'll never be me.
Ooh, I have clam chowder upstairs.
It'll never be me, and something that I, of course, thought before my first shooting, and now kind of had to reassure myself that it will never happen again. But now, shooting being right here, 2 blocks away at my school.
I'll change the name to Turtle Island, and apparently that'll be the command post to the group from California.
Within my community, this place that I've kind of come to feel safe. It's kind of mind-boggling, and unfortunately, we know that every single act of gun violence is 100% preventable. And this happened, and my shooting at Saugus High School happened because of decades and years of government inaction. And it's so unfortunate that so many people have to die for people to still not really care. There's obviously been, action taken, and there's been so many powerful advocates across the country doing so much great work around gun violence prevention. But if we don't have legislators in office and administration that cares about children's safety over guns and the gun lobby, we're never going to be safe, and we're never.
Well, gee, I mean, this is what sucks is they totally count on us being having single focuses and not bringing up the other systematic shit that leads us there.
We're going to be able to walk down the street.
Like, I don't know, get money out of politics and make it impossible for these lobbyist groups to have so much influence would be a great start, don't you think?
And feel secure that we're not going to get shot and not make it home.
Anyone who experienced what you did as a freshman in high school could have just run away from all of this. You ran right towards it and took on this issue of gun violence. I was just reading a piece in the Brown Herald, a portrait of you, where you held...
They count on us being stupid, which they slowly finding out we're not. Well, again, I think that the long-term plan, seriously, was when they started seeing that the algorithms with any of these social media things had actual development causes or had oh my God, it had a contribution to the slip in cognitive development. Holy crap. See?
You set up a lemonade stand. In 2 days, you raised
Facebook did that to me.
$8,000. And then you
Damn, MySpace
went onto the national
the last great
stage. I want to go back to 2022. What were you? 19 years old when you spoke at the White House. 18. When you spoke at the White House along President Biden.
Ghost guns are untraceable, build-it-yourself firearms that look like a gun, shoot like a gun, and kill like a gun, but have not been regulated.
Funny enough, for all the ones that are up in arms about the Luigi Maggioni stuff.
Like a gun. I've also learned...
Again, why do you think they care about that? It's so weird, too. Like, I brought this up, how it's like so many people in my life that were 100% on board all of a sudden started shifting the narrative when the news they consume started just going, you can't think it's based to do what he did. That's just bad.
That as a student, I don't just have to worry about Spanish tests, but
it's a left-wing thing.
My life. School shootings with ghost guns are on the rise. And the most lasting thing I have learned, other than the loss of friends or the shattering of my youth, is that nothing has relieved the pain in my heart.
The fact that they are going to suffer the same PTSD as people from Vietnam is insane.
Like working to prevent more senseless shootings.
So, Mia, that's you when you were 18 at the White House talking about ghost guns. You keep saying every mass shooting is preventable. Explain, because so often the political leaders who are pro-gun say, do not politicize a mass shooting like Brown. It's just a tragedy. We offer our thoughts and prayers.
I mean, Brown is a tragedy. Every school shooting is a tragedy, and they should offer thoughts and prayers. But thoughts and prayers aren't enough, and thoughts and prayers don't bring back lives lost.
Nope.
They don't prevent more lives from being taken.
Nope.
We know that with more gun laws, gun crime and gun death goes down. Here in Rhode Island, we have some of the lowest gun crime in the entire United States, and that's evident of the great gun laws that exist. And unfortunately, we also know that when we have Republicans in office, gun crime goes up. We need people to see, America is the only...
objectively, it just gets less safe to exist in.
Country.
But okay, military's out there, and grandma feels fucking like she's okay.
That takes gun violence as this fact of life, and it makes no sense. It does not have to be. There's no world where walking down the street and being scared or sitting in a classroom and getting shot and killed is normal. This doesn't have to happen. Our politicians, we voted them into office, and their whole responsibility is to make sure that their people are safe and happy and healthy. None of those three things can exist when gun violence is constantly on the rise. Gun violence and gun death is the leading cause of death for children. That just does not make
This is such a joke.
all sense to me. And I feel like to most people, I've never heard someone say,
What, the police response or the actual story itself? You're losing me.
I wish there was more gun violence. So why don't we do
I just have no.
do something about it?
I mean, if you're talking about the fact that the joke being the fact, like we're all normalizing this shit, every single one.
Mia, you're sitting.
God, I can think of like the first one where it just kind of felt like another one was in Texas.
Sitting there in your brown sweatshirt. You have survived.
It's not brown.
A shooting in your stomach. How are you physically doing right now? And what are your plans in this last minute we have? School's out now. They've canceled it. They're looking for the gunman. What are you going to do?
Yeah, physically and emotionally, a school shooting takes your whole life and flips it upside down. I am still healing from my physical injuries, and it will be a process that probably takes my entire life. Every single doctor's appointment, it is something else that has to come up. Or,
by the way, Daniel Harrington, just so you know, with the switch in YouTube, I'm not sure if you're aware that your screen name is
even just if I'm getting something checked.
I always try to make sure that people with their full names out there know, just so you guys can
that's
take care of that, just in case. Don't know how you feel about it.
They have to know I was shot in a school shooting. And with these, coming days, I'm going to Massachusetts, and then I'm flying home on Wednesday, which will be great to see my family. And then after winter break, I'm not entirely sure what campus will look like, what things will look like. Our student body needs
we have 10 seconds,
support
Mia.
and community more than anything else right now. And I just hope that we can all come together as much as possible.
Mia Tretta,
I think she meant to say that into the earpiece.
Thank you.
She was not supposed to have her mic.
Thank you so much for being with us. A junior at Brown University.
Okay, so that answers the question of whether or not it's a producer or Amy who tells the guest how much time they have.
A long-time
Sorry.
gun safety advocate. Yourself survived.
That's legitimately day one shit. Like, that was just
a shooting from Saugus High School in Santa Clarita, California. All the best.
As I said, Democracy Now!'s coverage of this was spectacular. The fact that they had that exclusive interview with her was, well, to this point is great. Saying the situation is a joke. Bro, why are you guys doing me? I'm not doing you anything. I just said, I literally was pointing out that I'm not doxing you. I'm literally trying to make sure you're not getting doxxed because for some reason YouTube did this weird thing that swapped everybody's screen name. So I've been noticing people coming in here, like, and they'll have their full name on there. I'm like, oh, hey, just so you guys know, because I am a streamer that puts chat on the screen. If you guys don't want to have your full names out there, you have the warning to lock it down if you need to. I'm trying my best here, man. Dan doxing himself. I mean, hey, to be fair, my wife, she actually, early on, she didn't realize that you could do both. So, like, she was out there with her full name. I was like, you might want to change that. She's like, yeah. But saying the whole situation is a joke. Well, I mean, when you say the whole situation, I'm still confused by that. You can all see your name currently. Yes, it can be changed in YouTube Studio. Right. Yeah, you just have to click your your managed channel, which it gives everybody the option to do that, which I think is pretty cool because it gives everybody kind of a cursory look at YouTube Studio saying, hey, you want to make some content? Which some people I kind of wish hadn't seen that. But nah, that's the one thing I do love about these TikTok and Instagram, all this stuff. Like that's the one good thing to come out of social media is the fact that they gave us YouTube and this kind of stuff where if you want to see this, you can. And I think even TikTok, the fact that now they have left-wing content going through the algorithm again, that was a big one. That's why I got off TikTok. I noticed that they were pushing me nothing but right-wing content. Do you know how many fucking Candace Owens shorts were getting like pushed to my algorithm? I was just like, no. And it wasn't just from me doing like my research or anything like that. None of that. Now I had some favorites that would never even show up. Like I was just like, this place is a cesspool. And then they had the report that Larry Ellison has a majority share in it, and apparently there is a clause in there that if Donald Trump gets sufficiently insulted enough, they can just pull all of the fucking funding. So, yeah. Not sure if you guys were aware of that, but that's where we're at. Okay, so we're going to go to this Rob Reiner thing in a minute here. I have to piss really quick, though. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give Stan his opportunity to be the star. Look at the star of the show. So, as soon as TikTok starts pushing left-wing content again, the ban is going into effect, right? I mean, we'll see. I know that I just recently started seeing some left-wing content getting pushed through. And the funny part was, it was a friend of mine who told me that he started seeing more left-wing content. So I went and tested that theory, checked a few accounts that I liked to follow before, and then I just saw if they came back through my my front page, and they did. So I think that what will happen is when I make YouTube shorts, I'm also going to be posting them to TikTok as well. I'm going to be doing this, guys, because, like, honestly, I had a fire lit under my ass. I think that if you guys were here at the beginning of the show, I kind of covered it a little bit, that I had something happen in my life where, yes, it's either I succeed at this content thing or... But I've been kind of forced into a position to reevaluate things, and yeah, hopefully I'll be able to grow at a sustainable pace. Because, dude, like I keep telling you guys, also I'm not trying to be like your average YouTuber where it's like, get that bag, man. I don't want to make, like, the biggest thing I don't want to do is sacrifice my integrity for content. And I kind of was going there where I noticed when I was starting to play the numbers game and starting to do that, that's when it was even like, oh, maybe I could just make this little bit. And it's just like, at least it's content, Even like the stuff that I'm not as proud of, just know that it's like, no, I did that with the full, just wanting to get you guys a clip of the show that I thought was relevant. And yeah. But I hope you enjoy yourself here. I really do. So maybe she's starting to wake up a little bit. Yeah, see. Like, honestly, we'll see. Like, the Candace Owens thing, that is a blatant grift where she reverse grift. You understand that's exactly what happened, right? She reverse grifted. So she grifted everybody on the right wing. And then when I started hearing, hey, do you know who Candace Owens is? From people in my family that do not follow politics. That's when I started getting a little concerned. I was just like, And then it was that fucking Justin Baldoni thing. Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively. I swear to God, that's when all of a sudden my sister, she's as like left-wing as you can get. She actually kind of probably makes me, she outdoes me in that category. And you know what? I'm proud of her for it. But even she was telling me, like, yeah, I saw some of the Candace Owens coverage of Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively, and like she knew who Candace Owens was. And even she was like, yeah, it's entertaining. I'm like, oh God, don't. She's like, no, I have to admit. She's like, I hope you understand that you're probably going to see a lot more of her because it seems like she's growing with normie audiences. I was like, oh no. But this is why I'm glad that I have people in my life that not only know my content, they know me, obviously, but they know, like, how some of this will kind of, like, play into what I do, and I'm just like, oh, hey, I appreciate that. There's always the funny bits, though, where, and it's adorable, I'll admit it. Occasionally, my dad, he'll send me, like, a news piece, but it's... he doesn't know how to share things, so he'll screen grab his phone and send it as a picture. It's just like, thanks, Dad. Oh, YouTube censored me. My mom, who will defend Trump on anything, said, did you see the tweet from Trump celebrating Reiner's death? And I was like, Mom, every day his tweets are like this. Well, at least that one kind of woke him up. Yeah, we're definitely covering that. So here, just to give you guys a little idea of what we're going to be covering. This is going to be the story for 1, 2, 3, 4. Pretty much the rest of the show, and then we're going to the fun half. So give me a sec. I gotta pee, and then we will do the thing. So just bear with me for about 90 seconds. Oh. Let's not do that again. All right, let's do this. Cute puppy can go back in corner. This is more water testing or ice breaking. If the public is not moved by this, nothing will become. Well, and that's where even I think this one did hit, though, because guys like Piers Morgan. Here, let me. I don't want to completely bury the lead here, but screw it. So, Piers Morgan, after Donald Trump tweeted this, very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling, but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with the mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TD. God, he's literally losing his mind. Like, he's not just going crazy. He's literally this isn't just like a fucking left-wing fucking hit piece on Donald Trump. No, this motherfucker is losing his shit. And I mean, like, I think the dementia thing is real, guys. I really do. Like, I thought that this was being over-reported on, but his health really, like, his brain literally is turning to pudding. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession with President Donald Trump in third persons. Cool. His obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations with greatness, using his death to fucking just be like, yeah, look how great we are, guys. And with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before, may Rob and Michelle rest in peace. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Like, here, I'm just glad that CNN, they had it. Like, here is a rare clip of Dana Bash finally just going like, oh shit. You know what? I'm gonna move the Trump thing. But meanwhile, actual TDS is believing Trump's best friend isn't a PDF. Yeah. Does it not sound like he's saying his supporters did it? Like, dude, for real. No, right there he's saying like, yeah, totally. Like, I kind of actually, hold on. I kind of just came to the realization that, yeah, Trump talking about the Rob Reiner thing, I think that he was insinuating this might have been done by somebody that supports him. Did he even Wow. Well, here, you know what? CNN has even, like, Dana Bash of all people has had it. Because she's been reporting on the Trump administration. This is why I think anybody that's still on the right talking about how, like, CNN is just a DNC talking mouthpiece. It's like, no, not anymore, man. Dana Bash finally was just like, oh, wait a minute. I actually, like, get to care about my taxes and just not have to pretend anymore. And you want me to be fair to Trump? Okay, I'll be fair. And she is. Like, honestly, she's been more than fair. It's like she almost became borderline Fox News-ish in the way that she would ignore certain stories or certain coverage. But this one finally got her even to just be like, nah. We can't be just letting him normalize this type of stuff.
Nick Reiner, son of Hollywood icon Rob Reiner, has been taken into custody after both of his parents were found dead in their home last night. CNN's Josh Campbell is in Los Angeles. Josh, I know you've been talking to sources. What are you learning about this arrest?
Yeah, Dana, a significant development in this incident. As you mentioned there, we're told that the son of Robin Michelle Reiner is now in police custody. That according to jail records. Now, he's being held on $4 million bail on a type of felony charge. However, the records do not indicate what that specific charge is, whether that's specifically in connection with this case. We're waiting to actually, confirm that information. I did hear from a law enforcement source last night after we began reporting on these tragic deaths that police were conducting an interview with a family member at that time. Authorities calling this an apparent homicide, which was important because obviously in these types of death cases, authorities will try to assess whether a death was a suicide, whether it was an accident. LAPD saying last night they believe it was an apparent homicide. Now, we're still waiting for additional details about what comes next in this case, whether the son is actually cooperating and talking with police. But again, a significant development. Their son now is in jail, Dana.
It could not get any more tragic. Josh, thank you so much for that reporting. I want to now bring in retired FBI Special Supervisory Agent Steve Moore. Steve, thanks for being here. What's your read on this situation?
You know what's weird?
Well, I think
this makes me wonder
what I've heard that family members are talking.
Does she have a good relationship with her kids? Because she sounds shaken up by this, but for different reasons.
Nobody seems to be in the family seems to be wildly shocked about this. So I think we're going to find out more and more. There were indicators that there were problems in the relationship, problems with him. And, I think LAPD is taking it very carefully. They're not treating it like a slam dunk. I see that they're getting a warrant or they got a warrant to search the home of the victims. And so that, you don't always do that. So they are taking it extremely carefully.
As they should. I mean, this is beyond, sensitive, not to mention horrific. I was just told, as you were talking, that the LAPD chief just confirmed that Nick Reiner, the son of Robin Michelle Reiner, was booked on murder charges.
Yeah, that's an important development because we know the chief was just speaking on a separate press conference underway in a domestic terrorism case. But that's the connection that we were waiting there, whether authorities would actually say this was a murder of that type of charge. Obviously, a significant development. It tells you the direction that this investigation is going.
How mad do you think the FBI is that this one took all the shine off of their
all right, thanks to you both. Really appreciate you giving us
their really big story.
The latest on this just horrific investigation. Speaking of horrific, I want to read how the President of the United States responded publicly to this news. Here's what he posted. Quote,
this is rare, guys. So I'm going to showcase this as much as I can. The fact that she is genuinely disgusted by this.
A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood.
Finally.
Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife, Michelle,
Hermit, you just
reportedly due
watching
to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome. sometimes referred
Come on, do the voice, Dana. Do your best Trump impression. Come on, come on. We all do it.
TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump. With his
Weird to see CNN accurately reporting or portraying Trump as deranged.
obvious paranoia.
I mean, dude, he didn't even. This one didn't take any news coverage. All he had to do was read his own tweet, and everybody on his own platform was just like, "What?"
Reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals.
Like, I'm glad that this is what he's focusing
and
on.
expectations of greatness.
Let things
And
get
with
more
the golden
expensive
age
while he
of America
keeps
upon
fucking
us,
doing
perhaps
this.
like never before.
Dude, seriously.
May Rob and
2026 is gonna suck for him.
Rest in peace. My panel is here now. The days of us expecting this president to be a consoler-in-chief, a uniter-in-chief, even anything close to that, those are long gone. That ship has long sailed. So the bar is low, like really low. And this is a statement that came in so far below that bar, it's hard to even put words to it.
It's beyond the pale. Any 5-year-old can see that statement and know that's not an appropriate thing to say. You know.
I like how we're finally doing the thing where it's just like, yeah, it's almost like, you have a child at home that has more, what's the word I'm looking
something
for?
Nice to say, you don't say it as like a rule.
Class than the president of the United States.
That children are taught.
Cool.
But what it also shows me, and this isn't new information about Donald Trump. He can't resist. He is so addicted to media culture and the Hollywood thing and being a part of that story and playing in that space. That's irresistible to him. So
impulse control.
His avenue of pursuit to swim in the stream of something that's already going to get a lot of attention. By the way, he's the president of the United States. He could get attention for any.
Why does swim in the stream sound?
Anything he wants, and yet he knows like this is a stream he could swim in.
I like how that girl in the red, though, the White House correspondent,
on him in a way that he thinks scores him.
They all look at all their faces. They're all trying to do the thing. They're just like, but if we say too much about him, then he's a tweet about us.
Some sort of political.
It calls fake news again
with his fans. But it's just gross. I mean, it's just horrible to see that the leader of the free world.
Is Piers going to comment about what is appropriate to say when someone passes away? Yep.
Wants to debase his position enough to just attack these two people who are just, potentially murdered by their son.
And look, Rob Reiner.
I like how he just looked to the woman in red, and she was just stoically sitting there with absolutely no emotion on her face except for, oh, he's going to be so mad about this.
Was very, very open about his politics, a huge advocate for progressive causes. No question about that. And yet.
Did he deserve what he got there, Dana? You going to bring that up? And because that was a weird, but.
When Charlie Kirk was murdered, he went on Piers Morgan. And I want you to hear what Rob Reiner said about the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, ain't this a bitch that the guy also happened to do something that really, like, if there's one thing that I know Rob Reiner, rest in peace, would be very happy about is the fact that he got to clown Donald Trump on his way out.
I don't care what your political beliefs are. That's not acceptable. That's not a solution to...
this is the ultimate fuck you to Trump.
To solving problems. And I felt like what his wife said at the service, at the memorial they had, was exactly right. And totally, I believe, I'm Jewish, but I believe in the teachings of Jesus, and I believe in doing to others, and I believe in forgiveness. And what she said to me was beautiful, and absolutely, she forgave his assassin. And I think that is admirable.
You know how we are reminded of that comment that Rob Reiner made? Because Charlie Kirk's executive producer posted it after he learned that Rob Reiner and
she's like winking, like she's doing that fast blink to give them like we can say that this is wrong, guys.
And his wife were dead. And I just want to add that the president posted what I read on his own social media platforms, Truth Social. As far as I could tell, and our team looked into it, most of the comments were not supportive of the president. The comments were, many of the comments, I should say, not most, many of the comments were saying, Mr. President, enough. That tells you something.
Yeah, but also should tell you something that the rapid response team and the White House reposted that seconds after President Trump did. I mean, it's not something that they're shying away from. And when you talk to Republicans, and of course, now we've heard at least 2 Republicans come out and slam his remarks, but those were 2 Republicans who were already slamming most of what he was doing these days.
Tom Massey and Marjorie
Taylor Greene. So what usually happens in a situation like this is that everyone will ignore it, and Republicans will ignore it, and they'll say, oh, it's just Trump being Trump. And you'll go and Manu will chase them down on the Hill and say, how can you explain away this horrible thing that he said about a man who was just murdered hours ago? And they'll say, you know, Trump has a lot of opinions about things.
I'm glad that she's all right. I'm glad that she's calling it out, because you guys see the fucking pattern, obviously.
And I just want to say, Manu, just come in on this, but, you know, there's so many things that we can comment on or report on or talk about that sometimes we do say, okay, that doesn't rise to the level. Because this is so repugnant in its content, and because Rob Reiner is such a high-profile figure, and because he's president of the United States, and he wasn't answering a question. This is unsolicited. He just decided to post this. We thought.
Yeah, it's almost like you should oh my God. The fact that the news is playing this game with just saying it. Just say that he is an embarrassment. Just say he's a petulant fucking child.
It was extremely newsworthy.
Yeah, and there's no defense for it.
People lost everything for calling out Charlie Kirk. Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see if any Republicans can defend it. I've been still searching.
At this point,
social media, I've not seen anyone say really much anything other than the criticism we heard from some prominent Trump critics, now Marjorie Taylor Greene, being.
I'm also glad that I'm seeing a lot of these cases that that did happen, that they're winning.
One of them, but I can expect
took
a lot
them to
of them
court,
to say,
now
I
they're
haven't
winning.
seen it, and I haven't read the post.
Because that's a wrongful termination.
Hope the news cycle moves on like so many other things. And just so there's so many things about that post. This is the inability to separate politics from a horrific murder, potential murder here, involving someone who really meant so much to so many people.
Gee. Is this the thing that he was doing about the Kirk guy? What's going on with that?
Regardless of his political views, Trump is just cannot rise above the political moment. It just brings, you know, it's really, you know, in an era where we're not supposed to be shocked, it's shocking.
Which he himself has admitted, by the way, the Erica Kirk moment that Rob Reiner refers to in that video, Donald Trump himself said, I couldn't do that.
Right.
Like, I mean, he immediately acknowledged at that time that her grace that she was providing for all of us, quite frankly, in that moment, that he was like, he had already acknowledged he's incapable.
And I do want to know just one thing quickly. You know, some of President Trump's, and I was surprised by this, some of President Trump's most rabid supporters, who are the trolls of social media, were out there from last night into this morning saying we didn't agree with anything that Reiner stood for politically, but this is a horrible thing. And then you still had this response from the president.
Yep. You had people trying. They tried their best because they saw that this could possibly be how Donald Trump, you know, goes and takes the story. But yeah. So here is the tweet. I already read this, but this is a dreadful thing to, and this is Piers Morgan's response. This is a dreadful thing to say about a man who just got murdered by his troubled son. Delete it, Mr. President. Now, in a shocking twist, Piers Morgan that we see here was one of the last people to platform Rob Reiner. So, leave it to him to definitely capitalize on this and put an emergency session together on his show Uncensored with Piers Morgan, which I find to be quite interesting. I at least want to catch the beginning of what he has to say here, because let's see the tone of which he goes after Trump. Is he going to beg him to take it down? Is he going to just be like, oh, well, you know, this is just Trump being Trump? Or is this actually something he's going to be like, you know what? No, like, God, he's so embarrassing. And honestly, like, at what point do you just get embarrassed, like, by supporting the guy? Like, secondhand embarrassment's a real thing, guy.
That just crosses every line.
Thoughts and prayers to Charlie, but he was still an evil asshole.
To me,
people lost everything for
Yep. Was murdered last night. Whatever.
Did we find out why his son did it? Apparently, he has had a long time of substance abuse and severe mental illness, to the point where there is a clip of Rob Reiner talking about his kid. And then, like, it kind of ended with him just saying, like, we don't know, like, how this will end. Like, we wish there was something we could do about this.
This is just unacceptable.
I don't care what you think of that war. There is no justification, there's no reason for mowing down Jews.
But the Israelis say, no, we're allowed to kill 20,000 kids. And no one should be able to condemn that. But every Muslim on planet Earth have to condemn these lunatics as if these lunatics represent us.
Cenk, I think it's very immoral that you couldn't
Cenk, you need to get blonder hair and some puffier lips and just a little bit of condescension, and then you too can win this debate.
just take one conversation about a shooting in Australia without comparing it to a war in Gaza.
90% of Muslims are peaceful and lovely and amazing, but
Okay,
if
this is going to go in a weird
10%
direction, but okay,
wants
let's
to
get to
bring
the
down
Rob
the West,
Reiner bit.
you're looking at
Monologue
a heck of a
is
lot
going to
of
be
people.
interesting.
Jillian,
Wait, for
I've
real?
had to sit here
I'll
and
take
listen to y'all go back and forth. Can I
Okay,
please
finally,
make
yeah.
this point?
There seems to be this struggle inside the soul of Islam between those who believe in live and let live and those who believe in death to the infidels.
Every generation tends to think that our moment in history is as bad as it's ever been, that the struggles, divisions, and tensions that we're wrestling with right now are uniquely pivotal. It's obviously not true, but that doesn't mean that everything is always getting better either. And sometimes, however temporarily, they are very clearly getting worse. Yesterday, father and son Islamists killed 15 people in a chilling anti-Semitic terrorist attack on Jewish people celebrating Hanukkah on Bondi Beach in Australia. The knee-jerk reaction of many on social media was again to blame all Muslims, but it very quickly emerged that one of the heroes of the day was Ahmed al-Ahmed, a 43-year-old Muslim fruit seller who risked his own life to save countless others.
Yep.
You're perfectly entitled to have a view that every immigrant from a Muslim country should be kicked out of the West. But you have to reckon with the fact that it's divisive and reductive, because people like Ahmed al-Ahmed, who is a Syrian immigrant to Australia, are exactly the type of people we should want in our countries, no matter which God they pray to. It should be possible to loathe and condemn anti-Semitism.
I'm glad that you're just figuring this one out, Piers.
Resorting to Islamophobia. Just as it should be possible to say BLM went much too far without being overtly racist. And that you disagreed with some of what Charlie Kirk said or believed without
Wait, did you really just use that as a way to say that BLM was being meanie to you?
grotesquely celebrating his death as so many did.
These people are just these pearl-clutching fucks. Oh my God.
That was the
Oh my God, the way that they just do this is disgusting.
position of Hollywood legend Rob Reiner, who along with his wife Michelle was murdered in horrific circumstances this weekend. When you first heard about the murder of Charlie Kirk, what was your immediate
So disingenuous and two-faced? Absolutely.
gut reaction to it?
Well,
Yeah, notice how he didn't cover the Trump thing right away.
Absolute.
That kind of tells me something.
Horror.
He's not covering
And
his
I
tweet that went viral.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
saw the video of it.
That's that he considers that burying the lead.
It's beyond belief what happened to him, and that should never happen to anybody. I don't care what your political beliefs are. That's not acceptable.
Like I said, Rob
That's not
Reiner
a
fucking
solution,
burying Trump on his way out.
To solving problems. And I felt like
just by being a good person.
What his wife
Weird how that
said
works.
at the service, that the memorial they had, was exactly right.
The default position in the age of social media is tribal loathing. We've seen plenty of it on both sides this weekend, just as we saw it after the National Guard terror attack in DC, and again with the fraud scandal in Minnesota. We're seeing it in some of the reactions to the death of Rob Reiner, including an extraordinary statement just a few minutes ago from President Trump. It might make people feel better, but if they have any interest in living in a contented and genuinely united society.
Might make people feel better for in what way?
The truth is, they're making it a lot worse.
Yeah.
Well, joining
weird.
me to debate this, founder
You're not going to put the tweet up in your response?
and CEO of the Young Turks.
Wow.
That's Cenk
Wow.
Uygur.
No
The host
way.
of Keeping It Real, Gillian Michaels. Host of Democracy
No
Ish,
way. He just
Rajana
goes right
Ali,
for it.
And the journalist and host of the Emily Austin Show, Emily Austin, and Roland Martin, host of Unfiltered. Welcome to all of you. Look, I was going to start with the horrific attacks in Australia, and we'll come to those, obviously. But as we've
Wow.
come
He
on
doesn't
air,
cover it at all.
Cenk Uygur.
Oh my
Donald
God,
Trump-
he's such a coward. Oh my God, he's such a coward. Yeah, you know what? That's crazy. Piers Morgan he's a certifiable bitch boy. You gonna fucking go out there and you're going to see this tweet and then this truth, and you're going to just have a monologue about like, oh yeah, you know what's, I feel like the rhetoric has just been, it's been so heated lately that, yeah, we can't escape it anymore. It's getting too personal and too political. And you ignore this whole thing that you went, this is a dreadful thing to say about a man who just got murdered by his troubled son. Delete it, Mr. President. Seriously? You told the president to delete his truth because you knew it was reprehensible, but that's your answer? Come on. Like, usually I would reserve this type of outrage because I know what type of person Piers Morgan is. Like, let's be real. He's just he's your average media shill. I'd be surprised if he actually has a soul. Like, everything is about clicks, numbers, all that shit to him. He really genuinely just doesn't give a shit about anything except for himself. That's how most of these people work. But this is a whole new level of just like, wait a minute. So you've been, like, the collective media has just been getting together. The media has collectively condemned this, and then you have also joined them, but you're just on your own show gonna just, yeah, you know what? I don't want to make him mad. Okay. Yeah, guys, keep taking Piers Morgan seriously, for real. Like, if you did, I don't think any of us did, but wow.
Trump has gone on his Truth Social platform to talk about Rob Reiner. Now, I interviewed Rob Reiner on this show 3 months ago. And aside from what he just
I may have spoken too soon. Let's see.
Said about Charlie Kirk, as we just heard, which was, I thought, extraordinarily gracious, given he.
Do I owe an apology? Do I owe an apology?
Politically disagreed with almost everything Charlie Kirk stood for. Notwithstanding that, Rob Reiner just got brutally murdered, along with his wife. It appears by their son, who's had many years of battling drug addiction and homelessness, and appears to have gone crazy and stabbed them both to death in the most barbaric of circumstances, is now under arrest with a $4 million bail. Donald Trump has just posted this. A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away together with his wife, Michelle, reportedly due to the anger
actually
he
reading
caused
the thing,
others
okay.
through his massive, unyielding and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness.
Apologies.
And with the golden
I guess I owe him that.
age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace. You know, I got to say, Cenk, that just crosses every line of just basic human decency.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rob Reiner was murdered last night by his troubled, unhinged son. And to make political capital, and what angers me about it is there was all
how much you've stood up for him and made yourself kind of look like an asshole because you keep playing these games where you grade him on that curve and then you just don't hold him to account. So, you know, that moment when he's gone too far.
The outrage.
Because he's embarrassing you and everybody that supports him. Yeah.
From Trump.
Glad that's the too far for you. Honestly, I should have seen that coming, was the fact that he would go. That's what would have done it, was Trump would have just made a utter embarrassment of himself so bad that nobody could support him except for the White House.
Trump supporters, rightly, when the left mocked Charlie Kirk after he was murdered. And I thought we'd reached a kind of consensus that this, whatever side of the divide you're on, this is just unacceptable. That when people get murdered, you just show basic respect. And I...
Weird. I mean, almost like, you know, doing a double tap on two helpless combatants, you know, like that.
You know, it's just happened as we came on air. And I just thought we've got to start with this, because when you're the most powerful man in the world, listen, everyone knows I've known Trump a long time. But this is one of those times when many times he's been like this when big public figures have died. I remember it with John McCain. I remember it with Colin Powell. And each
this
time
outrage is 10 years too late already.
The lack of basic decency.
Yep.
What is your reaction?
Yeah, it's almost like your friend has a lack of basic decency there, Piers. That's crazy.
To that.
You gonna call him on that one, Cenk?
Well, you saw that I came on here and I was brokenhearted when Charlie Kirk was killed. And I condemned the people celebrating it because, my God, if you're part of the peace movement, you're on the left, et cetera. We're supposed to be for nonviolence more than anybody else. So, and that was disappointing at that time. And then Donald Trump, among others, said it was the most outrageous thing they'd ever seen. For him to do it now to Rob Reiner, I mean, and
Look at Trump's Thanksgiving and Easter messages of vitriol and venom.
for what? For what? I mean, did this guy advocate for some heinous thing? Not at all. And here's
I mean, seriously, it would be no surprise if he just went, "Merry Christmas, you filthy animals."
what I want people to understand about Rob Reiner. So he was obviously an enormous figure in Hollywood. He did some of the movies that we all love, like Stand By Me, When Harry Met Sally, etc., right? But on top of that, here's something that no one could argue with. Rob Reiner was a true American patriot.
It's like people I talk to who now regret voting for Trump right off the bat. Of course, it's F you for voting for him, but followed up with I respect you for having the balls to admit you were wrong.
He loved this country. Now, whether you agree
Honestly,
with him
I
or
mean, I'm
disagree
not too
with
far
him
off on
any
that one.
issue, he's a guy.
You guys know my position. Like, I'm more than willing to welcome anybody in this community that is willing just to admit, like, nah, like
put
this,
his
that ain't it.
heart into this country and always tried to make it better. You could see patriots like that, whether they're on the right or the left, who deeply care about their fellow man. And Rob Reiner was definitely one of those people. He was the best of us. And to die in such a tragic way, and then to have the president of the United States rub it in and somehow make it about himself. Look, I'm not, I could get angry at Donald Trump. We've all been angry at Donald Trump. But if you're on the right, more than anything else, you should just be deeply disappointed. Is this what you wanted? Is this the ha-ha, you're dead kind of mentality that you wanted? It sounded like after Charlie died that you really, really didn't want that you thought it was a terrible thing to do.
I'm glad he started with Jay.
Well, that's the
excuses.
point. Yeah, look, that's the point, Gillian, that I would make, is it's going to be very interesting to me what people on the conservative right in America say by way of their reaction to what Donald Trump has said here.
And he's lining you up to be the first little bit of content out there. Hope you get this one right, Jillian.
Because if there's any support for this from
and if there's anybody that's just too bird-brained to understand what he's doing, it's her.
From his supporters, his friends, from anyone, then it flies completely in the face of that whole debate after Charlie Kirk, when so many on the left.
This is a rare layup for every leftist on this panel. Wajid, don't fuck this up.
Behaved disgustingly. You know, I remember calling it out at the time. And then here, you know, the idea that
he's setting her up like a stooge. Yeah, he usually does this in a way. I've noticed this because this is his pattern. Like, he does this to kind of make sure that everybody's kind of in agreement to shit on the leftist. This is his way of just being like, starting with Cenk and then going to Jillian and kind of just laying it out there. He knows she's too dumb to bring up these points by herself, so he's kind of giving her the layup. And I'm telling you, she's going to biff this shit.
That he was murdered.
She's going to hit herself in the face with the ball right off the rim. Just do the double-handed, like, because she, you know, she's taking granny shots, just going, eh.
It's because of something to do with his views of Donald Trump, which is complete nonsense. You know, it's. I'm not just disappointed. I'm angry with it. You know?
I completely agree with you and Cenk here. I will say that when
here we go.
I woke up
popcorn time
and learned about this, it was on Brandon Tatum's Instagram, and he actually showed the clip of you talking to Rob Reiner. So my hope is that any reasonable person on the right or the left finds political violence disgusting, any support of it disgusting, and I'm with both you and Cenk. There's zero pushback over here. I'm extremely disappointed in the way Trump
it's not even,
this.
you know, there's not even a suggestion it's political violence in this case, right? We don't know why the son did this.
Well, either way, if Trump was trying to imply that it was because of Trump derangement syndrome, any violence of any kind,
I don't think he was.
Reprehensible. I'm not quite sure exactly what he was trying to imply, but I'm disappointed by his response. I have yet to see anybody on the right endorse that statement or celebrate the death of Rob Reiner. I certainly hope we don't, and I promise you.
The president of the United States was the one to do it. This isn't one of those cases where it's like, well, I don't want to see anybody else on the right doing it. The ultimate dude did it. At what point do you guys start cowering a little bit and going, yeah, you know what? I really don't support this. This is messed up. And honestly, I'm kind of embarrassed that he's the president right now.
That I would absolutely
Because
condemn.
this really does kind of make a mockery of everything, like everything that I've ever stood up for him for. Like, this really makes it hard for me to sell those points.
Anybody who does that.
Right. I mean,
I'm
let me
with you
bring
guys.
Wajah in. I want to play a clip. This is another clip from the interview I did with him. I spoke to him for 45 minutes, literally in mid-September. It was a great interview. And I was very struck, actually, by the more mollifying tone that he took throughout this interview about Trump, who he has been very critical of in the past. There's no question. He's ranted away about Trump, like many in Hollywood have done. But in that interview, he struck a very different
Those meanie bobini Hollywood elites, guys.
tone. And here's him talking about
Again, the way that they professionally clutch their fucking pearls.
Trump and the fact
And they're always victims. It's always the same shit.
that the left kept calling him Hitler. Senator.
Actually, there's this bit. I watched the entire Rob Reiner one off stream. Like, for once, it was a Piers Morgan off stream. Just kind of see if there was anything to watch. There's a bit here where he does talk about like the perception of Hollywood elites, all that kind of stuff in politics, and he kind of calls Piers out.
Ted Cruz has come out and said that people should stop using the Nazi rhetoric.
I thought Wajik got banned after he called Piers' show censored.
And
Really?
I feel very strongly about this. I think
Not sure if that's a real thing or not. But
Absolutely go after Donald Trump in an aggressive way, but calling him Hitler
Piers hates the truth
or
to his
calling his
face.
supporters Nazis.
Well, yeah, because he has no way to spin it. Like, again, he doesn't have a production team to spin everything that you just said.
I think crosses every acceptable line.
It doesn't get you where you want to be. I don't really know very many things that I agree with him on, but I also feel that if you go name calling like that it's not going to get
That
you
movie behind him. There's a few good men, Princess Bride, and the president. That's the president.
You have to
something.
rally people around the things that you agree with that are in disagreement with Donald Trump. And to me, the one area that, again, we both agree on is the freedom
My mom liked that movie.
of speech and in the Constitution, First Amendment.
You know, there's an irony there with Jahat about the name calling, because I don't know what Donald Trump thinks he'll achieve with this rant about Rob Reiner, as his body is still.
Is he still playing 5D chess? Is that where we're at? Is this where we have to analyze his 5D chess move there, Piers?
From this brutal murder. But whatever he thinks it will achieve, it will only, I think, anger and disappoint a lot of Americans, if not.
Oh, yeah, the one with, what's her face? Carrie Lake.
I
I
just
remember
don't
that.
understand why he would use his gigantic platform so soon after someone is murdered to do this.
The harsh truth is this is who Donald Trump is. This is who he has always been. He's been cruel. He's been vulgar. He's lacked empathy. I mean, you just saw this right now. I'm glad you brought it up because I read it right before I came on your show. You know, Rob Reiner and his wife,
The American
they
president,
were
that's what
brutally
it
and
was.
tragically murdered by their son, who apparently had mental health issues.
I'll check that movie out. Like I said, my mom liked that movie. That's one of those rare ones that I have not seen.
And drug problems. He was a beloved director. And you're seeing Donald Trump right now, who is the president of the United States, folks. He's the commander in chief. He's the representative of our country. And you just hope
Yeah, crazy that Piers is framing this like it came out of nowhere. Yep.
any president, Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. What they say is this is a terrible tragedy, thoughts and prayers. Simple as that.
Yep.
But we've seen Donald Trump just even recently.
The chick on the right, AI, she can't be
Erica
real.
Kirk, I was on your show, and we all praised. It was a consensus amongst the panel that when she forgave the alleged shooter, Tyler Robinson, we all said that was
She makes a living making MAGA, like red hat wearers,
very brave and a beautiful thing to do.
you know, raise their red rockets.
Arizona rally.
Ew.
What did Donald Trump do right after she said it? She goes, "I don't forgive. I'm not as forgiving." Like, why would you say that? And then also after he survived the assassination attempt, if you remember at the RNC, Pierre,
Dude, Sweet Falcon model.
you
I
know,
want that so
he
bad.
had that patch on his ear. They gave
One Christmas I will get that.
him a script. He was supposed to be decent, kind.
Also, he actually he has the Lego Razor crest, which is a lot harder to find. So I'm gonna give him more props on the Razor crest.
You know, meditative for the first 20 minutes, and then he mocked and ridiculed Paul Pelosi, who survived an assassination attempt by David DePape. So this is who he is. And Pierce, if I may say,
That's not Boba Ship.
He's been like this for 10 years.
No, that's not Boba Ship. That's the Mandalorian.
I've been saying it. Chank's been saying it. Roland's been saying it. For everyone waking
You mean Slave One, or just Boba Fett's ship now?
up today, where you been? This is who he is.
Well, where I've been, I've always called it out when he's done it after people die. I think there's a particular...
Nope, that is genuine stupidity on the top right there. I mean, look at her. She literally looks like Stan when I'm here. Look. She has the same look as when I'm going on like a rant. Here, let's see. Well, here, let's give him a little treat here. And like, yeah, hey, you want this treat, right? But first I'm going to tell you about Donald Trump. Stan, what's your take on Donald Trump? What's your take? Do you want it? Do you have a take on Donald Trump? That's not that tiny milk bone. Yeah. Right, Stan? Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, seriously. Same face. Look at him. See? You see the similarity?
Particularly distasteful aspect.
Get Stan
I'll
on
bring
Piers
Emily
Morgan immediately.
in here. You know, when people
I
have
agree.
just been murdered, whether it's Charlie
take
Kirk,
the
whether
booking.
it's Rob Reiner, it doesn't matter to me what their politics are.
So cute.
When they've been brutally murdered, the only decent, civilized human thing to do is to just be respectful or do nothing. You know, if you're
Yeah, just do nothing, but he can't do that. He has to be the center of attention too. Like, you do realize that's where that came from. He is such a profound narcissist that he wanted it about him.
genuine feeling
That's so fucked up.
is what he's just ranted. Well, don't say it.
Right. I feel like as the president of the United States, he does not, with all due respect, have any obligation to need to tweet about Rob Reiner. I feel like he has, other things going on, and that's reasonable. If I were in Trump's inner circle, would I had told him to post this? Probably not. I'd suggest strongly for him to just not say anything at all. The first I'm ever hearing of Rob Reiner is that he has Trump derangement syndrome, and that still doesn't change any of my empathy towards him. I didn't know who he was. I'm hearing now he was talented. In fact, one of the first impressions I've had of him was Donald Trump's tweet. But I really think we're doing a disservice by drawing parallels from this to political violence, even bringing up Charlie Kirk's murder. I get why you brought it up, Pierce, because you're saying, well, if you don't like how the left celebrated his death, don't celebrate this. But nobody's celebrating Rob Reiner's death.
Donald Trump is. You absolute buffoon.
I hope, as Jillian said,
Well, it sounds
nobody's
like Donald.
celebrating it.
Can we bring Bimbo back? Bimbo, I don't know, because I saw somebody in chat, Groove Dragon said that he doesn't like the B word, so I'm going to make that the new one.
Donald
Bimbo.
Trump is getting, but look, it does sound like
I don't think so.
He's getting pretty close to it. I mean, when he says that, he got killed reportedly due to the anger he caused others with his mind-crippling disease.
Turns out that it's actually breaking TOS to say that.
Trump derangement syndrome. There is zero evidence.
Hey, I called this dame a bimbo and I got blacklisted, say?
For any of that. He got killed by his deeply disturbed son after what the TMZ and New York Post and others are reporting was a terrible family argument. The son, Nick, who's now 32, was a screenwriter who'd battled and talked openly made a film about drug addiction, homelessness, and so on. But apparently, used whatever kind of implement to slit the throats of his parents.
Yeah.
I
hear you. I'm not justifying it.
So
I don't
I'm
think
not
it was
saying that.
something
I
he should
don't
have
think.
said
I don't
at
think
all.
there's any political motivation for this attack whatsoever.
Yeah, but they literally have nothing to like. This is kind of fun to watch because they have nothing. They got nothing. Although Piers really wishes that he would have got like a Jack Posobiec here.
Donald Trump has made,
because now this guy in the corner, I got this feeling if he's a right winger, he feels really bad that he's about to have to take the position he has to take, because they need one person on here to kind of be like, I don't think that Donald Trump really meant what he meant, and you know what, you guys make meals out of molehills.
it political by inferring very clearly that this happened because Rob Reiner attacked him. And that to me is where
I disagree. I disagree, Pierce. I'll tell you what I think his intention was, and I will also preface by saying he did not get the message across. I feel like his intention was, hey, everybody, look, although this man hated me, and although he had Trump derangement syndrome, he ended it, putting us together with may they rest in peace, whatever. I feel like what his intention was even though I disagree with him, the guy died, and I'm sorry for him. He did that in possibly the worst way.
Stop it.
And I just don't feel like this is really shocking to anybody here. I feel like we've all been following Trump over the last 10 years. And as Wajahat said, that's his style. You like it or not, that's who he is. This tweet was wrong.
What a gymnast.
But it's not, necessarily so shocking for all of us to see. And also, it shouldn't be blown
I gotta
out of
say,
proportion
I actually did find it quite shocking. And I have known Trump a long time. I am a friend of Trump's. Good.
Yeah, he actually knows him personally, unlike you, who would just,
ugly. And I got to say, Roland, there's no defense.
Let's be real. The only reason that people have any interest in her on that side. Come on.
There's no defense. I don't know what the hell I just heard. Let's be clear. He has no morals, no values,
okay,
no decency.
Never mind. Okay, so he's not a right winger.
No principles.
Am I mixing him up with somebody else?
He is. This is not a shock at all. He's a narcissist. He is someone who makes everything about him. And so this is who this man is.
Response.
This is who he was, not in the last 10 years, Piers, but going back to when he was descending down those escalators. Going before that, the whole thing with Obama and the birther. This is who this man is.
Well, he's always been a trash talker.
So I'm not shocked.
Hang on.
No. That's not trash talk. Dude, trash talk isn't just doing the thing where my opponent is a criminal in every way, shape, or form. They're absolute criminals. Lock them up, lock them up, lock them up. That's not how it goes, dude.
No.
Listen, every time you know what I've never said on the ice to one of my opponents? I played hockey. We called it chirping, which I know is kind of made it into the online lexicon. But when you would chirp a guy, you would take it to, the occasional, like, hey, man, I saw your mom in the stands. Yeah, just don't be surprised when she pulls out a sign saying "Go me," for all the the good performance that I had last, like that kind of shit, like the I fucked your mom kind of stuff. What he does is totally different. Like I said, you wouldn't hear me on the ice just going like, "Hey, man, yeah, I think that you're I think that you're radical in your political positions, and I think that you need to get beat up. So I took your number."
Hang on.
Not trash talker.
Hang on a second. Look, he's always been a trash talker, right? He's a New York real estate guy.
It is insane the way that they fucking, like, he just said that with full confidence. He said that with his chest, folks.
He's a trash talker. And I would say,
trash talk.
I would say, I know, I'm going to come to that. In relation to general
trash talk requires a back and forth, something you famously can't do with a dead guy.
Trash talk. My God, the left talk trash about him, right? As I said in that clip. So all the Hitler stuff and Nazi stuff, all that, it's a two-way street, the trash talking. This is a particular thing. Which angered me. It angered me when I saw his reaction to Colin Powell dying, to John McCain dying.
Then you gonna ever bring that up? The thing is, you're the one who's touting how you have a friendship with the guy personally. So are you ever one to bring that up to him personally? Are you one to ever have these multiple interviews where you don't just glaze his tiny nuts?
I just think there's just got to be on all sides. When public figures like this die,
on all sides, he's making this a both sides thing, guys.
Whether they're great politicians or
again, just remember, it's only both sides when his side does it.
Great movie people, whatever it is, there just has to be a basic
consistency at its best.
If people get killed,
or
murdered, or whatever it is, or die after great lives and careers, just either be decent or don't say anything.
Here's the deal. This all sides is nonsense. Listen,
Thank you.
The regular average person who's out there on social media, that's one thing. But it's called being a statesman for a reason.
Yep.
I'm literally sitting here. I grabbed my book, Master of the Senate, of LBJ. And it was amazing. Cairo talks about how...
Nice plug.
How LBJ, when he was president, how he spoke and moved differently publicly.
Actually, I'm not even joking. That was a smooth plug because he kept it to like the point.
He was majority leader of the Senate.
Who is this guy? I don't know. Roland Martin?
He saw the presidency
Unfiltered? I'm not
and
checking
the
him out.
respect for the institution. This person has none. This is no shock. There's a reason I don't even call him president, because he does not rise to the occasion in that way. This is who he is. He will degrade people. He will say these things.
Holy crap, this guy's got almost 2 million subs. I have never heard of him.
Not shocked by it because he is
Wild.
despicable in this way. And there's no defense. There's no, I think he meant, he meant exactly what he wrote.
Okay, look, I want to move on to Australia, but I do want to end by just playing a clip, another clip from that interview with Rob Reiner, which I think is a nice way to remember him, because ironically, I said to him, because we've just been talking about Charlie Kirk.
We'll check out some of his shorts to see what he's about.
When the day comes when you're no longer with us, and I
I've
hope
never
it's not
heard
for
of
a
him,
long
no.
time, very ironic.
No, and I've been doing this like at least. I mean, I've been doing this for a year, but I've been watching political content for a long time. I've never
given what's now happened. But I said,
welcome to living under
I
the
would
rock
love
club.
to know, out of all your movies, which one would you choose? And he said this: should the moment come when we need to remember the work of Rob Reiner, which is the one for you of everything you've ever done
That was a little ominous, gonna be honest.
that you would most like to be remembered
Whoa.
for?
I always say Stand By Me to me is the one that meant the most to me. I don't know that it's the best. It's for other people to decide, but it's the one that meant the most to me because it really is an extension of my personality and my sensibility. It has a mixture of humor.
Did you guys know that Stephen King, on his first viewing of Stand By Me, had to walk out of the room to collect himself because he was crying so hard that Rob Reiner got it perfect. And he walked in and he was just like, that's the best interpretation of any of my work anybody's ever produced.
And Melancholy and
Stand By Me is a badass movie, by the way.
Emotion, and
it's just such a good movie.
It's something that
Will Wheaton
is closest to me of all the films I've done.
And he went on to say a really moving thing, which was, I said my favorite one of his movies was When Harry Met Sally, which I think in many ways is almost a perfect movie. Brilliantly written, brilliantly directed, brilliantly acted, and a perfect length. And he talked about the fact that it was about 90 minutes. And he said the number of people that would come up to him who said on New Year's Eve, which obviously we're just a few weeks away from now, on New Year's Eve, they would start watching it at 10:30 at night on New Year's Eve, so that at the precise moment of the New Year's Eve denouement to the movie,
You don't think you've watched it? It's good.
people would actually...
It's got Corey Feldman in it. And honestly, I know I make fun of Corey Feldman a lot, but you know what? You should definitely check that one out.
actually celebrate the new year.
Oh,
and
for
how
real.
much
It's
he
so
loved
good.
that. And that is actually how I'd
River
love
Phoenix.
Rob Reiner to be.
Jerry O'Connell, a young doughy Jerry O'Connell.
As somebody who actually
Piers is such a
moved people
fangirl.
with
Yeah.
the power of his movies, and my God, he had so many great.
Yeah, this is how you know that he literally spends his life going to parties that are just industry parties.
Movies, and they were.
Just remember that, guys. Every time that we see these people, more than likely they are in the industry together, like doing stuff.
Movies of
Like,
warmth.
I have a
of
feeling
love.
that everyone, maybe not watch it and maybe not Roland, but these, I could see these four all showing up at some stupid event and then, yucking it up.
And humor and hope and all the things you would want in society. And that is how he should be remembered.
They don't make movies like they
so.
used to. They barely make movies anymore. Like, dude, I was going through a bunch of like the just streaming services, and I did have that like realization where I'm like, they don't make enough content anymore. Weird. Like you would think, like it feels like there's content overload. No, it's crap content overload.
Can I make a quick comment about his amazing
It's all
career?
remix,
Just
yeah.
real quick. Just for Emily, if you
Oh, actually, I'm about to watch the Knives Out
want to go rent some of his movies.
trilogy, the third part of the Knives Out trilogy. Just hit Netflix. I'm gonna watch that.
Rob Reiner had a generational run of movies for a decade. I just want to name them. I think I could get them at the top of my head in a row. This is Spinal Tap, The Sure Thing,
down.
Stand By Me, Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally, Misery, Few Good Men, all in a row.
I heard
10
of
years.
When Harry Met Sally. I'm gonna watch it.
I mean, name me another director with that type of
Oh
a
my
run.
God.
And in addition, just to being
Every single person there was just like, "Oh, we're old."
everyone who knew him said, regardless of what you think about his politics, a really decent.
Like, I've never heard of it. Which streaming service is it on? I mean, to be honest, I would ask the same thing.
Loving, caring man who cared passionately about people, championed rights for women, LGBTQ folks, and cared about our democracy and preserving it.
Yeah, someone did a great tweet. This was Dan Perlman on X. He said, Rob Reiner directed the best American rom-com, When Harry Met Sally, the best coming-of-age film, Stand By Me, the best fantasy comedy, Princess Bride.
Yeah,
the
Princess Bride's probably my favorite one out of all.
best mockumentary, This Is Spinal Tap, and the best courtroom drama showdown, A Few Good Men. He did all that and so much more. So look, I want to move on, but I do think that that is how Rob Reiner should be remembered, and not for Trump derangement syndrome, which I'm sad to say says more about the president for saying that than it does about Rob Reiner. Right, let's move on to what I wanted to start with before this blew up.
Surprisingly, wow. All right. Hate to say, he handled it better than I thought. I guess I owe an apology because I did kind of front load that one with a lot of skepticism. So, we'll see how it takes though. Like, I'm more interested to see if there's because the only way that Piers will like definitively say something that was so obvious and just, God, what's the way I want to put this, where it's just Trump will have to ditch him. Like, once he gets the public tweet of Trump just being like, I don't think so, Piersy. You know what? Why don't you go back to England? I was thinking about this anyway. You're so pompous. You're so like, once you get that, that's how you know that Piers finally said something of substance against Donald Trump. But until then, they're going to be yucking it up and shit. Like, it's literally it's the boys club bullshit. So I expect nothing different. You can do it. Come on. There we go. I'm back. What the actual crap, man? Yeah. So I think I know what the problem is. I think I have a crack in my fiber, which, yeah, this explains, like, you guys know I've been having this problem for over a week now, which I bought multiple new pieces of equipment to try to fix this. No, it's literally, I think that there's, like I had mentioned, that they did a bad job burying the fiber line in my neighborhood here. Yeah. This has to be it. Because, like, I've been experiencing this issue upstairs, just playing games, just doing whatever, where all of a sudden my internet will skip and it'll come back, but it'll keep like showing me that like it's skipping, where it's just like, do you want to do a wired connection? Yeah. So yeah, okay. We're definitely going to get that reported. If I lose stream again, I'm actually going to yeah, I'm going to be putting in for some loss of revenue. Because holy crap, dude, this is unacceptable. This is absolutely unacceptable from any internet company. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, at this point, here, I'm going to continue this, but I'm still getting some readouts that are not great. Yeah, okay. We recommend... No, you don't. You honestly don't. Okay, so I'm getting pissed off at this too, where it actually, like, it recommends going to a lower bit rate. The thing is, YouTube barely supports the bit rate that it wants me to set it at. Like, the few times that I've done this, it has said, oh, no, you know what? That's not enough data. Like, I've honestly had it with that. But yeah, let's continue. I'm glad that I at least wrapped up the segment right before that happened. Fucking assholes.
It'd be a scary time to be Jewish.
Yeah, this is happening almost
right now.
daily.
You know, let's park to one side, and other members of the panel won't want to do this, but let's park the war in Gaza between Israel and Hamas to one side for a moment. There are 15 million Jews in the world, and when you see the rising volume of attacks on Jewish people because they're Jewish, this has got to be a scary time. And I think that should be recognized. What do you feel? It's a very familiar story when it comes to debt. The banks win, you pay.
It's not just YouTube, by the way. Twitch went out as well.
Fees and phone calls.
Actually, Twitch is a new stream right now. Yay!
Pile up every month unless you fight back. PDS debt has helped hundreds of thousands.
Privilege over. First and foremost, I feel
parts of this,
privileged
but...
as an American. That maybe call me ignorant, call me naive. I just still feel very safe as a Jew under Trump's administration. I don't have that privilege overseas. I'm very aware of my surroundings when I travel. Australia is a place of no travel for me because of the failure that we witnessed take fold yesterday. I feel like this could have been prevented. I feel that it was warned multiple times by multiple people. They begged the government at that point to do the one job they're supposed to do, which is to protect its citizens. But yeah, the rise of anti-Semitism, and you mentioned to park the war in Gaza for a moment. Let's park that for this whole conversation, because I don't care what you think of that war. There is no justification. There's no reason for mowing down Jews, gunning down Jews, murdering Jews at all because you don't agree with the war. Because you have to remember, there are people who have the opposing view from you on that war, and the violence is a two-way street. But it seems like the bullets, when it comes to persecution, really only go towards the Jews in this case, and I'd like to see all of the bullets stop as a whole. But what happened in Australia was so easily preventable. And it's so sad, Pierce, that we cannot even celebrate Hanukkah without spending tens of thousands of dollars on security because we are scared that there's going to be someone who's likely an immigrant from another country gunning down Jews.
But, you know,
so the last point I'll make before we open it to the panel is Australia's biggest failure was the mass immigration from countries and the failure to vet them, because I'm not against immigration. I think immigrants contribute a lot to every society. But I just found out that the shooters were previously investigated for ties to ISIS. How about this? The fact that you needed to prompt the investigation was enough to turn them away as immigrants. But nope, they welcomed them. You saw on October 8th the protests that they did in Sydney and all over Melbourne. October 8th, Pierce, Israel had not retaliated yet, chanting globalize the Intifada, death to the, whatever they were cheering, it doesn't even matter. They were calling for violence, and anyone who supports that should be a litmus test as to where your country stands in its safety.
Okay, Cheng, let me bring you in here. This is complicated by one fact.
Am I calling my internet company right now? Yes.
Fact to the whole debate about the narrative that many have, which is that, you know, the creeping Islamification, if you like, of the West has been the major problem here, that there are way too many Muslims living in Western countries with a different culture, that many are prone to violence, and that's what we've seen here. But the guy that saved so many lives, Ahmed Al-Ahmed, turned out himself to be a Muslim immigrant from Syria. So I
really am glad that this is just totally effing up their narrative
of keep them all out. You would also have to keep out the guy who saved many lives and has become not just a national hero in Australia, where he's been a citizen since 2006, I think, but has become a global hero. I mean, several $1 million already been raised in a GoFundMe for him, including people like Bill Ackman, leading Jewish figures in the United States. So this is a complex story because it's not easily dismissed as the way many would like it to be, which is you've got two obviously radicalized extremists, a father and son, who the father had legally 6 firearms, was a member of a hunting club.
Sorry,
Australia,
I'm technically on hold with my internet company, so
had a terrible
gonna have to
mass shooting
go
back
behind
in
the window there.
in Hobart and Tasmania. 35 people were killed. As a result, they did some of the most draconian new gun laws anywhere in the world, and it had a dramatic effect on reducing gun violence in Australia. They also had nearly 1 million guns handed back in.
Your call may be live streamed for entertainment and educational purposes.
So this has been a real shock to the system in Australia because they're simply, rather like my country, not used to gun violence. You know, there is 580 times, I know this because Emily asked me about
too long. I'm gonna go pee real quick.
in relation to guns on X earlier when we were talking about this. Because I don't think you can ignore the gun part either. And I said, look, the bottom line is, Australia's a population of 27 million, America 340 million, but the amount of gun violence in America proportionate to Australia is 580 times worse. 18,000 murders in 2023 in Australia in the same year-long period from June 23 to June 24, 31 gun murders. It's not even, there's no comparison to be made that makes any sense. So my point, I think, Cenk, is if you come from a school of you've got to kick all the Muslims out, then you've got to kick out Ahmed al-Ahmed when he tries to come in from Syria, yet he's the national hero here. And so it's not as simple as that. There are many good Muslims. There are bad radicalized Muslims. You can take the same yardstick to every other religion, right? So this is my problem. And I think Emily and I, we agreed on something you posted earlier. I'm sorry, Cenk, for the rant here, but I do think it was really important. Emily recognized that it's always wrong in these situations to just blame a religion. It's just wrong. Whatever that religion is, you can't blame a billion people for the actions of two ISIS radicalized nut jobs on a beach in Sydney. Over to you, Cenk.
Yeah. So there are two different issues here. The issue of violence is the relatively straightforward one. So everyone should condemn the violence. Everyone should condemn violent extremists. So I don't know anyone who hasn't, and they'd be monsters if they didn't. So those poor victims there, the 15 people who were killed and the others that were injured, and everyone who was traumatized by it, they didn't deserve that at all. They had nothing to do with any government policy. They were just innocent human beings. So now, if, you know, our position has been very consistent for nonviolence and against killing on both sides. Now, the second issue is propaganda. So when any Muslim extremist that's two guys out of 1.6 billion people do it, there is a concerted effort by some, and yes, including Israelis, to say it's all Muslims, it's all Muslims, it's all Muslims. You should hate them, you should kick them out of your countries. They all think this way. And honestly, that kind of propaganda is disgusting. And if we did it to the other side, which we would never, and we said things like, it's all the Jews, that would be horrific, right? No one would tolerate that. But when the other side does it, and if you don't think they do it, just go on social media. There are thousands, maybe millions of comments. And yes, about 3 months ago, all of the Israel First pundits started changing, and they literally said, I tweeted about it. One of their influencers was like, it's hard to get the Americans to like Israel. There really is no reason to like Israel and support Israel. But it is easier to get them to hate Muslims. So we should do a propaganda. Now, she didn't say propaganda, to be fair, but she said we should do a campaign to highlight how much Muslims are bad. And now, when we talk about violence, we ask for the same kind of decency. Can we not kill 70,000 people in Gaza, 20,000 kids? But the Israelis say, no, we're allowed to kill 20,000 kids. And no one should be able to condemn that. But you have to, but every Muslim on planet Earth have to condemn these lunatics as if these lunatics represent us. There's also lunatics in every religion and every race, and we lock them up because they're violent and we can't stand violence. And by the way, last thing, if you're on the left and you're part of the peace movement, our whole ethos is nonviolence. So if you do violence, you betray us all. It is immoral, it is unintelligent, it is deeply counterproductive, and it is used by our enemies to further discriminate against Muslims, Arabs, Palestinians, etc. So it is the single worst thing you could do, but mainly, obviously, because of the deep immorality.
Shut the fuck up. All right. It is 100% my internet. It's 100% my internet company. I am done with these assholes. If they don't get this shit fixed, then I'm going back to another, I'm going to another internet company. This shit's wild.
Civilizations practice.
So
you
you
don't want to go down
celebrate
that
No, it's not resetting my internet. No, what's happening? I already told you guys, and this is why I am going to just shout about this. I told them that whoever buried their lines did a shit job because I literally saw it while I was collecting the dog shit from the back of my yard before it started freezing and snowing, where I was like, hey, this is wild. I can see the line. Is that okay? Is that okay? No, it's not fucking okay.
70,000 dead. I find you.
So no, what's happening is because it's got a fucking exposed line somewhere, I keep getting these internet hiccups.
And let me tell you something where you're wrong.
It can literally be somebody stepping on the fucking street.
Hank, you were wrong.
Because you think that
First of all,
Palestinian
correct
Muslim lives
yourself.
don't matter.
You said,
You're a sick
let me
person.
speak. You said
Thank you for sticking around, though. I appreciate that because, yeah, we got the stream back up here. Twitch is going to be split up into 3. No, dude, this one really got me because, I have been begging these guys to figure this out. They have tiptoed around all this to the point, dude, I shouldn't even say this, but for real, I bought different equipment from, and I made sure it was compatible with everything they have, but I made sure that I got my own equipment because I'm like, dude, you guys say that this is your stuff? Okay, well, I'm going to make sure that I can get around that now.
you said every Israeli says it's all the Muslims. Let me just correct
Oh, kids could be bouncing on it like a seesaw? Seriously, it could be anything.
one fact for you. Every
Not
time
every
an Israeli
Likely a dog. It's likely my neighbor's dog when my neighbor lets the dog out because it's right next to that area. I have a feeling that's what's going on.
Every
killed in
pro-Israel
Israel,
Or it's a squirrel just eating the fucking line because,
pundit
it
like
is
you.
at the
but not my problem.
hands
Although, totally my problem.
of a Muslim,
Damn, Pep's pissed. Yeah, I'm fucking pissed.
and nonetheless, I still don't
These assholes treat it like it's not affecting anything. That's what I'm really sick of. We live in an era where, okay, it's less than COVID where people are working from home, but people work from fucking home. Again, doing these streams.
blame
I don't understand it.
the entire religion as
I don't understand how they can be just constantly, hey, you know what? Maybe, who knows, maybe.
a whole. But that's just the fact of the matter in Israel.
Oh.
So for once in your life, if
You're
you
so
could just
generous.
focus on the victims
No.
without jealous of
Nah, honestly, this actually might have done it where I might have to go back to my old company.
what exactly?
And that sucks. That sucks because my upload speed's nowhere near what this is.
Jealous of what? We all have our
But
problems.
fucking A, dude. I can't have internet dropping out midstream almost every fucking day.
I said
But for 5
generous.
minutes of your life,
So they're doing something about it. Yeah. Oh, they're going to be doing something about
You're
it.
so generous for
do
not
not-
hating every
do
single
not have
Muslim.
Israel
This ain't Comcast.
You just are in
derangement
favor of
syndrome for
murdering
5 minutes of your
70,000 in
life
Gaza and
just
stealing
mourn
their
the
land.
victims
All
and
right,
call
let
it
Comcast is lame and Comcast sucks.
what
Bring
it
in-
is. Call a spade a spade.
All right,
You
let
don't
me
have to
br-
compare
Yeah, fuck Comcast.
everything to the war in
Do you
Gaza. It's
mourn
very
the
different.
20,000 dead kids? Simple question. Simple question. Do you mourn the
Yes,
dead
every single
20,000
child that
Palestinian
dies
kids?
is a disaster. I
So
do.
why
and
are
I
you
said this
celebrating Israel
100
doing it?
times.
God, I can't believe this.
I said that I am
So
celebrating
Israel is wrong.
Let me tell
Israel
you,
is
Jay,
brutal
if Israel
terrorist
had
killers.
lost the war, there
Israel
would
is
be a
wrong.
genocide of
Say it.
Jewish people as a whole. I'm
No, and then somebody kind of led up and said, oh, well, when the network gets crowded, I'm just like, what do you mean when the network gets crowded? What the fuck are you talking about? You're telling me that you have peak hours?
happy Israel's
No, no,
winning
no.
this.
There
Something I never experienced before, so what?
is no
The fact
genocide
that
of the
20,000
Israelis.
kids
There's
are
only a
dead,
genocide of
again,
the
is still
Palestinians.
Hamas's
And you won't
fault.
condemn it.
You
Condemn
can
the genocide.
tattoo it on
Are
your
you condemning
forehead.
Israel for
It's
Well,
murdering
Hamas's
hang on,
fault
20,000
that all
kids?
these children are
hang on.
dead.
All right,
And
hang on.
nonetheless,
Condemning Israel
Sorry, guys. I'm not trying to focus on this too much, but man, am I mad.
for murdering.
The way that that was addressed really pissed me off. Because, again, they couldn't give a shit and legitimately were just like, oh, well, this might be your equipment. I'm like, no.
We've got 3 other
20,000
panelists.
No, I'm
We have 3
condemning
other
Hamas for
panelists.
starting the war.
Guys.
I'm
Of course
condemning
not.
Hamas
Yeah,
for
of
starting
course
the
not.
war.
Guys, I think we can be crystal clear on the genocide point. There's no doubt that Hamas
Good to see Letterhack is
love
back.
to be, would love to
Oh, is he live now?
be genocidal.
Or did he put his,
they talk in a genocidal language.
his interview up?
I don't think there's much doubt about that. Gillian, let me bring you in here. All right, so we're right into
Israel's
this.
actually doing a genocide. Actually doing it. Not
Okay.
a theoretical one, not a hypothetical
And
one.
Hamas killed
No, I'm not moving on
Hamas
from
killed as
murdering
many Israelis.
20,000
Oh, yeah, gotta go, Beth.
Hamas killed as many Israelis as they could
No worries.
possibly kill on October
Make your way
the
back.
7th in a genocidal rampage. So let's not compare genocide with genocide.
Oh, he's live.
I want to bring in Gillian.
Israel's civilian kill ratio is
I didn't
worse
know
than
it was
Hamas.
live. I thought it was
let
recorded.
me bring in.
It wouldn't kill you to
Let
just
me
warn
bring
the
in
damn
Gillian,
victims
please.
and not bring up
Let me bring in
Gaza.
Gillian, please. Gillian, you've been waiting very patiently. Thank you. Look, let's focus back for a moment because
I'm gonna read a book
there
while
were
y'all
many,
argue.
many attacks going
All right. I like how he's finally just like, you know what? Screw it.
on Jewish people before October the 7th. All right, so let's be clear about that. This has been a rising problem of anti-Semitism across
Jank
the
Unleashed.
world.
I mean,
and there are not many Jewish people in the world.
this is the only time, like, honestly, this is why I like his appearances on Piers Morgan, is it's the only time that he'll actually be held to a pretty strong progressive standard of standing up for Palestinians.
There are 1.6
And he, like, this is where we don't have to focus on the stuff that he's not good on.
billion Muslims. There are 15 million.
Isn't Jillian an athletic trainer? Who the fuck wants to talk to her about genocide? That's literally part of the problem.
Jews, right?
If you're dumb and you claim victim complex and you just go and speak to a whole bunch of dummies and like you can get them to latch onto you, apparently you got yourself a platform.
Let's just put the numbers on the table.
And I genuinely think that it's because they don't give a fuck if it's bots or not. They just want to fake it till they make it.
Okay? And like I said to Emily, it must be a scary time to be a Jewish person right now when even celebrating Hanukkah on a beach in Sydney, I've been to that beach, Bondi Beach. It's one of the most fun, positive, entertaining places to be.
I have
anywhere in
no
the
idea
world.
who she is.
The sun always shines, the families always play. And then suddenly, utter carnage with a father and son dressed like paramilitaries, just using shotguns to cold-bloodedly murder a Holocaust survivor, a 10-year-old girl, and so on. So let's just start by calling out how despicable this was on every level, and yet how typical of ISIS and groups like it, the radicalized
Been a while since BTC, Pac-Man, or Destiny showed up.
Islamist extremists who've been doing this for a long
Well, Destiny, I can see why, because again, he's fallen out of the news, and also he's fallen off like in his own community. So it's kind of,
time. For the last 20 years,
that one I understand. BTC, no, BTC's been popping up. Pac-Man, though, I haven't seen Pac-Man pop up on Piers.
doing this stuff. And it's a horrible throwback to that. So yes, we can talk about
Apparently, he did have it out with somebody recently at a panel,
the
though.
war, and it's
Here,
not
I'll look into that.
irrelevant. But I do think we need to put this
Was
in
it?
some perspective, which is these kind of attacks on Jewish people were going on way before the war started.
Can I address a few of the things that you
Oh,
said?
it's Ben Shapiro. But I guess Ben Shapiro and David Pac-Man had a pretty intense back and forth on a panel with Don Lemon and Tara Palmieri.
Previously.
Yeah.
I don't think the alarm is about
It's a who's who of centrism.
Muslims migrating to America. I think the alarm is about assimilation. I don't think that these two
So what the fuck is this? It's about assimilation. Fuck you.
individuals in Bondi
Fuck you.
I represent what I've been told is actually 2 billion Muslims. But when I talk to people, and I've really been trying to understand and explore this issue,
Again, this absolute just bird-brained idiot.
whether it's Gad Saad,
Like, look at her. Her eye. When I see people with eyes like this, immediately I know I'm dealing with somebody with they're missing something.
or it's Patrick Bet-David,
And they don't get, like, I'm sorry, she's not getting the same respect that I would give anybody that's, like, mentally challenged. No.
when I talk
Like,
to people, they'll
this is willful mental.
tell you, let's say 90%. And I've
So
looked
she's a
at Pew
physical trainer,
Research,
right?
I've looked at the Global Terror
Oh.
Database. That's a conservative number, right? 90% of Muslims are peaceful and lovely and amazing. But if 10% wants to
Assimilation
bring
is what
down
racist Europeans say about
the
Muslims.
West, you're looking at a heck of a lot of people. You're looking at like 200 million people. So What do you
Oh my God, she looks like Steven Tyler. She does.
do about that? And yes, there are amazing heroes like the man
That's
who tried
funny.
to stop them. But guys, when you look at
90% of statistics are made up by Jillian.
the fact that there have been 64,000 terror attacks since 9/11 that were committed by
Reality TV
radical
show
Islam.
shithead. Oh, yeah.
243,000 people died in those terror attacks. And you're saying all religions, I mean, not really.
The lips.
Not really. I've started to read the Quran.
Oh my God.
And there's a duality there, unquestionably, but there's a lot in there.
Yeah.
About, killing.
You guys can fill in the blank.
Subjugate the infidels. So, Cenk, you're a good faith
Jillian.
actor. I think.
Have you ever read the
Babe,
Old
I'm
Testament?
being honest with you.
Have you ever read the Old Testament? It's about
but
slaughtering
Cenk-
all the other tribes. And
but
in fact,
no one's
Netanyahu
acting
quotes
that
it and
out
says,
now.
"Kill-
But Cenk,
do like we
do you
did
know
to the
how
Amaleks,
many-
killed our women and
But Cenk,
children." There are
how many
sick
terror
religious
attacks are being committed by
fundamentalists,
Christians?
and unfortunately, they're Jewish settlers and the Israeli government. They're the
Cenk,
sickest
zero
extremists
terror
in religion
attacks
on the
by
whole
Zionists.
planet.
And I understand you.
She just said that with her,
I understand Gaza, okay?
Whoa.
And I
Not
see
a hint
both
of
sides
irony?
that, absolutely. And you've made great points to
Here should be ashamed of his show. I would be when it's like you're ideologically lumped in with the biggest shithead on your panel. I'm not sure if I would walk away from this thinking it's a W.
and I've listened to you and I've changed my position on how I feel that the
Let me say this, Pep. Jillian Michaels is the perfect example of a racist
Israeli
Karen.
government has behaved over there. But what I'm trying to tell you
Yeah.
simply is that when people
She's definitely a prime example of it.
Islamophobic,
Sure, she's a Gaza expert. What BS?
as I've explored this, I do think they are. And what I think they're
I'm just waiting for her to be like, I'm Anna's friend. I can't be
afraid of.
I can't be Zionist and still be Anna's friend, right?
Is an ideology that
Oh,
is
God.
not in alignment with the West. And it's not the vast majority of Muslims. But when it's, let's say, 10%, it's still a lot of people.
That guy's legitimately checked out. He's reading his book.
These are statistics
Okay,
I'm
let me
giving you. I
bring
can
in
cite every
Majah.
source.
He's reading a book.
Let me hang on.
That's an outrageous
Let me bring in
I can
Majah to
Pew
respond.
Research
Let me
says
bring in
it's 6 to
Majah.
15.
Let me bring in Majah to respond to that. Majah.
All right.
Is he praying or
Ahmed
is he
Ahmed
reading?
is
No,
a
he's reading. He's
43-year-old
reading.
Muslim fruit vendor who, unarmed, decided to bum rush one of the terrorists, disarmed him, took the gun while he was being shot at. Was shot twice. I didn't realize this at first when I saw that amazing video, but then I later saw that he was shot twice. He held off the other shooter, and he saved lives. In Germany,
Islam is no crazier or weirder than Christianity or Judaism. They're all silly.
in March, there was a
playing
deranged
Mario.
Saudi national who, by the way, became radicalized by AFD and this type of white nationalism and ended up hating Islam. He rammed a truck in a terrorist attack through a crowd. You know who stopped him? A Pakistani Muslim cab driver in Germany stopped him. When there was an attack on Jews in France a couple of years ago, there was an African black immigrant who protected them. This is the story of an individual who decided to lean into empathy and decency and compassion and squared off against two individuals who were radicalized, we don't know how, and saw Jews as the target through their dehumanization. There are 1.7 billion Muslim people on Earth. Jillian's talking points are from 2001, which is why I yawned. The DeLorean right now is in 2025. Listen, I've been in this for
They are very much actually
a long time.
Like
Jen, I know
it's almost like you took
you're just discovering this.
like the Bush plan, and we're just like, yeah.
I think I've also.
Let me just finish.
Okay,
I let
but
you
that's
say a
not
lot of
true,
hateful,
Wajahat.
stupid, reckless things
you wanna
about
say
Muslim Islam. I sat there and
Would you like to say one?
I just sat there.
That's 20
this
million
was a,
people.
Jillian, you are
You still
by your
have
own
16
admission.
dead,
You
Wajahat.
by your own admission are a white nationalist. You by your own admission. That's what you are, a white nationalist. You admitted it.
I'm a white
I saw the
You know
clip.
I'm Arab, right?
The number
I'm
one
Syrian and
domestic terror
Lebanese and
threat-
Turkish.
Okay,
And-
you're
and
the
so
one who
just
said it.
to be
I didn't say it.
clear-
That's why I was shocked. Jill,
When,
let me just
when
finish.
did I say I was a white nationalist?
You're not a white
When
nationalist?
was
There
that?
was a okay, wasn't there a
no.
clip that saying you were a white nationalist? You're not a white nationalist.
No.
Okay, interesting. Interesting to know. All right.
Where's the
so-
clip that I said I was a white
Okay,
nationalist?
I'm under the mistaken impression. I thought you were a white nationalist. I'm glad you're not. But let me just finish. Since 2001,
well,
Pierce,
I'm
you
a
and I
white
on this
nationalist.
panel, You and I
How
on this
about
panel.
a little
Piers.
homework, Wajahat? How about just a little?
All right, let's do homework. Let's do homework. Since 2001, Piers, since 2001, you and me, we were against the war on terror. We said that the war on terror would be disastrous. We said that the war on terror, America's response to 19 foreign hijackers bringing down the two towers would be...
she uses the same talking points as white supremacists. Well, that's, yeah, I mean,
would-
they're
would
all
cause
using
immense
post-9/11ism.
dissension. What happened? America went to war with Iraq and Afghanistan off of terrible evidence, off of the same type of bullshit that
I
Jillian's
didn't
saying
figure
right
out
now.
the pirate ship is. Is that the Goonie ship?
If even 1% of
I think
Muslims,
that's the
yada,
Goonie
yada,
ship.
yada. What happened?
It's
Over
all fact
1
based.
million
You want me to cite
Iraqis
the
were killed.
resources?
Over
Where would
1
you like
million
me to
Iraqis were
start?
killed. Just, Jillian, let me finish. Over 1 million
Pew
Iraqis were killed.
research,
Afghans
counterterrorism
were killed
discourse
and tortured,
intelligence
and it led to the
estimate,
radicalization
the European
of ISIS.
Court of Human
It brought
Rights.
nothing but
Like,
pain and
are you
misery
kidding?
and division. Muslims, Jews aren't going anywhere, folks. We're in this together. And what we have to realize is that there are hate mongers who seek to divide us right now, like Jillian, who want to bring up Islamophobia and
Actually, I'm
anti-Semitism, who want
not
to get rid of
trying
all
to
Muslim
divide us at
immigrants.
all. Watch hot. You're
No
the
one
one
is going to
actually
leave.
who has tried.
I mean, honest, to be fair, Jillian, I don't understand. Like, I just don't get it where, like, you don't have that thing in your brain that just goes, oh, maybe I should shut the fuck up.
Divide us, and you're
Which I'm glad that Piers is getting his content out of it, but even Piers is doing this.
Have to make a future together. We have to call out the hate. We have to call out the white supremacy, the Islamic extremism, the Jewish supremacy.
How do you address?
We have to call out
how
the
do you
terrorism. We
address
have to call out
the people that
we
want
have to
to
call
destroy
out Israel's
the West.
occupation. We have to call out Israel's occupation and genocide,
How do
and we
you
have to call out
address
Hamas
the percentage
and violent
of
extremism.
radical Islam
Piers.
that wants to destroy the
Yeah, let me
West?
bring in Roland.
Just tell me how to address
Let me
that,
bring in
Wajahat.
Roland. Let me bring in Roland.
Piers,
You don't have an
Piers, last
answer,
week I
do
was-
you?
Piers, Jillian, I've had to sit here
I'll
and
take
listen to
it.
y'all go back and forth. Can I please
Okay,
make this point?
Please.
Thank
yes,
you.
Absolutely.
Piers,
Yes.
last week I was in Montgomery, Alabama for the 7th anniversary of the Montgomery bus boycott. And there is a National Memorial for Peace and Justice and Legacy Museum there that documents, that commemorates the documented 4,400 lynchings in this country. And there were more that took place. As an African American, when I understand what it means when you have a people who have a bullseye on their back, who are being targeted. I understand that.
Dude, she's a lesbian. I mean, if she had any principles, she would be able to recognize that, but she doesn't, because she doesn't realize that she's being used as a fucking pawn, and she's just so excited to give herself to it.
It is absolutely shameful that you cannot be at a Hanukkah celebration and it gets interrupted by mass violence because of two evil individuals. But I'm saying two evil individuals for a reason. Because under the legitimate FBI leadership of Christopher Wray, they said that the greatest threat in America is white domestic terrorism. So when I listen to people like Senator Tommy Tuberville talk about, getting rid of all Muslims in this country, as an African American, I then say, what about white Christians? Because when we look at violence in this country, mass shootings in this country, who typically commits them? And so I think anybody has to be very careful to not go down this path of, oh my God, all of them, when I, as an African American, who's also, Jillian, please allow me.
Yeah, they do. And the thing is, it doesn't help when you're like, nobody actually does that. Come on.
To finish, when I, as an African American, who's also a Christian, can literally look at.
I'm just waiting for one of these debates to just break down and just be like, you're just so fucking stupid.
The history.
Like, somebody, I mean, it'd be nice if somebody had enough principle or like enough principles to just be like, I can't be on a panel with somebody that is this disingenuous and stupid. I'm sorry. This is a waste of time.
Of white Christians committing violence. And so what we cannot.
Oh, W for Jillian. Oh, you couldn't even take the heat. Oh my God.
Do is say, oh, it is the religion that's driving it, as opposed to it is these evil individuals. Piers, you properly talked about guns and how Australia, after that mass shooting, you said in the 90s, how they targeted. But the fact that they were successful should be a lesson to America. How about you also try that to deal with?
I always get confounded by the fact that like she's on the record been like, I don't really do drugs. I'm not a big user of any of this stuff. So I'm just kind of like, you know, I smoke a lot of weed and somehow, some way put thoughts together better than you, which I always, it always confounds me.
Mass shootings in this country. And so it is wrong for us to go down this path.
And these are the people getting media appearances.
Of condemning an entire religion, condemning an entire group of people, whether they are Muslim, whether they are Jewish, whether they are Christian. What we have to recognize is there are evil people in this world, and our job is to root out evil and then how to impact people.
3 minutes.
But it's crazy to attack an entire religion and target all those people.
I agree with that. And look, Emily,
that here?
Emily made the same point earlier because we were talking about it.
Senator Tommy Tuberville.
Yeah, but Emily,
Randy Fine.
Emily, here's the reality about
guys.
Here's the reality about United States, for example. You have roughly the same number of Jews and Muslims in the United States. It's about 4 or 5 million of each, right? In the UK, by comparison, there are as many Muslims in the UK as there are in the whole of America, but there are only 250,000 Jews. There's a massively disproportionate scenario in my country, which is why I think Jews in the UK and in London in particular feel particularly threatened when they see these large marches every weekend with people often brazenly taunting the Jewish community, you know, or supporting Hamas or talking about a global intifada, whatever it may be. And we saw the same thing happening in Australia. And I do think it's really incumbent on governments that they have to clamp down on this openly threatening stuff in the streets towards Jewish people.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans.
Yeah, Pierce, first of all, I want to thank you for your empathy, but I also, I hate this whole narrative. Like, I don't view myself as a Jew, as a this, as a black, as a Muslim. That's all identity politics. I don't want to be looked at like the victim. Jews are not the victims.
No,
We're actually a
fact.
very successful, thriving demographic. Okay, if you want to be a victim, you're entitled to do so. I'm going to speak for myself.
Say
I don't
I'm
like
an
being looked at like a
African-American,
victim.
not a victim.
Roland,
I'm actually an
let me
African-American.
Let us speak.
Good for you. Play the victim. Go ahead. I don't care.
It's
That's
not.
your problem.
You can actually
But I was
see
taking
that.
notes.
Let her finish her point.
Oh my God, Roland, you're a victim. Are you happy? You're a victim. Great. So secondly, I actually never thought I would say this. It's hard to agree with Cenk and Wajahat when they utter so much BS, but they made really great points and I wrote them down. Cenk calls out the Old Testament for commanding to slaughter your enemies. That's why when anyone says the Quran or the word Muslim, I swap it with Torah or Jew. Argument failed, it doesn't work. The same way we're the chosen people argument doesn't work. So we need to get better arguments than that. You cannot say because the Quran says it, all Muslims are bad. If you feel that way, go to the UAE, go to Riyadh, go to Saudi Arabia, any place in Saudi Arabia, you will come home and you will understand that there is mainly like peaceful, secular, intelligent Muslims. And I know that wasn't your point, Jillian. You were not saying all Muslims are bad. You were
I
saying
said
there's
the vast
10%.
majority are peaceful, amazing people. What I'm trying to explain
which is why I'm going to bring this point home. Jillian, I'm getting there. So to bring this point home, the point is good or bad, it doesn't matter. Take the religion out of it. I'm with Roland on this point. I could agree with everyone on this panel that we judge people by people. And it sounds so simple, right? But here's where we can take actionable measures to prevent this from happening again. This is an immigration problem, okay? I don't care if you're a Jew, a Christian, a Muslim, or an atheist. If you're coming to a country and you will not contribute.
The slide was a little clogged. So it was doing that thing where it just kept like bubbling and bubbling. I'm like, what the hell? And then when I ripped it, it was
/ assimilate to the society, slap
that's not right.
Whatever religion you want onto it. That is the government's job to ensure that you will not come to this country and ruin it. If it happens to say Muslim, so be it. If that's a Jew, so be it. By the way, I'll point out it's usually not the Jews that have the problem with assimilating.
But the problem,
that's my point.
Emily, the problem.
Wait a minute.
The problem.
Nobody's going anywhere.
The problem with this is this: if
two guys, just understand that I'm coming at this from her point of view. So, assimilation, right? And I know that Jillian was the one who said this, but she didn't she didn't try to check her on it at all. Think about this. They start telling you as a Jew, you need to assimilate better to American culture. Are you not going to have a problem with that? Do you not see do you not get it? Do you not get it? Or are you just a disingenuous fuckhead who's racist and you want it to be you in the superior position? Is that it?
If you look at this father and son, for example, just the
I'm
early
so
reports
sick of
coming
people doing this shit.
out about them. The father had been there many years.
This is why people give Nick Fuentes the credit that they do, is they're like, hey, at least he owns his racism and doesn't do this.
Australia. He was a member of a shooting club. He seems to have assimilated perfectly fine, right? His son's his son's in his mid-20s. His son had.
The detail.
Wait a minute. No, I
missed the detail.
Sorry. Here's the reality. And the son.
Surely skin
had
color has nothing to do with it.
dealings with some bad people. The government has phrased it.
Enough.
But not. Hang on. But not to the degree.
Or pretty privileged,
that
'cause that's a
caused
thing, too.
undue concern. Now it may be, in the proper investigation that now ensues, that will be seen to be a mistake. It may also be that if that's viewed a mistake, to then allow his father to have 6 legally owned firearms in a country where that's very unusual was also a mistake. So there may well be an expose here of some serious failures of the process, because it seems on the face of it madness. If you've got the kid hanging out with some people who may be potentially radicalizing him, and you've got the father with 6 guns, that's not a good cocktail. But it doesn't change.
I agree. And Pierce, you present your question also to the other panelists. You present it as 2 extremes. It's either, well, you could ban all the Muslims, but then you won't get Ahmed al-Ahmed, or well, why is it this or that?
Well, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. I'm just saying to you.
Emily, your point.
I'm saying to you
Emily,
that
your point is not in the middle.
examining the assimilation of
What's my
people
point,
is
Roger?
not as easy as it sounds, right? If it was, nobody would slip through the net.
Emily, you're speaking from both sides of your mouth. You talk about you want a middle, you say no one's going back, but you also are perfectly fine with blaming immigrants and sending them back. Listen, but I have to defend immigrants here, all right? And let me use Emily's own logic, and let me use Jill's own logic. Number one domestic terror threat in America consistently, and this is a fact, has been radical right and white supremacist terrorism. That's a fact. We do not. And I have not. Roland hasn't. Cenk hasn't said. You know what?
True, which I'm not
all
denying
white
it
people.
is.
Said,
but what statistics?
Jillian, just let me finish, and then you could say
Jillian,
yourself.
it came from the FBI director, Christopher
I'm just
Wray.
curious.
Seems like Piers Morgan is my favorite show. Bobbin for giblets or giblets. I can never figure out which one. Nah, honestly, he does a good like panel show, and that's the reason that I like it. But
I'm not Christian.
It's definitely not my favorite show. This is more of a hate watch situation. Trust me, when I understand like people hate watching me, I'm like, okay, I get it to a degree.
FBI.
I believe that.
Jillian,
I believe
Get defensive about that one.
I'm going to check. I'm going to get that checked in real time. Hang on.
All right.
I'm going to check it in real time.
I actually am curious. I'm asking
my
honestly.
understanding of that claim
Department of Justice
that is true. But I will get it double checked while we're talking. I'll get it double checked. But my understanding is that is a true
stands Piers.
Trump administration's Department of Justice just
people
removed it from their website.
But let
It's
Wajahat finish his point.
Trump
Please don't all
administration.
talk over each other. Wajahat.
Yeah, so let me just finish, Jillian.
This is the first panel I've seen with a bunch of Legos.
And then
in the
you can
frame.
come in and interfere.
Lego Man.
And do what you want.
Man, we haven't called Jack Lego Man in a minute.
Right.
He does have I always love that comparison that he has a Lego shaped head.
Neither me, Cenk, or Roland has ever said,
Jillian does look like her hair is like Lego. All right, you know what?
Onto white men, what was done onto Muslims and black people, and what's being done onto Somalis. The racial profiling, the excessive demonization, kicking them all out, blaming all white people.
Wait, Pep, this is why Jillian Michaels quit her take, because her racist Karen ass can't shut the F up for more than 2 minutes.
For the sins of,
well, I mean, to be fair,
white Christian nationalists or neo-Nazis or white supremacists, all right? The person
Lindy Lee's still on that show, so
who tried to assassinate Donald Trump twice, 2 people did it, white men. The person who killed Charlie Kirk, allegedly a white man. The number one identity of mass shooters in America, want to take a guess? White men. Number one identity of child pedophiles, white men.
Ooh, victims.
I
Roland Martin. I'm not sure if Roland is a progressive. He's a product of CNN. Yeah, that's kind of what I gathered because I looked at his YouTube page.
I've never said kick out
Definitely seems like he's not a leftist because he was talking about how like progressives need to calm down.
all white people, racially profile white people, dehumanize
No one
white
is
people.
saying that
What
to
you are
Muslims.
doing is saying if it's a Muslim, let's engage in Islamophobia. Let's demonize them. Let's
That's
hate them.
not
Jillian,
what I'm
I know you're
saying,
new to this.
Wajahat.
This has been happening for
I've said the
25
exact
years.
opposite.
Let me ask you. Okay, but Wajahat, let me ask you a question.
You may not be saying it overtly, you dummy.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute,
that
Wajahat.
racist.
First of all, Wajahat, a serious question.
God. Oh my God.
There are a lot of Muslim extremists. You'd accept that?
Of course.
Okay.
And I've
so,
condemned it
So
on
we
the
don't.
air.
I don't know the exact number. You don't. Jillian doesn't. Right. But
it's not even close.
If he's anti-Trump right now, then he's technically a leftist terrorist, the same way we all are. So
the point she's
Trump did anything right.
It's
the point
not
she's
even
making.
close.
The point she's making. Its comparison to the total number of Jews on the planet, there are 1.6 to 2 billion Muslims, right?
Stan.
You only need a small number of those to be
He's running in his sleep.
radicalized, to be extremist, and you will start to see a
Let's
lot of bad
see.
stuff
And
happening.
Hold on, guys. This is so important. Look at him. Look at him. See? He's got his lamb chop. That's his favorite toy right there. I have, God, how many of those you got? What? 7, 8 of them? He's got so many of them. He's got one for pretty much every year that he's been alive. So, yeah, let's see. Yeah, about 8. Ooh, you get a 9th one. I was about to say, it's almost Christmas time.
And we see a lot of bad stuff. So my question
He
is,
loves those things.
my question,
Like these. Here, guys. You can find them anywhere. If you guys ever want to send through the P.O. box, you want to send Stan something, send him one of these. He loves these lamb chops. Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to take it from you.
question, Wajahat, for you is what does the Muslim community do to root out these extremists in
Such
their
a
midst?
cute dog. He is.
Well,
That's my
okay,
boy.
I'm
And
gonna
not
flip
an
it up.
understanding.
Look at him.
By the
Look
way,
at him.
everything you said, any
Piers.
white person who's committed such an
Look at
atrocity
Stan.
should obviously go to jail for the rest of their
What
life.
has Jillian done to root out
conflating
white
two
mass
issues.
shooters in America? Jillian, what have you done to root out and de-radicalize the white men in your community who are responsible for the ¡1 mass shooting in this country?
Like this handsome buy me a treat.
I would condemn and call it
responsible for the #1
out, and
domestic
I
terror.
would, if I was on a jury, I would absolutely
No, what have you done?
vote for them
What
to,
have you done?
to go to prison. I'm also
And
not
that is
doing
the perfect,
anything
and that is
to go after
the
radical
point.
Muslims.
Piers,
I'm trying
Piers, the
to
question.
I have so many. I actually have a lot of the same type of shelving here. These modular shelves.
condemn
I'm sure you got them from
all
Target too.
violence and form like some common ground with you here, where radicalism across the board should be condemned. But I think what you're not understanding.
Dude, how come you sound just like a whiny, just idiot? You sound like my sister when she was like 5 and would tell me like, "Stop picking on me."
Is when people are
God.
concerned, they're concerned, as far as I can tell, about assimilation. And in all
I'd watch people argue in front of a dog
the
host. Well,
conversations that I have had about this,
he would need to keep his head on camera a little bit more.
they are worried.
I do have to figure out a way to get the stand cam to kind of go like under the desk so it can just get
Like, hey,
you
if
know,
it's 2 radical Muslims and 1 good guy,
the full
how are
the
we gonna
full
keep
view of
the
him.
2 radicals out?
That sounded wrong.
And if you've got, let's say, 1% of 2 billion people that want to bring down the
Play
West,
that one back.
like, what do you do about chance of death to America and Dearborn? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, what do you say
Piers, I
about
keep hearing
that?
assimilation. Piers, I keep hearing assimilation. And again, this is the point which you're making. You keep saying assimilation that is the answer. Again, what happens when people who are born here, who were brought here in chains, and their ancestors and their folks are here, and you still are dealing with white domestic terrorism? Is that assimilation? See, this is the problem. Y'all somehow think that assimilation, that's going to be the answer. That's not. It is not the answer.
Well,
and so
what she's saying is pre-assimilation immigrants are terrorists?
it's nonsensical to think
Well,
so.
depends what you mean.
That'd be a good point to bring up to her.
I mean, look,
She'd probably just be like, huh?
Really thrive in America.
Yeah, let them
Don't all
define
talk at
assimilation.
once. Let me bring in Cenk here.
I'll define
Let me
it.
bring in Cenk.
I'll
my
define it. It's not.
Hang on,
It's not
Gillian.
chanting death to
Hang on,
America.
please.
It's loving America.
Hang on,
wanting to
Gillian.
pursue the
It's
American
also not
dream.
participating in a violent insurrection.
That's kind of the answer,
All right.
in my opinion.
Can I say something, please, to Cenk? So, Cenk, this word assimilation, what it really means to me, at its purest, is that if you come to, say, the United States or the UK or Australia from another country, particularly another country which
Thank God I
has a
assimilated.
very different culture. So, say you come from the Middle East.
I've been walking around with this Borg thing in my eye for a long time. I mean, I assimilated.
You come to live in America, live in London, live in
Just got
Sydney,
one of those.
whatever.
You have like a
word
power drill
assimilate
coming out of your eye.
means that you do your best to be part of the new culture you're joining. What you don't do is put a drawbridge up and
Otherwise, I'd still be pooping in the
start
street.
your own culture within
Well, I'm glad you assimilated.
the culture of the country you go to at the expense of that nation's culture. I mean, at its purest.
That's not true.
When I saw the ads for Squatty Potty, I was just like, well, hold on now. If we're going to do this, then I'm going to start the actual trend. You know, the way that they had those barefoot running shoes? It's kind of the same. Like, I'm starting a new trend.
Well, that is.
I call it free pooping.
True.
Okay, if what you just described is the case, then the Italian,
I make pants that are called two cheeks.
the Jewish, the Polish, every group that came to the United States did exactly what you just said. They had own communities, own culture. So, do you understand the history of America?
Yes. And I also understand that in the
And what you described.
Well, I don't remember the Italians in America setting up their own rival court system, for example, unless I missed it.
Muslims haven't either.
Did they?
Yeah, no.
Because in the UK,
I poop my pants just like every other person, one leg at a time. Wait a minute, you're telling me that's not the saying? Hold on now.
in the UK, we now have nearly 100 Sharia courts have been set up. Okay?
Yeah.
So I don't remember that happening with any of the Poles or the Italians in the United States. That's what I'm talking about, Cenk.
Okay. All right. So what I can't stand is the double standards. So if, for example, Jillian said, what if 10% Muslims are violent? Okay. If you said that about Jewish people and you said, look, I'm not worried about most Jews, but, if 10% of Jews are treacherous and serve Israel first and betray their country. Hold on. No, Jillian. Now you let me talk. Okay? No, you let me talk. No. Okay. So now, if you said
no. Hold on. Can we all take a second to appreciate that that visceral moment from him where he's just like, no, Jillian, no.
10% of Jews.
He was just like, I have had it with your shit.
Jews are the real problem. Everyone would be.
All right. Props to Jake for letting that one go, because that was good.
The outrage, and rightfully so.
No!
That's not the right thing to say. But people say it blithely about Muslims.
He has had it with
like we
her.
don't count, and it's no big deal to discriminate against us. Now let's talk about.
It's like an angry elephant.
immigration.
He does that like the cadence.
It feels
like
like
a witty elephant.
ISIS, I'm for Muslim extremism, and you don't want to let them into the country. Of course, you don't let them into the country.
He did the thing.
He did it, of course. But now we're talking about Muslims at large. Wait, that's a totally different thing.
I got that.
By the way, are we doing the same thing for Israelis? Are we having them fill it? Hold on. Are we allowing them to?
You too can use this emote when you guys go over to Twitch.
Is basically thumbing their.
That is not what I was.
Are we asking them to fill out a form? Are you against murdering 20,000 Palestinian kids? And if they say, no, I am for it, and I like what Israel did, are we banning them because they're sick, violent extremists who don't mind the murder of 20,000 children? No, of course not. In fact,
Not
when
gonna
you
lie,
look at the forms,
I do love that emote.
Right now, what we're asking in entering our country is, what are your views about Israel? Who gives a damn what their views about Israel are when they're coming to America? Why are we asking about a different country? What
Check
I
out my
care
Twitch
most about
page
is
and
American
join the Discord. Here we go.
Now, Roland
Let me
is
get that.
right. Muslims come here, Jews come here, Italians, etc. We all assimilate to some degree. I love the Pittsburgh Steelers. I eat my favorite food is subs, etc. And I'm sure that's true of Jews, Christians, everyone, right? But we also keep a part of our culture. And if we said to, again, Jewish people, like we're saying to Muslims, how dare you not assimilate? What's with the silly hat and the stupid little things and the things coming out of your pockets? Why don't you assimilate? The real problem is the Jews. And they're too, hold on. and they're
That's
too
what we're
loyal
talking
to
about. We're
Israel.
not
He's making a good point.
talking about food
And that's the real
and
problem. They will not
fashion.
assimilate.
Food and fashion. So what he just said about the curly things. What are you talking about, you dummy? So you're just like, I don't want to see them with the thing on their head. I don't like hijabs and I don't like the turbans.
All they care about
You are a certified dum-dum.
is Israel. Everyone would say you're
Like, we knew this, and I can use so many different terms, but dum-dum, like dum-dum, that's the call that you would need to make for Jillian Michaels to come to you.
unacceptable.
Come here, dum-dum. And there's Jillian Michaels wagging her little shitty tail.
Anti-Semite, and you should be canceled
Okay,
forever.
listen,
No, I mean, dude, she is like a backward step in evolution, so she's got a tail.
People say it about Muslims.
Now, whether she turns into a giant great ape on a full moon, that's another question.
Okay, listen, I've got to wrap the debate. But I've got to wrap the debate. What I would say though is there should be lines.
Man, her whole thing is interrupting when being refuted. It's almost like she talked to another debate lord, and that's all she took from the lesson.
That we can all agree to draw. One is if you chant global intifada, everybody knows what that means. There have been 2 intifadas in the last 30-odd years, and they were both extremely violent. So when people call for that...
Ask Jillian what Antifada is. Please. Just ask her and ask her just like that. I have a feeling the answer would be hilarious.
And chant about it.
How about the violence of the...
Jake, come on. Oh, you're already missing it. Come on, you have the perfect opportunity to make the perfect ass out of Jillian Michaels.
Occupation.
Oh,
okay.
God.
They are uprising
Israel
against a
derangement
brutal
syndrome.
fascist
Oh my
occupation
God.
for 58 brutal terrorist years. But you never talk about the Israeli violence in the same way. When Israelis
Actually,
get together,
I've
they're
regularly
like, yes,
criticized
occupy
No, he
the
doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Palestinians, enslave
No.
them.
I've
keep them in
regularly
concentration
criticized
camps.
it.
No,
Tell
you
them
don't. You don't. No, you both sides this shit to a point where you one-side it there, Piers. That's the problem.
I've regularly criticized it, but when you allow...
That's not the debate we have in America.
When you allow, as Australia and England have done, to allow mass demonstrations, pro-Palestinian, where people chant global intifada or death to the IDF or wave the...
Who the fuck is actually chanting this shit? And honestly, if you're chanting death to anybody, come on.
Hamas...
Let's be real. You're kind of like... I'm sorry, guys.
Insignia, that
That's
to
not-
me all
that's
crosses
not
a
cool.
line. That's an incitement to violence.
I mean, call me silly, I guess. I just don't wish death upon anybody. That's that's ultimate bad juju.
Israeli-
Now, whether or not you can pull a clip of me saying something different, hey, now, don't be doing that.
Black crosses the line.
Wait. Can I just say this to end on a positive note?
I'm waiting for the day where somebody actually has it loaded up, where they're just like, oh yeah, Pep, I happen to have this one. It's just like, oh.
Like the Australian Jewish community, when they were given the opportunity to dehumanize Muslims and Palestinians, did you see what they did? They said, we're not going to do that. We're only going to blame the 2 shooters, and we're in this together.
Yeah.
Be like that, folks. Don't be like Jillian and Emily and try to go against Muslims and immigrants and all this nonsense, divide and conquer. We're all in this together. We're all in this together.
6, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9.
And this entire debate.
If you guys know that song, then we are friends.
The fact that you have
finish
to
my
straw
thought.
man
This
arguments
entire-
and put words
Think
in
that I got
people's
the number
mouths
right.
shows
Panel
that you have no
has been
taste.
blaming other religions.
You call me a
blaming
white
other
nationalist. You have
Well, I
no
must say,
idea
I
what you're
must say,
talking
I
about.
must say, Wajahat,
prepared.
Wajahat,
Oh my
I've heard of some curious ways of
Yeah,
ending on a
yeah.
positive note. That was not one of
But
them.
no, I said
I've
Ahmad
got to leave it there.
Ahmad
I've got to leave
and
it.
the
It's
Jewish
hard to think of a less
community.
positive
Those are-
note you
those are
left
your
it on
heroes.
than hammering 2 of your co-panelists. But we'll leave it there. I
Does anybody, actually for real, does anybody know that song?
actually think what they said in Australia was a good thing, and we should all strive to be unifying forces and not polarizing forces. We started this with Donald Trump's comments on Rob Reiner. How nice it would have been if Donald Trump had come out and paid tribute to Rob Reiner, the filmmaker, because I bet he loved his films, rather than trashing him on a human level, which I just thought crossed.
I don't think
the
so.
line.
Really?
We all.
It's a. Look it up. It's literally the number 634-5789.
We know where a lot of lines are that shouldn't be crossed, and we've got to come together and make sure nobody crosses them.
It's the
Then life will slowly
soul love
start to
line.
improve from this toxic hell we're currently infested with. Anyway, thank you
Also,
all
it's in Blues Brothers 2000.
very much.
Call on me. 675. I should just watch that movie. That movie's badass. If you have never seen Blues Brothers 2000, it's such a good movie. It really is. See, now I love the Blues Brothers. Like, just I am unabashed in my love for them. So, yeah, it's like Chicago as fuck. And of course, you got BB King. All the my blues favorites are in that freaking movie, especially the last scene. Oh my god, everybody is there. Steve Winwood. Steve Winwood makes an appearance. My man, Steve Winwood. Ah. Count on me. I wish I could do a banger, Steve Winwood. Actually, that's one of my dad's favorite singers that I got really into as a kid for some reason. Where I was just like, Higher Love. Bring me a higher love. Aretha Franklin. Oh, in both. She's in both. Yeah, she does Respect in that one in Blues Brothers 2000, but it is like, I mean, Think is awesome. Think! You gotta. My favorite one is just like, you will not believe what these two jive turkeys just ordered walking in this establishment. One of them wants a whole fried chicken, or no, 2 whole fried chickens and a Coke. That's Jay. And this other one wants plain white toast. Elwood. It's so great. Oh, fuck. I love that movie. Seriously, like when they're spinning in the mall, just the cars. I don't know why, but for like literally since I was a little kid, I laugh. Just it's one of the funniest goddamn scenes in the fucking entire world. And then when the Nazis, they drive off the fucking bridge, and it takes an absurdly long time for them to crash, and then he just looks over, he's like, "Sir, I've always loved you," and then boom. The new Buick, sorry. That's right. Yeah, they're shopping. Oh my god. Yeah, I actually remember being mad when I was a kid that they crashed through Toys R Us first, because he was just like, it was that famous thing, like, do you have this? It's just like, no, but we do have the sidekick. And whoa. Who was it? Because, like, I want to say Elmo, it wasn't that. I think it was Big Bird. Man, I gotta watch Blues Brothers and then Blues Brothers 2000. You know what? That's gonna be my Christmas stuff. Screw it. And then I'll watch Home Alone and Die Hard on Christmas Eve and Christmas, because those are my Christmas movies. Yeah, I don't get much more Chicago than watching. Oh yeah. It's like, yeah. Do you have Kermit? No, but we have Miss Piggy. That's right. Thank you. I'm so glad you're here. No, Jingle All the Way. I love that one. What was his name here? Blister? No. Turbo Man sidekick. Booster. Nobody likes Booster. They start kicking his ass. No one likes you, Booster. I felt so bad for him. This big pink lion just getting the shit kicked out of him. Dude, that's low key. That's got one of the funniest scenes in a Christmas movie. It's like, what you don't know is that it's like this is a mom. And he's just like, listen, kids, I was on the bomb squad for over 15 years. If anybody, if this was a bomb, I would know. Go. And then he just stops and he's just like, it's the sick people, man. It's sick people. It's fucking great. Oh, dude. All right. 90s comedy. Yeah, it's definitely peak. The Lego reenactment of the mall scene is incredible. I have to watch that. Because that mall scene is great. The ball. He's chasing through the ball pit. Oh man. God. Yeah. Then he actually ends up in the middle of Legoland because that was filmed in the Mall of America. Know how I know that? Oh God. I just wanted the Turbo Man. Little girl, just give me the ball. Yeah, I'll trade you. Look, this one's so shiny. Here, you want to trade? Yeah. Those are my cookies. God, these cookies. Ted, put those cookies down. Those are my cookies. Not a bad Artie at all. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I want the Turbo Man. Wait, no. There's another really funny scene. Oh no, this one I got my movies, my Arnie movies, because this one was Kindergarten Cop. It's the most famous one. What are we talking about? It looks like a tumor. It's not a tumor. My name is Officer John Kimmel. We're going to play a game. Okay, boys and girls, we're going to play a game. Who is your daddy and what does he do? Oh my God. My wife absolutely hates when I do that. She's like, shut the fuck up. Who's your daddy and what does he do? Get to the pepper. Yeah, we have a Dr. Pepper over here. I'm a pepper, you're a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Yeah, I was the governor of California. Dude, I sat there for like a day, stoned off my ass, fucking doing an Arnold impression, just trying to get the way he says California right. I'll never forget that shit where I was California. I mean, I can just like unironically do like not just the Predator, like the famous impressions. I could take it one further where it's just like, Dylan, you son of a bitch. How are you? It looks like the CIA's got you because he's literally doing this. It looks like the CIA's got you pushing too many pencils. See you at the party, Richter. Yes. All right, now what you have unleashed is fun because I love doing Arnold impressions, even though I always thought I sucked at them. I somehow think that my Arnold Schwarzenegger is like one of the worst impressions that I have because there are so many that do good ones. Where mine's get to the chopper, like it's literally rudimentary. Although I did try to spice it up with again being able to say Turbo Man. That's my Turbo Man. And again, those are my cookies. Because legit, just when I heard that scene, I was like, oh, that's a winner. It's Artie Trucks. Yeah. Dude, for real. I mean, the guy is literally, I can almost quote this verbatim in Pumping Iron. Yeah, when you're pumping, you have to understand that when you do your pump, you do the full pump and it's like coming. And when you're coming, when you are doing your pump, it's every time, every up and down, I am coming. You have to understand that it is euphoria. It's fucking wild, dude. Here, this is like, I like how I use the same song. Yeah, the Terminator coming in. Yeah, Macho Man auditioning for the Terminator. John Connor. Yeah, looking for a little boy. You seen this boy? Not in trouble yet, but I'm gonna I'm gonna make him okay. Yeah. Don't worry about it. I know that it's a little weird that a guy comes in with a picture of a kid, not his. Yeah. Might ask some questions. Just know, guy's about to come in wearing a cop outfit. You're not gonna ask any questions except for the questions you should be asking. Yeah. Why do I trust the cops so much? 'Cause I'm a narc asshole. Yeah. Dig it. Can we just say that the real winners, fucking, oh god, what's his name? The kid from Salute Your Shorts that's just like, nah, I don't know who he is, never seen him in my life. Fucking, that's a true friend right there. Have I seen Pablo Francisco, Little Tortilla Boy? I think so. I mean, if it's from the same special, that is the one where he's talking, he does like Steven Seagal, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh, excuse me. I think so. Yeah. Because that's the one where he does the nobody does a Donald Glover. Getting too old for this. Pablo Francisco, he was one of the most disappointing comedians to me. Like, to just see him fall off the way he did. He's actually one of the guys that makes me wonder if Greg Giraldo would have actually been that funny had he kept going. I mean, wrong way to say that he died. No, Greg Giraldo was like funny as fuck, man, but I don't know. No, because he didn't really do impressions. Like Pablo Francisco, man, he uses the same shit over and over and over. I'm pretty sure he was still using like a bit that he used in like 2010 just recently, where I was just like, what? He's pretty funny in that special. Again, I don't hate certain specials. Like, honestly, as much as people clown on Dane Cook, his bit about car accidents is still to this day a banger. It's just the physical comedy is a little douchey when you realize that what he's used his comedy for, like the fact that he's married to like a 20-year-old is a little weird. Like, oh, okay. I mean, and he did the thing where he's just like, I just feel like we mentally are on the same level. I'm like, that's not a great thing, Dane. You do realize who else uses that as like a thing, right? Huh? Chris Hansen, you want to tell him? Ugh, yeah. Nah, yeah, there's a few of those comedians like from what I now call back in the day. The ones that like really deserved to break through, and then there's the ones that broke through that I was like, oh no. Like, damn it. Actually, Craig Gass. I think Craig Gass should have been bigger than Pablo Francisco, in my opinion, for the time that he was doing it. But yeah, like I said, Dane Cook's car accident bit was funny. Like, just it's still funny. Coming day and night, yeah. That is the California way. Ew. God damn it. Wait. Okay, can I still do Sly? I used to be able to do a good... Hold on. I almost did the Terminator impression. Wait. It's not Adrian. Paulie. Everybody does the Adrian. I'm just like, Paulie. God damn it. I got to work on that one. I'll watch Rocky. Let's see. Well, Rocky 1. Dude, if nobody explains Rocky 1 to you and like just says, yeah, it's Rocky, it's a classic boxing movie, you're just like, why is this creepy dude following this girl from the pet shop? Like, yo, dude, I think he's harassing her. I don't like this. Paulie said it wasn't okay. He should really stop, man. Like, he straight up harasses it. Yo, Adrian. Like, it's problematic. I mean, it's more problematic than Paulie getting the fucking robot. Like, that was problematic. Anybody remember Paulie's robot from Rocky 3? Oh, fuck. Now I'm just obscure movie references. These are only obscure if you have never seen some classic schlock. I mean, let's be honest. Rocky 3. Oh, wait, no, Rocky 4. Rocky 4, my bad. I mixed up my Rockies. No, Rocky 4 is the one with Paulie and the robot. Rocky 3, you got Crusher Creel. I pity the fool who doesn't fight Crusher Creel. God, Mr. T at his peak. Fucking A. Him being from Chicago and also a Christian, like, he would come to my school, like, a lot. And it was awesome every fucking time. He came to my school so many times that at one point, legit, I looked over to my buddy where I'm like, you know, he was in WrestleMania 1? And, like, he said, did you know he was in WrestleMania 1 to make fun of me? I was like, oh, yeah. Shut me up real fast. God. Thinking back to it, I don't think my friends were very friendly. Asshole. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know he was in WrestleMania 1? Take away my excitement. I pity the fool who takes away a child's excitement to see Mr. T. Oh, man. Where was I? I don't even know what the fuck we were talking about. Were we talking about Piers Morgan? I have no idea. Like, I did an Arnold impression, and now I'm doing what happened? That was just or uphill. Like, was it, I don't know, was it more of a downhill slide, or was it more of like a gondola up? Joy Stealers. I mean, that's... Yeah. You know what? Fuck it. This is a surprise. It was a girl that said that to me, and her name was Margot. I just remember because I'm like, why does your name have a G and an E, U, and then you have an X? What is up with that? Yeah. Maybe that's why she just, like, I don't know. There might have been writing on the wall that she might have not liked me. So, funny part was, this is before I smoke weed, so I don't know. Maybe I just was naturally an idiot. It's okay. You know, my mother loved me. My friends loved me. And I loved me. I watched Planes, Trains, and Automobiles with my dad and was just like, yeah, nobody can hurt you when you're like Gil, which then you grow up and you're bawling your eyes out. You're just like, oh my God, he's alone. Yeah, you guys cry in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, right? Like, I like have a proper ball session. Like, I feel like I walked out of therapy watching that movie. For real. That's one where I will ugly cry. Let's see. Sad. It's, dude, that ending when he realizes it, when he's thinking back to it, and then he starts seeing it, where he's just like I literally got goosebumps right now. It's one of the best, like, pivots where it's just, yeah, great ending. Oh yeah, that ending is. Yeah, where he's carrying the trunk with him. God damn it. Getting all, like, mushy now. Ah, fuck. Although, let's see. I cried watching something stupid recently. Oh, never mind. I remember. So I may or may not have cried at the end of Welcome to Derry. There's one specific scene that I was just enjoying it, but then it really got emotional real fast. I was just like, oh no. I'm not sure how much of it is like the trauma I've endured during this year, but oh fuck, it got me. Like, happens. Yeah. Yeah, where I just realized I'm like, I think I actually need to like get a Kleenex now. Damn it. Like, I'm proper crying. Fuck. Every once in a while, yeah. I think I talked about it, but the Good Robot? I think it's the Good Robot. God, yeah. I think that's what it's called. Fuck. That one was great. Ah, boy. What? Excuse me. In the right mood, I've cried at sentimental ads. It depends. Oh, end of Home Alone 2 where he hugs his mom. Yeah. I used to lose it at that anyway. I haven't watched Home Alone since my mom's passing, and I have a feeling I'm gonna have to pause that and or just maybe I'll just do exposure therapy and just go for it. But oh boy, that one's gonna hit me. Anyway, Toy Story 3. Yeah, Toy Story 3. That hit. Yeah. Okay. I like how I'm just now like, hey, what's a good movie to go cry to? Good Will Hunting got some good emotional stuff. It does, but that's not like a rewatch. Like, there's certain movies that I rewatch like damn near every year. Again, Blues Brothers and Blues Brothers 2000 being one of them. Two of them, actually. It's not my fault. No, I know it's not my fault, but I mean, I could just not watch stuff that makes me do that, but what's the fun in that? Oh, see, I've had a bad one. Where, like, Uncle Buck is, yeah, that's another, dude, John Candy with his emotional performances. Uncle Buck's a banger. Except I shouldn't have taken from Uncle Buck that I wanted to be Uncle Buck. He made Uncle Livin look so great. It's just like, wait a minute, you're telling me I could show up in a beater-ass car and just tell these kids how it is and they'll actually listen to me past their parents? You know what's up? That's exactly what's up. Me and my roommate used to tell each other that too. Really? Where one of them, like one of y'all would start crying and it's like, it's not your fault. Dude, that's so condescending but funny. Oh, fuck. Right. Wow, I can't believe I actually got through that. Holy crap. I was convinced that I was going to quit halfway through that Piers Morgan thing. Oh, no, listen, ... Oh, okay, wait. I think I misread this. Okay, Good Will Hunting, emotional stuff. It's not your fault. Oh. Is this... God. Alrighty. What is on my backup page? Oh, that's right. I got Nick Reiner and Rob Reiner doing this this joint thing here.
What was the toughest for you?
Yeah, this is crazy, guys. This is crazy. So Nick Reiner, Rob Reiner's kid. That's accused. Well, no, I just stuttered on that. Who is accused of killing his dad. This is them.
What do you think, Nick?
It wasn't very tough. I mean, it was a pretty nice experience for me. I don't really think it was like tough at all.
Really?
I mean, of course it was a little bit, but
I mean, we did get into fights over things, but ultimately it forced us to make the film better. I mean, we get into issues, and I would see, the whole process for me, I can just speak for myself, it did make me understand him a lot more, and I think it made me a better father.
Oh, God, this is a little uncomfortable.
Hopefully it did.
We're not watching this whole thing, but I just want to say, number one, AOL, what the fuck?
I don't.
Well, I'm not sure if Time Warner is going to come after me for this, so I'll just fucking say, okay. It's the Karens at the internet company's fault. I think it's more sad because of how Robin Williams passed away. Isn't AOL dead? I think so, but I'm still gonna just be. Yeah, that was the kid. That was him. Yeah. Yeah. So apparently that movie that they're promoting called Being Charlie. Don't you mean WBD? Yeah, that's why I was like, shit. Hold on. Let's not go through that. Here, I got this one more clip from Philip DeFranco. I wanted to play here.
Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle.
All right, so gonna get a quick news breakdown from Philly D. He did look a bit off. Yeah, the way that he was cycling. Yeah, that was...
Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle, they were found dead in their home yesterday afternoon, and it appears like they were murdered. Their son Nick's been arrested and booked for murder, and the reactions, including an absolutely psychotic one from the person in charge of this country, they're flying everywhere. But with there right now being so many unanswered questions, let's start with the specific details of what we do know. So yesterday afternoon, the LA Fire Department responded to a medical aid request at the house of the Reiners owned in Brentwood. There, the bodies were found with knife wounds, and the LAPD confirmed that detectives from the Robbery Homicide Division were investigating the deaths as an apparent homicide. Right, and also, if you're not familiar with Rob Reiner, you're probably at least familiar with his work in film and television over the last 40 years. Right, he directed This Is Spinal Tap, When Harry Met Sally, The Princess Bride, just to name a few of them. He also, I'll say, acted, right? He won 2 Emmys for his role in the sitcom All in the Family. He made an appearance in Sleepless in Seattle and even had a recurring role in
It's
season
so
4 of
weird
The
to be
Bear.
a
And then,
90s kid because I think everybody from the 90s knows who Rob
it's
Reiner
the
is.
entertainment stuff. He was also a liberal political activist.
Fuck, I know who Carl Reiner is, his dad, because he was in Ocean's 11.
Campaigned on behalf of marriage equality, spearheaded campaigns against smoking.
If that wasn't
even
one of the most
considered running
90s
for
things you've
governor
heard.
against Arnold Schwarzenegger back in 2006. Right then, as far as he and his wife Michelle,
movie,
they
by the
met
way.
while he was working on When Harry Met Sally and got married in 1989 and went on to have 3 kids of their own, 2 sons, Nick and Jake, and 1 daughter, Romy. And it's also with Rob having come into the relationship with an adopted daughter from a previous marriage. You know, regarding this family, Rob and his son Nick even made a movie together which premiered in 2015 about the issues that their family endured. Right? And specifically, the movie centered around a character inspired by Nick and his struggle with addiction.
I had no idea how difficult it was for him.
Yeah.
But I knew what I was going through, and I thought maybe there's something in that, in a story. But then I kind of put it aside because I thought this is too raw and it's too, difficult. But I guess when we had a little distance on it, then we could kind of start looking at it.
But we now flash forward from that clip back in 2016 to it
By the way, guys, I'm going to open this
being reported
while we
that
are doing this.
sources have
So,
confirmed that
let's see.
Nick killed Rob and Michelle. Right, and from there, you have TMZ saying that an argument led to Nick attacking his parents, and it was one
Yeah,
of
he
his
played
sisters
Saul,
that found
yeah.
the bodies. TMZ then further reporting that Nick was in custody of the LA County Sheriff's Department. And then, just this afternoon, you had the LAPD putting out a statement saying that Nick Reiner is being held without bail, and their investigation has found that he is responsible for his parents' death. You know, while the public is waiting for more information, many people have been chiming in from around the internet to talk about Rob and Michelle and mourn their loss. Right, many in the film industry highlighting his beloved work as well as his position as a staple of the entertainment space. Sean
shit.
Astin, president of
Right off the
SAG-AFTRA,
bat?
is saying that Rob Reiner is one of the most
damn.
significant figures in the history of film and television, saying the impact he made on American culture simply can't be overstated. You then also had politicians like Gavin Newsom and Los Angeles
Sick.
Mayor Karen Bass.
I just pulled an art card from Final
focusing
Fantasy
on his
deck.
advocacy. Right, initially, if you looked around,
Sorry,
there was
there's
a lot
like
of love
maybe
and
a few of
sadness
you
for both
that
people on
care.
the left and the right towards what happened with Reiner. And with that, you even saw many prominent Republicans saying, hey, people on the left, look at what's happening. We're saying liberals are desperately searching for a prominent conservative mocking Rob Reiner and his wife passing and saying they've seen nothing but love, which I guess possibly Donald Trump saw those takes and was like, I'm going to be a big asshole and make all of this about me and just be a disgusting piece of shit. Because he decided this morning to post about Reiner and his wife saying, a very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away together with his wife, Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace. With then, even some of Donald Trump's most ardent supporters going, what the fuck? How is this real? This is disgraceful. Granted, you had some still trying to play defense for the president. And well, of course, we're still waiting for more information to come in, more confirmation to come in. With the likes of Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene writing, many families deal with a family member with drug addiction and mental health issues. It's incredibly difficult and should be met with empathy, especially when it ends in
I was
murder.
about to say, where's Laura Loomer in this?
Tragedy, not about politics or political enemies. And it appears that one of the reasons, especially among even further right-wing circles, that Rob Reiner was given at least some grace, not universal. Where, people noting Rob Reiner was classy and sincere when Charlie Kirk was murdered, saying, let's return the sentiment now that he and his wife have been murdered. For now, regardless of the self-centered, sundowning ramblings of the president, we're going to have to wait to get more information about the death of Rob and Michelle Reiner, as well as what's happening around Nick, including why he'd do this, as well as what's in store for him now. But then, next up today, let's talk about Barry Weiss, Candace Owens, and Erica Kirk. Because Erica, the late Charlie Kirk's widow, she announced last night, Candace Owens and I are meeting for a private in-person discussion on
what the fuck happened to MTG?
Monday, December 15th. Candace Owens and
I just showed you an MTG card.
Agreed that public discussions, live stream,
Final Fantasy got into it. That's what happened.
and tweets are on hold until after this meeting. I look forward to a productive conversation. With Owens then replying to that, I am very much looking forward to
Rob Reiner had Trump derangement syndrome. Too bad. It was cut short by his idiot son Nick. Rob and his wife Michelle were too woke. May they rest in peace. Oh shit, peace. You actually wrote peace.
discussion. So if you've been keeping up, it would appear that the live stream that was scheduled for today, where Turning Point USA was going to debunk Owens' conspiracy theories, that's either been
I may have anticipated something there.
Canceled or postponed. And with this, there's just been a wide range of reactions. With some saying it looks like it's going to be good, where they're going to be putting this conflict to bed away from the cameras rather than creating a spectacle. But then you also have others saying they doubt that anything productive is actually going to come from this, especially if it's not recorded. People arguing that Owens and Kirk, they could just go out there and make up whatever they want about whatever was said. Others also speculating that threats could be made, deals could be made, just, whatever you can think of. Because, there's not a little disagreement here. You have Candace Owens saying that she believes that Charlie's assassination was plotted by some conspiracy between Israel, France, maybe Egypt, the United States
Typo Trump.
and people inside TPUS.
Hold on, you mean autocorrect doesn't just do that for you too?
So really, there's many skeptical that a conversation's gonna make everything hunky-dory. And this is also
hold on.
Sort of where Barry Weiss enters the picture, because she asked Erica Kirk what she had to say to Owens and others out there spreading conspiracy theories, and she said,
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say.
God, she really does look like the wife of Chucky. I've seen the memes going around, but holy crap.
And so one that might give us a little insight
Jennifer
as to
Tilly
kind of
would
the
just be like,
tone or the
no.
stand she's going to take during this private discussion, but also two, we should
Which,
take a moment to
hail
talk
the
about
queen.
the person who's interviewing Erica there, Barry Weiss. Because ever since Paramount head and Trump ally David Ellison anointed her editor-in-chief of CBS News back in October, she has attracted a lot of criticism for her editorial changes at the network. And that, it really came to head Saturday night when she personally moderated a CBS town hall with Erica Kirk. But it was a move that struck many observers as odd.
Man, we're 4 away from 1600.
Right off
Hopefully tomorrow I can
the bat, because
push
one,
that over.
CBS News doesn't typically host town halls like this, and two, senior editorial executives likewise.
I mean, hey, I found a few cool viewers that joined the show after that debate. I was surprised.
Typically stay off camera.
And you got to say, I really do have to kind of be fair now. It went better than I thought, and they were a little bit kinder to me than I thought they would be.
You even see where this was going just by looking
even though the chat was wild.
at the event's sponsors, who included the Right-Wing Heritage Foundation, a Christian prayer app, a faith-based film studio, and the International Fellowship.
Dude, I had a thought about this. The reason that people think that Bible entertainment's so bad is because you guys are so ham-fisted about it. You guys couldn't take what made Creed successful and just be like, oh, this does appeal to secularism. You guys have to be so ham-fisted with your bullshit to where even The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, they can't even own that, by the way, because they're just like, oh, it's Disney paganism. It's like C.S. Lewis was the ultimate Christian. You guys, it's not like you had the Daily Wire doing The Daily Wire presents The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. No, you guys are just too small in that.
Of Christians and Jews. So then there was also a relatively small handful of mainstream advertisers.
Thanks for the 5.
At Bandits I $5. Keith shared a tweet, when Charlie said women should stay at home, I still disagree, but I am more understanding of why he thought that.
Like Spotify and TikTok. Also, if you applied to attend the town hall, you were asked a series of questions, including, do you consider yourself a conservative? Are you grieving the loss of a loved one? And are you an evangelical Christian? Plus, for many, it just kind of felt weird that after Erica Kirk's been giving
thanks for the 5, dude.
interviews to numerous outlets and podcasters, spoken at TP USA events, and even closed out the New York Times Deal Book Summit, you had Weiss bring her on to CBS as if she was finally being given the chance to speak. Now, as far as the town hall itself, there were a few moments that have been grabbing folks' attention, starting with a question from Hunter Kozak, the guy who was debating Charlie Kirk right before he was shot. And you had Kozak saying, hey, I admire how you condemn violent rhetoric, but what about Donald Trump? Aren't our nation's leaders most responsible for diffusing violence?
President Trump called on 6 Democratic lawmakers to be tried for sedition, which he clarified was
Because I'll admit that the wife might have been saying, like, hey, he needs to have a little less of those because
punishable by death.
She's like, I'm glad you're making money, but he's been eating a lot of treats. I'm like, okay.
He then reposted a simple message. Hang them.
I understand your sentiment. I do. But this is also so much deeper than just one person. This starts at the home, okay?
Wait, Christians don't know the line "The Witch in the Wardrobe" is Christian?
This starts with family.
A lot of them, because they don't understand C.S. Lewis and they don't talk about this stuff in churches a lot. Mostly like Christian school kids know.
You have to look in the mirror. When you become a father, when you become a mother, how are you raising your kids? Are you taking responsibility, or are you giving them a
She is weird looking. Can I just like
device?
Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, she's weird looking.
And saying, go down that rabbit hole. I'm trying to go to Pilates class. Do you want your kid to be a thought leader or an assassin?
So you saw that provoking a lot of ridicule online.
Her eyes are creepy, hollow, nothing in them, cold. Yeah. That's what I'm seeing.
People saying things like Erica Kirk shaming moms for taking an hour for Pilates while she's on TV every single day is
peak fucking hypocrisy.
Also, at another point in this town hall, someone said to Erica, we all know about anti-Semitism on the left, but can you condemn anti-Semitism on the right? And at first, Erica did that in general terms without naming any names.
Charlie always would say very clearly, Jew hate was brain rot. How could you hate the Jewish people?
But then she
maybe this is worth watching.
Also seemed to suggest that to stop anti-Semitism, people need to become Christian.
We are broken, sinful humans in need of a Lord and Savior. And that's why it is so important to give your life to the Lord. Because once you do that and you fully surrender to the Lord, you have no room in your heart for hate. And you cannot separate the Old Testament from the New Testament. You cannot.
Right, and that's a theme that many took note.
All right, girl. With all due respect, I know when you feel snot running, like there's one thing to like make sure your makeup ain't running, but I don't know. That was a nice little snot run.
Because throughout this entire
and yes, I'm going to just be like, all right.
Town hall, nearly all of Erica's answers and some of Weiss's questions really
Do you think at one point she accidentally went
harped on Christianity? Or with Weiss.
All right, maybe I'm taking this too far.
And other attendees asking
oh my
Erica
God, the left has no taste.
She follows Charlie's practice of keeping the Sabbath, soliciting advice for Christian
Unlike what I just tasted, it was salty and delicious.
women seeking conservative husbands in big cities, and asking how she trusts God despite unfair and immense suffering. Right, and then also, even after the event, Weiss seemed like, she was just overwhelmed by the aura of spiritual power surrounding Erica Kirk.
Well, she is a deeply religious Christian. I'm not Christian, but bearing witness to something that in her is clearly very deeply held and sincere was quite powerful and powerful for everyone in the audience.
Bearing witness? Oh. Oh my God, these people are fucking just...
At the very least, this was described as a unique piece of programming for CBS News, one of America's most venerated legacy media networks, and with it, you had many people giving
Gee, I wonder why they had that on. I wonder.
Reactions like, how humiliating for CBS to go from Walter Cronkite tearfully breaking the news of JFK's assassination and death to Barry Weiss doing a town hall with a widow of a racist podcaster who is milking her husband's death for every penny, as well as there has never been a brand so thoroughly destroyed in such a short period. This is what they're going to do to CNN next, to the extent they haven't already. Though it also appears like it wasn't just CBS viewers who were turned off by the event, but maybe advertisers as well, because you had Variety reporting that most of the commercial breaks were filled with cheaper direct response advertisers, or things like HomeServe.com, Carfax, and even Chia Pet. For context,
Gia.
Way to
No way. Gia will advertise with anyone.
direct response advertising works is that networks typically just put them on the air whenever it's
Which makes me think
convenient, right? Not when they're the first choice. So when you see a bunch of those kinds of ads in one program like this,
I exclusively just do the Bob Ross ones.
Suggests that the network just couldn't line up more mainstream support for its content. You know, while the Saturday 8 p.m. slot given to the town hall is one of the least watched hours in broadcast TV, that also doesn't explain why big advertisers like Amazon, Ferraro Group, and Procter & Gamble return to the 9 p.m. rebroadcast of 48
Yep. All right, that's a tell.
hours.
That's a tell.
And so, you know, that's something to take a look at because
I didn't even work in that department, and I'd still be like, oh, they pulled what now? It's like, they coming back? It's like in the next hour, it's like, oh.
could be a signal that CBS News' new editorial direction is
way to tell that show that you do not condone what they say.
Not necessarily the right one from a business perspective. But I'll say, regardless, there you have Weiss seeming very intent on keeping this going.
This is going to be the first of many conversations and debates on CBS News about the things that matter most, which are often the hardest to talk about. You will not agree with everything you hear tonight or in any of these other broadcasts. And that is exactly the point.
So there's also, as you reportedly have network staffers.
Dude, I don't think Barry Weiss is going to last that long once I say it a lot on this show because my dad loves this phrase, but money talks, bullshit walks. Well, I don't think that she's pulling in money, so she's going to be walking with her bullshit in a little bit.
Telling The Independent, David Ellison must be mortified by his $150 million
I was about to say, his $150 million.
And someone who's so quickly...
I mean, here's the thing. He doesn't even feel that, but taxes, got to make sure that he doesn't pay his taxes because it would be right around that amount of money, so he had to spend it on her... I don't get rich people. I really don't. Like, you do understand it. They just, spent that little bit extra. A lot of people just shut the fuck up, but they're that fucking greedy.
He revealed themselves to be the most shallow, least interesting person in TV news, as well as how embarrassing. Barry's been editor-in-chief for 5 seconds and has revealed that all she really wants is to be on TV herself. And then we're going to dive into even more in just a minute, but first let me say, debt is big. I know you didn't ask for me, but I live here now energy. And that's exactly what's...
Wait.
All right, last but not least, weed. Had to get it in here, especially with my man Ryan here to throw down with over the subject.
Oh, God, he's doing the weed thing. I'll be right back.
Of marijuana. President Donald Trump will allegedly or reportedly be rescheduling marijuana from Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3 substance. This has no bearing on your life whatsoever, but it does have the bearing on a few corrupt Wall Streeters and venture capitalists who have been lobbying for this in the White House so that their stocks can go boom, so they can get big tax breaks and access to the banking system. Let's take a listen. CNBC.
This is an administrative order. Trump's been very clear all along. The question was, could we get this in front of Trump, and could it be something that has
high? Okay.
Of a priority? It's very clear that the industry has engaged Washington in a way that I think is much more sensible, been much more focused. I think there's no question that top CEOs have been in Mar-a-Lago, have been in D.C., been working with the president's team. The implications for this are incredible for the industry. And I do think that this is the kind of a domino to fall that would get other things going that don't necessarily have to be legislative follow through either, including exchange listings, which I think is the holy grail here, because that really would bring in institutional capital. If you're investing in cannabis here, there's not institutional capital.
So he said it. All right. The corrupt Wall Streeters are in on the deal, Ryan. And Ryan, even though I know that you support this, you have to agree with me that the way that this shit down is insane. Okay?
Wait, he supports
Put
this?
this Washington Post piece up on the screen. They beat me to it, to their credit. I was hearing some rumblings. I called Ryan, actually. I was trying to report it out for Drop Site, but they got in front of it for me. Trump, quote, seeks to cut restrictions on marijuana through planned order. Again, to be very clear, if you live in a state where weed is legal, this doesn't affect you at all. All this does is grant massive tax breaks and banking access to a bunch of weed companies who are being
Oh, no, that does actually affect us in legal states, you dumbass. Just because you're a lame-o who doesn't know how any of this actually works. Yeah, now they can actually expand. Cool.
Invested in by Wall Street
All right,
and by
well, then I guess Trump did something good.
venture capital.
From my understanding, High Times was talking about how this rescheduling was actually a facetious ploy. Here, give me 1 second. Let me find it. Here, Trump may reschedule cannabis. I saved this just for this. Here is what to know. Reports say President Trump is considering rescheduling cannabis under federal law, a move that would acknowledge medical use and ease some restrictions. But rescheduling is not legalization. Cannabis would remain federally illegal, tightly controlled, and subjected to new regulatory risks. High Times is now breaking down what is really on the table. Come and join us.
Capitalists, as well as the pharmaceutical industry. And in fact, the behind-the-scenes story, this is pure corruption.
Once again, failing Pep Talk Stevie. Have you seen his numbers? Tens of viewers, tens. I mean, he has 11 right now, but you know what? Still, it's 10 plus 1. I hope you're a big success there, Pep Talks. Is failing in the ratings. I mean, look at him. Look at him. Thanks to it being produced by failure CNN. CNN should cancel it now. And it's not even funny.
Corruption.
Even though he's on YouTube. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that I need to go after YouTube?
Pure, unadulterated corruption. Here's how this...
Yeah, he can't even do impressions.
All went down.
What is the problem?
Donald Trump was visited by a woman named...
Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump.
Kim...
I have one thing to ask you.
River.
And that is, will you get to the chopper?
Okay? Now, for Kim Rivers, who is a...
This guy wants me to go to the chopper. I don't know what that means. Does he want to chop me up? I don't know.
CEO.
I can't even understand the guy, this foreigner, you know. Wait a minute. You're telling me that he was a Republican and he donated to me and he was on The Apprentice? Hold on. Arnold, buddy, pal.
Is the CEO of a company called True Leave. True Leave is the Florida-based...
Hey, that one, that's all right.
...based weed company, is the one that sponsored that amendment on the ballot in Florida that, thank God, was rejected by the people of Florida. That multi-billion-dollar pot company also hired a woman named Susie Wiles while she was not the White House Chief of Staff, okay? So what ended up happening is that the White House Chief of Staff brought in her former paying client, Rivers, to the Oval Office, who convinced his Trump miraculously to grant her a gigantic tax break through Schedule 3, which would then mean it sent stocks flying.
Truly stock itself.
Yeah, by the way, we saw that there in CNBC.
And how nice is it, by the way? Let's linger on the fact that they're green for the arrow up.
Oh, right.
Yeah, like,
that's
got
even better. Great. Yeah, at least something's going up. Certainly not aggregate IQ of the United States. So what ends up happening is Trump.
This is coming from you, Sagar. Shut up, you narc asshole.
Trump calls.
Jesus. Every time he talks about weed, it just reminds me of, like, I want to give you a swirly.
Mike Johnson.
Like, I want to bully you. Like, I want to bully you bad.
Speaker, and informs him of this decision.
He's such a dork.
Johnson's like, I think this is a bad idea. Trump turns the phone over to her in the Oval and is like, why don't you explain why this is a good
always my favorite thing, was because I would get made fun of, right, by a certain type of student. And that certain type of student, and this is the reason I kind of make this humor, is they would get, in return, they would become the focus of the bullies, where then all of a sudden they're just like, you know what? At least Pep smokes. You're just stupid.
Idea. You can go do all the research.
Make
for
fun of me now,
if you guys
bitch.
want to.
It's almost like you needed me to run interference between these guys because they think I'm cool. I actually hang with them, you know? They may hide the fact that they hang with me, whatever.
Schedule 1 is
parents, girlfriends, what, you know, all of it.
Schedule 3 has no bearing on criminal.
They're just like, dude, I'll never forget one of my friends. He was just like, hey, man, so can you just, like, pretend that you're, like, not my friend? I'm like, why? Like, my girlfriend's coming over and I can't have her knowing that I smoke weed, so I'm gonna pretend to kind of be mean to you. I'm like, all right, what do you mean by pretend? And he was he roasted my ass and was like, okay, this isn't fun anymore.
On legal enforcement, nothing.
I didn't narc him out because I'm a man of principle.
One reason is to make these companies wildly profitable. And in fact, as they showed on CNBC,
you know what I did?
Capital.
Years later, I actually dated a girl who was just like, you're not smoking weed, are you? I'm like, no. And she's like, oh yeah, what's this? She pulls a bowl out of my fucking, my glove compartment. I was just like, oh, it's his. He just left it in my car. And she's like, really? What if I called him right now? I'm like, here. I hand the phone. And she's like, fine, I'm going to do it. She called my bluff. Again, she was a bitch. retrospect, the things you fight for in life, by the way, calls him, and my boy, he had my back. He was just like, oh, did I forget that in his car? Yeah. Can you just tell him to run that by my place on his way home? I was just like, my man.
Pharma and venture capital. One of the stupidest conspiracies out there is that big pharma is trying to suppress weed. You think they don't want to? They'll sell you anything.
You? Oh my God, I want to use the R word so much for him right now.
To addict you. Most of
you are ridiculous.
Losers.
That's the R word I'm talking about.
Are out there smoking every single day. You think they don't want to sell that to you? They only don't because it's illegal.
No! That's not, no, it's because they were not part of it for over 90 fucking years. So all of a sudden they kind of realize, oh, well, there's this expanding market that we can't have any part in.
The moment it's illegal, they'll happily do it.
On that point, I have looked, I wrote a book about this many years ago. I have looked for evidence around big pharma's kind of relationship with weed and illegal drugs.
Yes.
Along those lines, that there's some self-interest here and blah, blah.
How do you get Mr. Bortastic to be a better fucking representative for this subject than you?
Going back to the 30s, and the evidence is just not there.
He's from the Fantastic 3.5.
Like, pharma is more of a wait and see, and then we'll move into it and figure out a way to profit when they can. It's like this idea that it's a miracle.
As I said, I'm like, that doesn't make sense.
Drug that is going to make other pharmaceuticals, less profitable. There's just actually no.
It's the multiverse where the thing was a little person.
No evidence to it.
Never mind, it makes sense.
Yes.
Now, the current system to me is completely indefensible.
It's clobbering time.
Where you have a multi-billion-dollar above board market where you can go into shops, buy things, and then the companies have two problems. Well, they have multiple problems, but they stem from two different things. One is lack of consistent access to banking because it's a Schedule I drug, and so a bank is not supposed to actually work with you if you're dealing with Schedule I drugs. Well, and the second, as you said, is on the tax side. You're not really supposed to be able to write off expenses associated with an federally illegal.
But that's also why our state has been making hand over fist on all of this fucking revenue.
Enterprise.
Yes.
There's some debate about this, and most
I'll be
companies
honest,
do.
I think that's okay.
Because imagine
I'm willing to pay the little bit on extra, because realistically, I may be coming from a special place, but I always used to budget my weed because I'm a very responsible American. I know how to budget. So I literally had that in my budget, and it's been well below that budget for a long time. So you know what? I'm okay.
Imagine if you're a business, these are small margin businesses, even these weed shops.
Yeah.
So let's say you do $10 million in revenue in a month, but it cost you $9.9 million to buy.
Also, guys, I hate to do the spiel real quick, but if you guys are enjoying the show and haven't already hit the like button, please consider doing so. Subscribing if you have not already done so, which I'm sure you guys have. You guys rule. Also, thank you for hitting the like button tonight, guys. I really appreciate that. And if you haven't already, and it is within your budget to become a member and you're enjoying the content, please consider doing so.
Buy your product, to pay wages, to do
really help me out.
Rent,
and I'm at that point in
all of that.
If you guys missed the beginning of the show, I had some bad news broken to me. So
you made $100,000 of profit in that month. You would then owe the federal government and the state government taxes on that $100,000.
Yes.
But if you can't deduct the costs of your illegal business, you actually technically should owe on all $10 million.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So now you have you
just had a bunch of dealers and ex-dealers just go, oh?
Let's say
how much?
$3 million tax bill on $100,000 worth of operating
carry
profit.
The 10.
Obviously, you're bankrupt immediately. So this tries to rationalize that. I was saying on the Friday show that 20 years ago, you could see a mentality.
Wait, Ryan smokes? Really?
Among
He smokes?
the early marijuana business people who were getting into the medical world.
Or is he just like for it?
That they thought the whole system was corrupt. It's all pay to play. That you need.
I have a list of people I want to smoke with in the industry.
The right lobbyists. You need to hire
Sam
the
Cedar
right
being
people.
number
and they
one.
went about doing that as soon as they
I like where people have a nightmare blunt rotation. I have a dream blunt rotation.
could have had. As soon as they had a little bit of money, they'd hire some former member of Congress. And their
John
vision.
Boehner,
Yeah.
former Speaker.
Right. And then they got more money and they do
Yeah.
John Boehner.
Sager's on my nightmare one.
Their vision.
Because he'd just be like, ew, get it away. I can't even smell it.
Was
Ew, I might get a drug test.
we need to be as corrupt as the rest of American industries are.
They've succeeded.
And so
Yeah.
they're there. I think
They've wildly succeeded.
you look at them from 20 years ago and you looked at this today, they'd be like, yes, that's exactly how we saw this was going to get over the hump. We didn't know it was going to be Donald freaking Trump, but we knew we were going to try to hire somebody who would then become a powerful government official. The fact that she became chief of staff is like even better. Like that's like hitting the industrial
That's the lottery.
Lottery.
Yeah.
Boom. We're in. So go long on your weed stocks.
Well, by the way, that's
If you guys are going to buy into anything, I am not a financial advisement channel. I am not in any way saying that you should do this. I am just saying that if I am going to take my money, I might go purchase some weed stocks.
another insider trading thing. So if a weed CEO is literally in an Oval Office meeting where you know something's going to happen, I checked the.
No, oh, now you have a problem with insider trading? Huh? Huh, Sager? Huh? Go fuck yourself, you nerd.
Yeah, MSOS or whatever was up by
Seriously.
50% after this Washington Post post broke. So
Damn it, he had children. Someone fucked him at least once.
oh, maybe you just put out a little taste
That's
for
just
your
weird
friends.
to me.
I'm not alleging that. I'm just saying it's potential for corruption. I'm not in this specific
Do you think when he makes cumsies, he goes,
instance, but
And did it go up
sorry, that was good.
Yeah.
right before the
behind
story,
it.
or did it go up after?
It came up.
No, he does the full Jerry Lee Lewis. Waving. Oh!
It went up after. the
Okay,
story. So
so-
beforehand, there was like,
No,
well,
no.
I mean, there was some movement throughout
Right.
the day. As you know, I had the rumor. I was waiting, trying to get it confirmed.
So a lot of people
through the
knew.
A lot of
Yeah.
people in Washington knew, like hours before the Washington Post story broke. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm an idiot because I didn't buy it. Right? Yeah. It's like I had it when the market was open. I'm just not corrupt enough to
Right.
do anything like that.
We don't
Yeah,
like
we don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's not my mentality. But apparently, that's a mentality of some people because you could immediately see movement there.
Huh? Who you talking about there, Sog? Who you talking about? Come on.
In the hours.
You Republicans?
Beforehand.
Hey, who is that that lady from Virginia? You know, that used to repeat the radical leftist Raphael Warnock? What about her? Huh?
I just want to, again, whether you agree, disagree, this is not how stuff should be happening. All right. And I get it. This is a small ball. And most of the people who watch the show probably support it anyways. And that's fine. Yeah, that's your right as an American.
Yeah, because you apparently are just he's the party pooper.
That said,
Saga.
This is an absurd
Yeah, why don't you just drop it?
way to be making,
You're going to look like an idiot.
to be doing business as a country. As you explained perfectly around the tax
I was going to be like, hey, Saga, get to the Java.
implications and all of that. They're like, well, it's unfair. I'm like, no, it's not,
Dude, my
because we're
impression's
living
getting
in an absurd
progressively
system
worse.
where it's technically state legal and not like, no, you have to change the law. If you want access to the United States tax code, you have to change the law. Period. I didn't just get to decide because of vibes, based on schedule status, which is an executive order that's gone through. Also, on the polling, what that guy said in CNBC was total bullshit. There's a 13% drop just this year for legalization of weed amongst Republicans. I hope I can take some credit for that. And actually, there's a drop amongst independents and even amongst Democrats because of the system that's completely run amok. You have like big tobacco era style corruption and capitalism preying on young minds. The entire system is built around addiction. That's what I was saying.
Oh, shut up.
Earlier.
Dude, for real. I mean, I just made a very articulate argument right there.
The 20
You guys should transcribe that one.
something percent of people who smoke weed use it every single day.
Pep Talks just bodied Sager with his argument. Pep Talks, quote, dude, ... for real.
Addicted. Okay, you're addicted, period. There's no getting around that. And all the medical benefits are bullshit. Sorry. It just came out. JAMA, new study. Almost every single widespread claim.
You mean like the proven one to increase appetite amongst cancer patients, you fucking absolute fucking ghoul. Dude, seriously, just because you didn't have fun in high school and you had a stoner that would like probably boned your girlfriend, we get it, dude. You suck.
When it was
but get over it.
Analyzed, showed no statistical benefit for
fuck. Now I want to seriously. He's making me want to go and hit on his wife.
So-called medical.
Just gonna say.
Well, what about the appetite enhancement?
Okay, Ryan. Again, whenever it
one of you should
comes to solely just on marijuana itself, in comparison to the other miracle drug, which you just said, it doesn't exist. You can go read the study for yourself. Now, I'm not saying that people don't use it for said benefit. Fine, and I'm not even saying people should be.
No, this motherfucker. You just said it. You just said it. I'm gonna bully the shit out of you now. Fuck you, Sagar and Jetty wife. Let's see. Are you kidding me? She's actually all right. This bothers me. I mean, she looks like you're, I don't know. She is definitely basic as, ooh, she is like, whoa. When God made her, he stopped at her cheeks and was just like, yeah, you're not going to get like as far as symmetry, you're going to get maybe a little bit. Still
locked up for using. I've never believed that. I still don't believe it.
All right, so his wife is a little bit ugly, but I would still want to do the thing where it's just like, yeah.
Even though it is bullshit, there's nobody in prison right now for smoking weed. There's not a single person who's in prison for smoking weed. Nobody
I could go
goes
back
to jail for smoking
fucking
weed.
not even high school. I could go back to middle school real quick.
Some people.
No, they don't, Ryan. It's been proven. I can show you the statistics. It's completely false.
I had a friend from the Eastern Shore who went to jail for weed.
Wait, in the 90s?
This 90s, early 2000s.
Right, so I'm talking about today. It doesn't exist. People don't go to jail for smoking weed. Did they go to jail?
They shouldn't, you fucking monumental asshole.
Even then, it'd be difficult. The federal statistics on this are ironclad.
Ariana Huffington enjoys...
the federal statistics on this are ironclad, even though the federal government can't be trusted as far as I can throw it. Succotash. You listen to me? I'm so smart. I'm Sagar and Jetty.
Introduced me to Bill O'Malley.
Fucking Christ.
What's his name? O'Malley, the Maryland governor.
Oh, Martin O'Malley.
Martin O'Malley.
Yeah.
And we were talking about Maryland, and I was telling him, like, he was governor at the time. I was like, I've got a friend doing weekends now.
Oh, really?
For weed. He's like, that's impossible. Like, nobody's in jail for weed. Where does he live?
Yeah.
And I was like, Eastern Shore. He's like, oh, okay, actually. that could
It's literally to manage symptoms, not cure diseases. So when you see somebody saying that marijuana cures cancer, just tell them to knock it off.
Up with the cops there?
We'll say that much.
It's just
it's great for chronic pain use. It's like migraines. Like there are reasons. Like this dumb motherfucker sitting out here just being like, yes, one study from this federal study, even though there's other studies that contribute to the legalization of marijuana, and doctors all unanimously agree. Because I'm a doctor, I did the hard work.
Harsher. Okay, I don't know much about Maryland.
These rural areas in general. They're
absolute asshole. Epilepsy, nausea, vomiting from chemotherapy, appetite and weight loss, in HIV, AIDS, chronic pain, multiple sclerosis, anxiety and sleep issues, PTSD, migraines. Sagar, just because you apparently have a good life, no pain, you don't get headaches, you don't have any chronic inflammation, any of it. You know what? I hope you get it all. I do. I hope you get every single one that I just, from post-traumatic stress, anxiety, sleep disorder. I hope you get multiple sclerosis, even though I can't say it. I hope you get chronic pain, appetite. I hope that you have a problem maintaining your appetite, nausea. I hope you get a lot of that. And, maybe develop a little bit of that epilepsy. Don't watch them Pokemon episodes. Because for real, Jetty, I got to say, you're one of those motherfuckers that deserves every bit. When you come out and you say that there's no medical benefits to marijuana, you deserve every one of those. I'm not taking any of that shit back. Fuck you.
They're just much harsher towards
maybe
defendants than like Baltimore, for instance.
Okay, fair.
Like you go to a Baltimore judge over weed, he's going to yell at the cop. Like, what are you doing? wasting my time.
Right.
Yeah, that's how that should be.
In a
I thought that you guys were like stopping violent crimes and all that stuff. Don't you? So you're telling me that you'd rather have somebody get locked up for possessing marijuana than, having these cops out there and catching murderers? I don't know.
More rural area.
But even today, I don't think that that's the case.
Probably not.
I mean, I've looked at
You have multiple felonies for growing it?
the federal and the state
Well, you need to move to a different state, brother.
stats, which are all like there is nobody in jail, especially federal prison.
Move to a base state.
Nobody is in jail for smoking weed.
I went to jail for smoking weed, you asshole. Did I have it commuted because I live in Illinois? Yeah.
Bullshit claim, just so everybody understands. That said, I don't think it should have existed in the past. I don't think it should have existed today.
Now, one thing you might like about this is that moving it to Schedule 3 opens
now
up
they
more,
have to justify it.
It also
more regulations.
It opens up more research possibilities.
We don't need any research. We know everything we need to know.
You can always have more research.
There are tens of millions of people who use this drug every single day. We know everything we need to know. That's like me saying we need to study alcohol. What, I need to tell you that it gets drunk and it ruins your sleep? I don't need to prove that to you.
It makes you dizzy.
Huh? Yeah. Oh, shot.
Ruins my sleep. Fuck, dude. I have a few beers and I go fucking night-night.
Oh, yeah.
What you talking about?
Come on. All right? It's just like...
More research is good, though.
No, for what? For what?
Oh, my God. Dude, I've never wanted to knock someone's teeth out so bad. Like, seriously. The fact that he's sticking them out, like, and he gives it to you as the target. Like, I'm not kidding, guys. I'm sorry. Like, if you want to call me a bully or whatever, fine. If you can look at Sagar and Jetty and listen to this nonsense and be like, yeah, you know what? Thumbs up for him. Go get yourself a nice stylish tie, just like your man Sagar here.
Well, we just went through the medical claims are BS.
It could be so.
No, they're not.
Oh, the other thing I learned from.
Oh my God, years of research, and he's just like, there's one study that came out and said that I was right.
Studying the history of all different drugs is that when you get a Wild West situation, you as a supporter of that situation might like it for a year or two. It never stays that way. Like the fact that there's now a little bit of a backlash that you're pointing to is completely historically in line with
that's what happened with
all of the trends.
Remember?
Cocaine was like popular in the 1890s.
Yeah, which was insane.
And then it's everywhere, and then people are like, we don't like this everywhere, actually.
Well, we had literal coke fiends who were robbing pharmacies.
Right. So
it was wild.
Yeah, so then they crack down on it. So you get this pendulum swinging.
I just can't believe this guy.
Back and forth. So if you actually are a supporter of weed, you want to see it more out in the open, and you want to see the harms discussed publicly in a way that allows the society to get it under control a little bit. Otherwise, you get the hammer instead.
I'm the hammer.
It's socialism or barbarism. Yeah. You're going to get the barbarism here.
Yeah, I mean, it would be better than, widespread weed use literally everywhere you go. But look, I'm being wildly hyperbolic. I always enjoyed talking about it with you. And just as a tease, Griffin and I have filmed our review of Reefer Madness. It clocked in at 90 minutes. We enjoyed the hell out of it. We enjoyed the hell out of just watching the film, reviewing the film. It's one of the most important films of the last.
Is this going to be one of the holiday episodes?
It's going to be one of our
I can't wait for that.
We have all the clips. We have clips. It's a real movie review. Griffin was actually, because Griffin went to film school, so he actually really knows like how to dissect and do a film review. And then I insert I give some color commentary on the film, but we also delve into some of the claims of everything.
Is the color beige?
But yeah,
I'm watching this one. Can't wait.
Look, very few people probably will watch it, but I enjoyed the hell out of doing it. So I hope that you do so.
Jesus Christ, dude.
All right, that's one.
Is this guy's favorite movie A Scent of a Woman? I have a feeling. I don't know. I feel like he's just as lame as I think he is. Holy fuck. Watch somebody in chat says, Scent of a Woman's a good movie. Oh, fuck. All right. Well, about 10 minutes left in stream, and then I got to hop off because I got my stream tomorrow.
When things start changing, and
here we go. Final news story of the night. I was saving this one specifically because this is going to lead into what I'm going to be talking about a little bit tomorrow.
In politics, they can change fast. We started the year hearing all about Donald Trump's comeback and how he had a mandate and Elon Musk could do what he wants and the courts wouldn't stop him. And for a minute there, it looked like that. But a lot has changed. The breaking point is always hard to find in real time. Historians have the job of combing through all the stuff we live through day by day and finding it. But if there is one, it may be the Epstein vote that showed the emperor has no clothes. Republicans weren't scared of Trump. And after they rejected him and his bid to hide Epstein last month, the files and everything else, they didn't pay a price. If anything, they are finding that disagreement with Trump in public may help them distance themselves from his sagging poll numbers. And now there are cracks in the wall going into 26. Trump reportedly losing ground, not just among independents and moderates, but among his MAGA base. He has an 8-point drop in the strong approval rating for MAGA Republicans. You may say, okay, he's still got support there, but they're not necessarily strongly standing by everything. The Post reports that rank-and-file Republicans in Washington feel the heat on health care and just unpopular positions Trump has forced them to take on slashing the...
Yo, so I'll share this with you guys. I don't care. So I sent my buddy a link to the Rob Reiner story because we just had a conversation about like having kids, and he was kind of, I don't know, he got drunk and he was talking to me about, you gotta, you gotta feel like the love, and I just sent him the thing about Rob Reiner and his kid, and he's just like, fuck you, dude.
The safety net and healthcare funding and Obamacare subsidies. One House Republican office gets 300 calls
by a bad friend
a day just on the healthcare issue.
Oh, fuck.
Politico reporting that in deep red Montana, there's a revolt against the impact of all of those cuts from Musk and folks saying, I didn't vote for this. MAGA leaders also warning that the base is checking out, which is a problem for someone like Trump, who does best when he has his 40, 42, 38% checked in. A pollster who works with Republicans told Trump there's a disconnect between the Trump administration and what it's focused on and what the passionate base of supporters actually want to see.
Dude.
In this story, he recounts telling Trump, you said fight, fight, fight. Nobody ever clarified what that means.
He literally just, he sent me a text. He's just like, if I didn't know you, I'd want to knock your teeth out right now.
And fight now, you're fighting MTG and not actually fighting for Americans. And that, of course, is just the base. Broadly, Trump is at a second-term low. The price problem, the inflation, the Epstein scandal. California Governor Newsom saying National Guard troops are now out of L.A. because of another Trump loss. It took a while.
I appreciate, hold on, can we just take a moment to appreciate the fact that he put an emphasis on the peppers.
But a judge ordered them out, and while Trump was testing his power and may have gotten away with some...
Good night. I had to hop in to say hey. Night, Willie.
For some time, it also, like the Epstein case, has revealed the limits of his ability to put the military folks you see here in American streets indefinitely. And if
sorry, guys. My chat was like... pretty much paused for the last hour, it looks like.
Is a plan to mess with the public or the midterms or a future election? Well, Trump is finding that losing in court is reminding everyone, including those troops, there are limits set by people other than the commander-in-chief.
There it goes.
It is a grim picture for Republicans going into the midterms, and conservatives know it.
Yeah, man. I'll catch you next stream.
Hard stops in American politics typically create massive political blowback, and 2026 looks like it's going to be pretty ugly for Republicans anyways. The political blowback is going to lead to Democrats in power in 2028.
You can't gaslight people and tell them that their bills are affordable, and you can't tell them that the economy is an A+++. You just can't do that. And I think it's insulting to people's
I'm glad
intelligence.
that you're figuring that
now,
out.
will it be enough to save the Republicans in the midterms? Probably not. But that's okay. This is a long-term deal. You're going to lose the House. You may keep the Senate. I'll take that.
A lot of folks are talking in terms of messaging and PR. And that's a language Donald Trump understands. He just told the Journal, we'll see what happens. We should win, but, you know, statistically, it's very tough to win. And he's right. The winds are going against them on these midterms. But why is he already spinning a loss he hasn't even faced? And if he looks like he's got cracks with the Republicans now, just imagine if they blame him and what are very unpopular policies for losing the midterms, and then he's got 2 years left, a lame duck, as the party looks beyond him.
It's not a secret. There's no sugarcoating it. It's a pending, looming disaster heading our way.
We're facing almost certain defeat.
This is a absolute disaster. You know, no matter what party's in power, they normally get crushed in the midterms.
The chances are the Republicans will go down and will go down hard.
Republicans party chair says they could go down hard. We're joined by Mark Leibovich from The Atlantic, MS Now contributor, and Semaphor's Margaret Carlson. Mark, they're talking a lot about losing.
That was all I really wanted. It's like once they go to the talking heads, you can probably bail. Oh, wait. There was a BTC bit. I know. Not the best, but he did put something out that was pretty good. I was interested in seeing. Oh, wow. Okay, that's interesting. Apparently, Brian Ty Cohen doesn't own BTC. Interesting. Here it is.
You're watching the Legal Breakdown, Glenn.
Yeah, we are, because I want to know what he did.
It looks like Kash Patel did it yet again. We just watched him post before he had all the information about the Brown University shooting, about the suspect who was apprehended.
I want to make fun of that camo hoodie, but I love it.
Not to be the suspect in this shooting. He did it during the Charlie Kirk shooting, where he wanted to go on Twitter, wanted to get all the praise for acting quickly, and the person who he tweeted about during that shooting also ultimately ended up not being the person who had committed this crime. I'm going to put right here on this screen Kash Patel's tweet. He wrote, in part, early this morning, FBI Boston's Safe Streets Task Force, with assistance from the U.S. Marshals and Coventry, Rhode Island Police Department, detained a person of interest in a hotel room in Coventry, Rhode Island. So first and foremost, what are the implications of having an FBI director who just can't stop but fall over himself to try and tweet out information before it's thoroughly vetted?
You know, Brian, first of all, nobody can ever accuse Kash Patel of learning from his mistakes. As you point out, he made the same, boneheaded decision to prematurely put out what proved to be wrong information in the Charlie Kirk case, and now he's gone and done it again. And let me tell you, when I read his post, Brian, you know, this is like a study. This is like law enforcement 101 of what not to do. And I'll talk in a minute about how it could negatively implicate the case in the event Kash Patel eventually gets it right and apprehends the actual
that's why I'm
Brown
watching
University killer in this case. But what I want to do is just turn to the three things that he said in this post and explain to our audience why it is that none of these things should have been posted, never mind by the director of the FBI. The first thing he posts is, FBI Boston established a command post to intake, develop, and analyze leads and run them to ground. First of all, what he says there is law enforcement is doing what law enforcement, does, which is really not something you have to take the time to post to people other than just to put on a big splashy show. You know, he really can't shake the fact that he used to be a podcaster, and it really didn't matter what he spewed into the public square. Here's the second thing. We activated the FBI's cellular analysis survey team to provide critical geolocation capabilities. What does that do, Brian? That signals to the bad guy, oh, let me dump my phone, right? Because now that he is actually sharing sources and methods and law enforcement activities while the investigation is ongoing, the only thing he has succeeded in doing is tipping off the bad guy and making himself look like a buffoon in the process. And here's the third thing he posted. As a result, early this morning, FBI Boston's Safe Streets Task Force, with the assistance from the U.S. Marshal Service and Coventry, Rhode Island Police Department, detained the person of interest in a hotel room in Coventry, Rhode Island, based off a lead provided by Rhode Island RIPD. What are we doing there? What are we seeing there? He's disclosing information about where the person he believed to be the shooter was located, is located, and what's actually going on at this moment in the investigation. First of all, the public, the people, don't need this information. They have no right to this information, and they shouldn't have this information. Why? Because what this does is it kind of poisons the public well.
See?
And now somebody might...
It's this whole legal thing where they're just like, no, we don't want to do that because then we have to take it to court, right? It's almost like he doesn't think about that part where he's just like, nope, this is going to make it look good on me.
I'd say, oh, you know...
Dude, he's such an idiot.
What?
Cash Patel is one of the dumbest motherfuckers to ever be in public service.
Take advantage of potential reward money.
He's going to say it. And Donald Trump, MAGA, all you deserve this. You all deserve it, and it's hilarious. I love every second of this. Keep Cash Patel in the head of the FBI position, please. For all 4 years, please keep him there.
So I'm going to...
Oh, my God, he's so incompetent and just such a moron.
Say that I saw the killer go to that motel in Coventry, Rhode Island. Yeah, that's it, because now I know that that's where they are interviewing a suspect. You're providing evidence about an ongoing investigation to the public, which I say they don't have a right to know and they shouldn't know. And here is how this could impact the investigation and the prosecution moving forward.
It'd be even more
when you arrest the wrong person or you announce you have somebody in custody who's a person of interest, which
like if you're Canadian or from any other country, especially Canadians though, laugh it up.
Obviously sends the signal that we've got the killer. Oh, you know what you've
trust me there, Orange LT, I know.
Done.
I know.
And it turns out to be the wrong guy. You've made the prosecution's case much harder.
I don't know who this LT guy is, but you know what?
And you have given ammunition.
Just putting the orange sign in front of him that's telling me that I've got a follower and
to the defendant and his attorneys when they ultimately go to trial. Because what this does is it creates actual evidence of what we call a third-party perpetrator defense. The FBI director said, in essence and substance, we've got our man. We're wearing him out in a motel right now in Coventry, Rhode Island. That is evidence that, and now we know he got it wrong. At least that's what the reports are. Just disregard everything I just posted. My bad. That was the wrong guy. That gives actual evidence to the shooter, the person who, if ultimately apprehended and put on trial, will be able to use those statements, use that evidence as a third-party perpetrator defense and argue, ladies and gentlemen, there's no way in the world a responsible FBI director would have put that information out publicly if he wasn't damn sure he had the right guy in that.
It's almost like he's done this before, guys, and it's like we've been shown that this is like the most incompetent asshole in all of governance. No, for real, dude. Like, I don't mean to give MAGA like a hint on what they should do, but it's like maybe cut Cash loose. You know, if you guys are going to do the whole thing where you lock arms because you were embarrassed about the first term, nah, dude. It's time to start cutting some of these guys. I think that Hegseth and Cash Patel, if you can find somebody that are, I mean, you're obviously using them because they're stupid, but because they're stupid, they are definitely fucking you over, because they're stupid. So, anyway. All right, guys. It's that time. Been doing 6 hours of stream, and gotta get better about doing this Monday night thing where I stop at the right time so I can get the right amount of sleep. And, well, wait a minute. I might not have anything to do tomorrow. Well, like I was saying earlier, if you guys did not catch the whole beginning of stream, something is going on in my life here that is, yeah, it's kind of affecting things. I'll be able to go into more detail a little bit later, it looks like. My biggest thing is, until it is 100%, I don't want to say what's happening. But per these messages I've gotten, it ain't looking good. All right, let's see. Let me do a quick shout out to everybody that Bryant, appreciate the donation. Bandit, appreciate the 20 gifted memberships. Dude, thank you so much for that. Actually, anybody who has renewed their membership or gifted memberships, for real, thank you so much. And then everybody who's donated, again, you guys are you make a man humble. But Etch, thank you for the 20. Bryant, thank you for the $1 donation. I do appreciate that. And he was just like, it won't let me attach anything to the $1. So, yeah, it sucks that they couldn't do that. But no, I appreciate it, guys. Also, just so you guys know, if you haven't already subbed to the channel, we are, I think, 4 or 6. Let's see. We're 4 away from hitting that 17 hundo, so that'll be fun. Alrighty, let's see. Anybody else to raid? Nope. Letter hack raid. Yes, you guys get to do a letter hack raid. Here, give me 1 second. Let me get the letter hack link here for you. Yeah, letter hack be live on a Monday. Is he? Oh shit! Did he? He did not just quit. Oh, motherfucker. Hold on. Dude. It says he's live. What the fuck? Where's his live feed? "42 seconds ago. Oh, we are rating you? You mother effer. I was just about to quit. He just rated me. Hey, you know what? This is what we call support. No, it's all right. I was about to raid you. That's too funny. Kind of just realized what time it was and how I need to prepare for tomorrow's show. Which will be fun. That last story was a little bit of a tease. Nah, cool. No, I was actually looking forward to this. I'm gonna go watch your interview with Mr. Dollarmore when I get off of here. Mr. Dollarmore. I don't know why I said that like Christopher Walken, but I did. My worst impression. No, there it is. That's my worst guy right there. I can do like the cadence, but I can't actually like do the impression. So, kind of learned that my Arnold Schwarzenegger isn't as bad as I thought. That's a win. Yeah, Pep's got to eat. No, Pep's got to eat. Yeah, shit. Pep's got to eat. Fuck, it's 10 o'clock. See, like tonight, that's one of those ones where I may have just realized. Oh, crap. I forgot to eat dinner. All right. So, with that being said, I am going to wrap up stream. I'm sorry for any of the raiders, but for my raiders, if you guys know what's up, you know that my exclusive, and I mean exclusive, this space show is tomorrow at noon, my time, 1 o'clock Eastern. I hope you guys can join us. It's going to be a lot of fun. Got a few stories lined up for tomorrow. Yeah, I was actually able to take the weekend to do some show prep for that one, because we covered a little bit of it tonight, but I'm sure there will be more. Oh, thank you, everybody, for the links. I appreciate that as well. All right, folks. Well, like I said, I'm sorry if you guys are just joining us from the Letter Hack Raid, as much as I really appreciate it. If you do not already subscribe to my channel, really helps out. Yeah, hit that like button. Also really helps me out for real. Make sure you guys do the same thing for this space, though. It means a lot to me when you guys go over. Doesn't matter what time of day you're watching. If you are watching this space, please do the exact same thing. Hit the like button. Shout out in comments. Let's get all of us and our content going. That's my final word on this. I will see you tomorrow. Well, shit. I was almost in time. Yeah, Jeff. My bad, bro. I hope to see you tomorrow, because I'll be playing some Hang Your Hate on the show. But yeah, I do have to. I gotta take off. I gotta go eat. Sorry, guys, but hey, have a good night, Pep. Can't wait for the exclusive Pepaganda. Yes, indeed, exclusive Pepaganda. I am very, very happy with that show. So come and check it out. It's a little bit of a different format if you haven't been there yet. A lot of fun. So I will see you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 noon Central. Damn it. I will one day get better at this. All right, folks. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Oh. God. All right. Now goodbye. Right, Stan?
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.